Hi, and welcome back to PG Maybe, and thank you for joining us again for another weekly talk. And tonight with us we have Windology and Jim the Viking. Hi guys.
Good evening,
Hello.
everybody.
So we're all suffering with the heat, except Windology, who's suffering because she missed the thunder and lightning.
Yeah, I'm seriously bummed out by that. I live for thunderstorms, man, and I slept through it.
I must admit, I used to actually do that. I would sit in the window ledge looking out on the thunder and lightning. My mum's shouting at me because the rain's getting in the house.
Yeah, we used to get some wicked thunderstorms all summer long where I grew up, and it was better than anything. You'd literally just pull a chair up to this. My parents had this big sort of like bay window thing, and we just pull a chair up, put your feet up on the sill, and just enjoy the show. It was brilliant.
Yep. That's what I do. It was the bay window I was sitting on. I was sitting outside on the ledge on the first floor, and I was basically, and my mum's
brave.
But the best thunder and lightning I ever saw was in France. We went on a holiday, and basically we were passing through France, so we'd only stopped for a break, and we parked, and it was on the one side of the valley, and the other side of the valley, the whole horizon was sheet lightning.
Wow.
It was absolutely amazing. So it's not just a case of the wee bit, it was the whole valley sheet lightning right across the board, and it was absolutely amazing. We ended up sitting there for about an hour just watching that rather than the bathroom break that we originally planned.
Have you had any storms out by you, Jim?
No storms yet. I'm a bit disappointed with it because I do have a really, really good view because I'm top floor where I live. But still, there's been a few, and I think I actually recorded one, but that's like in the last 18 months. So there hasn't been a lot in this region.
I found a really cool website, and most people probably already know about it, but if you're into weather, that is, but it's I'm going to drop it in the private chat, but it's called Real-Time Lightning Map.
Yep.
And it actually shows you exactly where all the lightning strikes are hitting at that particular moment.
Yeah, and none in the UK.
No. Well, actually, it's so close because
there's one.
It is in France. It's
no, there is one just actually off the coast.
It's like by Bristol, I think,
Norwich,
at the moment.
Off coast of Norwich.
I'm using a weather app called AccuWeather.
Yes, I use that one as well.
It's been useful quite a few times here in UK where you have rain and you turn on the radar and you see that there will be a small gap. So you can literally do your run out because the radar will tell you that, okay, the rain will stop for a couple of minutes. You can do your dash to the store or whatever it is, and get back, and you're not getting rained on. So
yeah, it's still a big. I love it. I just still love it. Love looking at all the stats and the radar and the imagery. I'm definitely a weather geek.
Yep. There you go. We have done our typical UK view. First thing we did was we talked about the weather.
That's right.
Yep.
Got that in.
Now we can actually tell everybody, yep, we're all in the UK. Now we can pass on. So, this week, anything watched, anything fun?
I came across an anime. Weirdly enough, I don't gravitate that much to anime. I sometimes really love the art style. So there is
some really good
Captain Hirako or something. Basically, he's a space pirate captain, and the visuals are absolutely amazing.
I think I've heard about it. I don't think I've seen it.
I wanted to see that. Is there like it's like one of those animated films?
Yeah.
Is there not multiple animated films from it? Something like 4 or 5?
I know the one. I think it's in I've saved it to watch. Yeah, I think it's on Prime.
Oh, is it? Well,
Prime Video, yeah.
Oh well, I'll definitely be.
It was anyway.
because tomorrow my viewing is well, I've got a couple of things that I picked up that's going to be on my viewing list, but I've still to catch up on Moon. Still.
You will.
Thanks for reminding me, because it's like I knew there was something I forgot, but I've been busy raiding shops. This is how much you pay for quality DVDs anymore.
Yes.
Well,
sometimes I pay that for 4 of them.
Yeah, I did do a raid on the charity shops, but I had no luck, none whatsoever. The ones they did have that I was interested in, they were just too banged up. So I was thinking I could get them.
See, what I usually do is I've got a load of old DVDs, so I keep them for the cases instead of giving them back down to charity shop. And so if I get one that's a bit bashed up, all I do is I replace one of my doubles, take it out the case, take the sleeve out, and put it all in. That way I've got a new case for it.
That's
what I do. That's why I've got a big pile over there of about 20 or 30 doubles. And I don't get rid of them just in case I need a case.
You see, I would like to do that, but I'm a bit of a... It sounds weird to say I'm a minimalist, but I like the open spaces of my flat. I like the open floors. I don't want too many furnitures, too many things cluttering it up.
My daughter's like that.
But what I do have that I really have not figured out how to take advantage of, my ceiling is extremely tall. I kid you not, it's 4.5 meters to my ceiling, which is about 16, 17 feet for the American viewers.
Wow.
Has it got a beading round it about a foot or 2 foot down?
No, it's just clear space all the way up.
See, my mum's had that, and it had a beading round it. What my dad did was attached a shelf all the way around it. So 2 feet from the ceiling, he put shelves all the way up there, and he would put all his stuff up on the shelves.
I've been thinking about it. If I ever do get a cat anytime soon or in the near future, having a climbing thing, because they do like it.
Oh God, that would be so.
And they would definitely like having all that.
Yeah, that'd be like Disneyland for an indoor cat for sure.
Absolutely.
A cat version of a rotistic.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, a rotistic's for hamsters. Basically, you could attach everything and build it up and build it out. Because I remember I got my kids one, and you normally got the 2 small one, the 2 medium-sized one, and the small one for its bed. And then
it looks like a big...
another 3 of them, so it had one to the side and one above that, and then to the side of that, and you had the extra tubes coming all the way down. What 2 hamsters enough for about 17.
Wow. Yeah, they do. You can just keep adding on, and it looks very like space age, doesn't it? It looks very sci-fi.
Yeah. One of my friends, she loves her rats, and we were talking yesterday. I bumped into her in the shop. We're talking. She says, if they ever get a house, they want to get a... I says, well, like my man cave. They said, nope, a rat room.
Yeah, can you imagine? Yeah, I had pet rats.
They want to have the whole walls all done up so the rats can climb in and through and stuff like that.
Oh,
it's quite a weird thing, though, because you wouldn't suspect it, but rats are extremely social.
And
very intelligent.
Very clean as well. It's obviously people actually associate rats with the filth, but that's wild rats. Domestic rats are very clean.
Yeah. Yes, they are, and they're very loving. They're really lovely pets and very intelligent.
At school, I was in the biology club, and I had to go in over the summer to look after the animals. And basically, I used to go in and feed the rats and everything. People used to say, "Really?" I love the animals. I love the rats. They're just basically, you could just let them out, and they would just roam around and back in their cage afterwards.
Yeah, very, very intelligent creatures.
Definitely. I think it's because people just assume based on what...
Well, they're like spiders and bats and things like that. They have this sort of stereotypical knee-jerk reaction for a lot of people.
Yeah, the Ben song, it does it. Remember the Michael Jackson Ben? the movie.
Yes, I do remember Ben. Yeah.
So it's basically that people just have this thing because rats. So what I'm trying to remember. Survivors. You remember Survivors, a 1970 UK thing? It was about after a plague that wiped out.
We watched a good part of it. We haven't finished it yet, but we started watching that.
Well, there was one episode where they had bumped into another group, and to get inside the building at night, the group followed them with a searchlight, and
I know.
And machine guns round the searchlight, told them not to stay out the searchlight and run as fast as they could. And they would machine gun up and down the line with the searchlight on it, and it was to keep their rats at bay. I
remember that because they kidnapped one of the group, the doctor.
Yes.
That they had, the nurse or the doctor who was and they kind of kidnapped her, and then the other members of the other group went to find her. And I can remember those scenes very vividly, we watched it only like within the last 12 months.
I've not seen it since it was actually on the TV, and I can still remember. That was the one where the person that gets murders someone, and then somebody gets blamed and gets killed, and the wee guy who actually did it sort of apologizes, but they let him off with it. And I thought,
he was so annoying, that character.
Yeah, but they killed the guy, or they executed the guy they thought was guilty, and then he admitted it because he felt guilty that the innocent guy got killed. And
except he didn't get around to admitting it before they killed the other guy.
Yeah, but also he was on the next season, so basically, in effect, he got away with it.
Yeah. That was
when I started thinking.
We actually, I think that was probably not far from the bit where we sort of trailed off a bit then. But we have been watching other things as well. But yeah, we just that part of the storyline did annoy me. I thought, really. Yeah.
Well, I think it was because it was the injustice. I suppose they were trying to say, no matter how good you try and be, practicality has to come in. So even things that are unjust, and because they couldn't justify losing 2 of their workers, male guards, whatever they had to think another way. But
that's right.
In effect, that they said was, well, that other guy who, because he was simple and he couldn't actually justify it, even though he said he didn't do it, he was the one that got executed. Yet the one that actually did it and admitted it afterwards because he was guilty. He felt remorse. That was okay. He was okay. And I thought, even when I was, let's see, I must have been about in my teens when I first saw it. Even I thought, no, that's basically, doesn't seem right. And I didn't like things that didn't seem right. So
no, I have a big problem with that, with programs like that as well, with stories. I that to me didn't seem believable. I think they would have set upon him and either ran him out, because he wasn't an angel to start off with. He was a bit of a selfish.
Yes, exactly. He was and the other guy it was a bit simple.
Yeah.
But he was kind-hearted. He always tried to help, but because he couldn't tell where he did it and what happened, and he just said things as it happened, like a kid would do. They just automatically assumed, well, it must have been him. But see, that's why I don't like a lot of modern stuff, because I find a lot of modern stuff is very nihilistic. That's why I like the classic comic books and stuff like that, because I want to see good triumph over evil.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I agree so much with that. And it feels weird that I'm still being sucked in after having read so many stories, watched so many films, read so many books, listened to so many books. I'm still always caught up in that good should triumph.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a category that I'm very, very fond of, but it's unfortunately universally hated amongst most crowds. And that is, humanity is not the strongest ones. Humanity is not the superior race in space battles or anything like that. And I find them more interesting because humanity is then the underdog.
Babylon 5?
Yeah, but that is like one. That's one of many that where humanity is literally thrown as an underdog. You're not the best. You're not the strongest. You barely have a chance against these. Although it leads to epic speeches by strong female characters that have never existed in sci-fi ever before. Like there's only one human that has ever defeated survived an encounter with the Minmaru fleet. He's behind me. You're in front of me. If you value your life, be somewhere else.
I definitely love Babylon 5. I'm a big B5 fan. Like.
We love Babylon 5 as well. It's been a few years since we've walked it back.
My B5 lanyard.
I will say Londo is one of my favorite characters.
Londo,
unfortunately, very tragic story arc, but he's one of my favorites.
Londo was my favorite. When I was a biker, I had the hair cut like this, but it was a bit longer. So when I would take my helmet off, my hair would go like that. So I used to get called Londo.
All right.
Because I would come in into my work or coming in from work. So even in work, I would take my helmet off and so my hair would go whoop. Oh, here's that Babylon 5 guy. But I basically, I thought, that's okay. I'm okay with getting called Londo. Or Jakar, two of my favourite characters.
Jakar also.
Yeah.
But I think Jakar and Londo are a perfect match in that.
Yes.
Because they play and bounce off each other so well.
They did, yeah. They really did. There he is.
There you go. We got Londo.
Yeah. I've got my Jakar and Londo up there, but they're still in the box. I've only got these two of the.
It must have been in the 90s, I would say. I was at a con back in the States, and the actress, forgive me, it's this time of the day, my memory is so shredded. Claudia, she came to the con, and she plays this very. I love her character in Babylon 5. I absolutely love her. And Ivanova, yeah, and Darren calls me Ivanova sometimes.
Claudia is quite flaky.
Yeah, she takes no prisoners, but she was this very sort of serious sort of character, wasn't she? So we're all sat there, in the seats waiting for her to come out on the little stage, and do her talk. And honest to God, we were hysterical. She was so funny, but she's, we're used to her playing Ivanova, and she was all like suited up in the tight uniform all the time, and you never really saw much of her relaxing. Well, she came flouncing out in what can only be described as like a negligee type outfit. She came flouncing out. And I mean, every male.
Hold on, we're supposed to be cooling down because it's a heat wave here in UK.
No, every male in the room, you could just hear like the chairs like just creaking and tipping over, because she just came out, absolute force of nature, total. She's mad. She's mad as a box of rocks.
I was up in Edinburgh. We were actually away for a break and I was meant to be going to the Comic-Con in Edinburgh this year. And I had the stuff ready, but on the day we were meant to go, we got an opportunity to go scuba diving. And I was going, and my wife, she'll go to another con, you'll get her.
Oh.
And she's not been back to Scotland since.
She's great fun. She's great fun.
Yes, I've seen some of the stuff that she's done because people obviously post it, and I know she can be a wee bit flaky, but fun flaky, and that's the thing.
She's fun flaky, yeah. Because I was pretty shocked. I was like, whoa.
It's like Katie Manning. Katie Manning is one of the loveliest people I've ever met, and I've met quite a lot, as you can see with the pictures on my wall. My first guy I met, Robert Llewellyn. He was just so nice chatting to me, but I would still say Katie Manning far outstripped any other ones that I've ever met. And she was just so nice, wanting to come up. Even if you'd been to get a picture taken, she would come round the table, give you a hug, get another picture, so you could get her on the phone as well and stuff like that. And the people in the con is a case of, could you hurry up? We've not got time. Look at the size of the queue. They ended up having to stop people joining the queue.
Yeah,
that's a bit sad when you get to the bigger cons, because it's like, okay, you get your 15 seconds, but it's like, okay, what, one extra shot, one selfie, something. And I do like the actors that do that out of the courtesy rather than some of them that I really don't understand. I mean, they're there to say hello to their fan base. Yes, your fans have already paid a fair amount to get there. They probably paid to have the ticket to go and meet you and have you sign something. But there are a few of them that goes, oh, you want a selfie with me? That's 15 quid.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit disappointing.
Because they're selling the photo shoot, so they're already people paying to get their photo taken with them. Sometimes I can understand, but if it's a kid coming up, I've seen ones that say, sorry, because I've got a photo shoot, I'm not allowed to take pictures with someone.
Yeah.
Unless it's a kid. Then they'll take the kid round.
Do you know what? I follow quite a few Peter Capaldi fan accounts on Twitter, and there's one or two accounts that consistently post the most wonderful, beautiful cards that they've had off Peter Capaldi, because every year they all get together and they send him a birthday message, and they all record a video message for him for his birthday, and they post it into, or they send it into him somehow. And do you know, he writes back to every one of them with a personal card. Because he's an artist, he also does like, he just does beautiful, like really awesome drawings of Daleks and things all over the cards. Personal notes. He takes time, to actually, take into consideration who the person is that he's writing back to. He's an absolute gem. He really is. And he reminds me a lot of Katie, because Katie's like that as well. And you just get this feeling that they actually do care about the people that are, that are out there going to see their films and watching their TV shows and, buying merchandise. It makes you want to be a fan. It reinforces that great feeling that we always used to have.
But I will say, there is that interaction level, because some of them are, okay, yes, you're just another one. If you think of the film Galaxy Quest, they're just sitting there going, sign. And I can understand that. They're literally just a production machine in certain cases. But one of the most memorable moments for me as a geeky fan is Andy Serkis from Lord of the Rings playing Gollum.
Yeah.
And I actually forgot that 2-3 months prior, before I went to the con, the lady I was dating at the time, she gave me a necklace with like a cheap replica of the One Ring. And it was actually hanging outside of my T-shirt when I walked up to him, and it was like, can I please have an autograph? Address it to Jim. But what he did when he looked up at me and clocked the ring was like, my precious.
Ah, fantastic.
And it's like, whoa, crap. And it was his voice. It wasn't. So you see in the film, it's actually his voice. It's not just some like extra layers of audio magic or anything. Yeah. It was him. But it was 10 times as scary to have someone just jump out of a chair, across a table, grab towards your neck and going, my precious.
That happened with Robert Llewellyn. I met him, and I was with friends, and me and my friend are big dwarfers, so her man was taking the photo using my phone. So you're talking about point, press a button and it records. But he meant to actually take the picture, but he ended up recording. So he starts off by recording, realises he's messed up, then he was trying to flip it. And Robert Llewellyn's got his crying voice on going, goodness gracious, these technologies, why don't you just ask it to do it? And I'm laughing. My friend was pissing herself laughing. And he's standing in the middle looking at the camera as if to say, what's he talking about? He didn't know. It's just so he was only there to take pictures for us, but it was just the fact that you had the Crichton going, oh my. I was not myself. It's just so funny. I've still got the video somewhere where he is basically giving he's just slagging my friend's partner up, and he's just slagging him because he just can't get technology working, and you can just hear Crichton's voice.
That's see, and that makes all the world of difference. It really does. And there was that time, where I used to go to a lot of cons in the 80s and 90s in New York, and we used to get George Takei used to come a lot. We had Grace Lee Whitney. We had loads of the original cast. We never got Shatner, at least on any that I went to, but they had most of the other ones. And they were all lovely. They were really all lovely. And George Takei in particular, again, like Katie, I got up to his table and he was just so lovely with all the fans. And I just very cheekily said, can I have a photo? And this was, back in the 80s, 90s. So, there was no like the way the cons work today. It was all very sort of grassroots. And he went, yeah. So he ushered me around the side of the table and he actually scooted over in his chair. So we each had like half of his chair. And I sat next to him in his chair and he put his arm around me and we had a lovely photo. And those are memories that I will never, ever forget. And whenever I watch Star Trek, the original Star Trek, I always love Star Trek, but I will never, ever forget that lovely feeling that I was left with many of them, you know?
Yep. You want to see something? My wife got me this for my birthday last year. And see if I can. So I'm going to try and share my screen rather than actually a video file because I've got it in video file. So bear with me, see if it works. Right.
Yep.
It's oh, this is the one.
It's the cat.
Up in Scotland. Peter Jack and Eddie. I love that name. Sounds like a 70s entertainer. I love it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Peter's a doctor who loves nothing more.
My wife told him
than gathering with his mates in his dungeons, watching Dragon's Den and Magic Roundabout.
My wife had actually told him, and my wife thought, "Oh, he got it wrong." She told him he's a big Doctor Who fan. He likes Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering. And my wife, my wife was watching it saying, "He's got it wrong." I says, "No, listen to what he said, and if you listen." Right.
Peter's a doctor who loves nothing more than gathering with his mates in each other's dungeons, watching Dragon's Den and Magic Roundabout.
You see what I mean?
Now I clocked it. That's very genius.
And he just basically put it all out. He just made me sound dead nerdy, but it was a Doctor Who sits in his friends' dungeons watching Dragon's Den and Magic Roundabout.
Yes, very clever.
That's very, very clever.
He's played it all wrong, and I was sitting noting myself. She's going, "How did you not find that?" I said, "No, because that's what he did. Listen to the words. He used Doctor Who, Dungeons and Dragons, and Magic. He just put all the other bits in the piece, and that pleased me no end, as you can imagine."
Now,
right.
This guy is a fantastic husband and well adored. When he walks his two dogs, Buddy and Benji, down the street, people throw biscuits up in the air for him to catch. Dogs, we love Peter. Anyway, I hear you're a big dwarfer. These two fellas there.
There's his Dwayne.
Now,
Cat.
Don't let all this isolation get to you, man, because I know you love sitting down there watching Red Dwarf and what's it called? Death in Paradise with the missus, But what more do you want? And just for you guys, I've got a special treat. The last time this was seen was when I walked off the set after 7 years.
And he's going to be coming back.
Yay!
And the last click I heard from the clapperboard. So, for Peter and the family, don't worry, it won't be long before you're out there taking a lovely walk along the shore of the old Colin Firth, and the old Bonnie and Clyde, breathing all that lovely fresh Ayrshire. That's how we say it in London. Ayrshire. So that's a wrap.
Absolutely brilliant.
He's an absolute gem.
What
So
a
yeah,
gem. What a gem.
Yes.
I just love that. The fact is, my wife was panicking. He got it all wrong. And she says,
No,
I
he
wrote it
didn't.
out and I made sure I got Doctor Who, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering. And I says, no, listen to the words. It's
He was
literally the
doing a bit of-
Doctor Who sits in each other's dungeons watching dragons. So he used all the right
Very
words.
clever.
He just
Yeah.
put his own wee twist in it, and it pleased me no end. But because he's coming back to
Death in Paradise.
Saint Marie, yes, Death in Paradise, I thought, yes. So I'm going to watch that next week. So
Fab.
after
You know what's
obviously
great?
Wednesday, I'm going to start watching it Thursday.
Yeah.
Catch up. It'll take me a couple of weeks to get through it because I need to keep up with my Red Dwarf stuff. And I've got a couple of things I need to watch tomorrow. Well, I've got 3 things I need to watch tomorrow, or I want to watch tomorrow, not need. But, which I suppose brings us a segue. What did we pick up this week? Jim, because you said you picked up a couple.
I did. I'm not sure if I'm going to start with what I've been watching or what I found in the shops. I didn't have much luck in the charity shop, so I ended up in the computer exchange store, or as it's lovingly called, the sex shop, the
Check.
CEX shop.
My nephew recommended me to go into that, and I says, "There's one down here." He says, "No, the one in Glasgow's enormous."
Yes, it is.
The one in Glasgow is absolutely enormous. The one down here is a decent size, but it's not hundreds of stuff, or not hundreds of movie DVDs in it, or TV shows. They've only got a small section. It's mostly all games. But yes, the sex shop.
Very clever.
So, I've always been a huge fan of this actor, mainly because the creativity that comes into making stories being told, but also the fact that recently I discovered him playing against Pierce Brosnan in a film here in UK that is playing out here in UK. He was using his tricks, but he was deadly serious as an actor. And we're talking a massive step away from what he usually does. But this is one that I really like with him.
Oh, Tuxedo, Jackie Chan. Even though he's actually he's very controversial at the moment because he tried to join the Chinese Communist Party and basically they rejected him.
Oh dear, I missed that.
Accordingly, he caused a lot of controversy because he's fans in Hong Kong. He basically tried to join the Chinese Communist Party and they rejected him. But I quite agree. Jackie Chan, I love Jackie. Where's my Jackie?
He is a great character, yeah.
Well, I like the fact that he gets involved in telling the stories, as in trying to bring the extra life to them. So, yes, it's a lot of choreography. So when he's picking up like a bifold ladder or whatever it is and like fighting off 20 people. Ha ha! Look at that one. Oh, I like that one as well, but that one is actually more Chinese, isn't it? Because there isn't much English in the Spy Next Door.
The Spy Next Door is actually set in the US.
But yeah, but the actors are more Chinese, so there is a lot more Chinese being spoken. Or Mandarin, if you're going to be very peculiar about.
No, because it's basically set. It's set in the US. It's actually set. It's a US family. He's next door to.
Oh, I might be confusing it because there is a similar one I'm thinking of, but this one he made when he was 55 years old. And the reason it stuck in my mind that he's 55 years old when he was doing it is because he's standing on his hands with the heels leaning against and just doing push-ups, and you're just going, no.
Do you know what? That's
away
the
now.
one where the fight happened. The fight between him and Jet Li. Was it not the one about the guy who was into all the movies and he taught himself martial arts watching movies because he worked in a film theatre? and he somehow gets dragged in to ancient China to fulfill a quest. And then that's where Jackie Chan plays the drunk master. Jet Li is in it as well. And the two, Jackie Chan and Jet Li, want to be his master, and the two of them fight each other. It's one of the first time the two of them actually appeared on screen fighting each other.
But let's face it, Jackie Chan and Jet Li is basically the Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yep.
Dude.
But never mind the Expendables.
No, that doesn't count, because it was basically anyone that has been in action here in the last 60 years come make this film.
Fun. But yes, the Jackie Chan, the tuxedo, is a superb. I quite agree with that one. That is just a classic one. And Jackie Chan, do you know the first time I met? I met him. The first time I saw him. Anybody ever remember the Jonathan Ross, the incredibly strange film show? It used to actually just show weird and wonderful music movies. And the week I watched it, he was talking about Jackie Chan, because Jackie Chan was not known outside China. A lot of his movies had been dubbed, so it was starting to come in, but it wasn't a big name. And it was Armor of God. And they were talking about it, and I started getting the videos, and I started checking any time I could. And see, after that, I became a big Jackie Chan fan, and it was literally Jonathan Ross that got me into Jackie Chan.
I can say I do remember when I became a Jackie Chan fan. I knew about him before, but when I became a fan was when I was sick as a dog at my cousin's place. So everybody else was going off on their parties and everything, but there was a massive VHS library. I had nothing to do but just be poorly. So I found Rumble in the Bronx.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And obviously, internet was not really around. So there wasn't Wikipedia or stuff like that. But I just went, I really like this guy. Let's see what there actually is in newspapers and the stuff you could get back in the day before Wikipedia. And it's like, oh yeah, he broke his foot just before he was going to do like the water skiing thing. Like, really?
The helicopter on the plate, on the train. He's slipped down sides of buildings because of the panel, and the amount of stuff he's actually. You didn't see that Armor of God? He nearly killed himself, and do you know what caused his accident? The fact that the crew wasn't Chinese. What happens is, in the Armor of God, he basically climbs up a wall, and there's a big gap, and there's a tree. So he jumps onto the tree bends, and he gets onto the other wall, and then he runs down from there. They got it, but they decided need to try it again just to see if we can get a better one. And as he was up, he jumped onto the tree, and instead of the tree bending, it snapped, and he dropped. The camera was underneath them to record this. And he says if it was a Chinese camera crew, they would have waited and then tried to push him instead of the gravel where they were standing in rocks to push him onto the grass. He says because it was a Turkish camera crew, they picked the camera up and moved it to safety in case
they were more interested in keeping
the kit. And he said he fractured his skull at the back. He's got a gap there. That's why he's
still though. I find that a poor excuse for the camera crew, because
of course
Jackie Chan is definitely worth more money than a high-end camera.
No, you're talking about these early stuff where he was just making his name. He was
fair enough, but still.
He was big in China, but other places he was just another actor.
But yeah, he's still a human being, isn't he? You know, it's
yes, exactly. To me,
like they were
more interested in the kit rather than him. And it was the fact that
financial.
He says a Chinese crew, even if they didn't know him, would have tried to push him onto somewhere safe.
Yeah.
but that by the way, the pushing aside when someone is falling is actually an old school circus trick. When they remove the net, people rarely pay attention to the people on the ground because all the action is happening up in the air. But people on the ground are there to literally jump tackle if they should fall. because it will break the momentum coming down to the ground.
Mm.
Yes, you will break a couple of ribs getting smacked to the side, but it's a lot less than you would break if you would continue straight down.
Yep.
Interesting.
Because as they say, it's not the fall that kills you; it's the sudden sharp stop at the end.
Mm.
So if your momentum actually is driven sideways,
those
you've still got that
forces.
momentum still coming down. It just you're taking that
Yeah,
a lot.
that's why the sign tackle, it stops the high speed of that. You're still going to have the speed, but instead of going straight down, it will be angling off.
And
So it will be less.
Yeah. It basically takes the momentum. It's basic physics. So
Yeah, and they figured that out about 2,500 years ago. Talking about almost 2,500 years ago. And I can talk about Jackie Chan forever. There's tons I love about him.
There's a streamer on its own, just Jackie Chan stuff.
This one, I loved it when it came out, but I will say I wasn't geeky enough to understand why I liked it. But I attended a summer course at university. I think the professor just took the job and say, I can explain films, I can tell you the storylines, what they're doing and everything. It's basically a summer job. I have tenure. I got my money. But something he pointed out about this particular film is it deviates from the usual hero arc story journey, like the cookie cutter presenting, here's your hero, here's your villain. All of that is usually within the first 2 or 3 minutes. In this one, it's 7 minutes apparently until you get told who the hero is supposed to be.
Oh, aye. Gladiator. I am Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius, but I don't think he has a name.
Marcus Aurelius, father of thingy, husband of so and so, general of thingy, and basically the whole speech explained himself because he tried to hide his face, so the emperor didn't realize who he was. And then he was told to take his mask off, and that's when he basically gave the speech. I am Marcus Aurelius, father of, son of, husband of, and
Aurelium.
They were being killed off by the emperor.
Yeah, I do like the cover. Unfortunately, it's been a little bit dinged, but it's relieved, so you can actually feel even the gladiator text has been relieved, so it's raised.
Yeah.
So
see, I like those ones who have. Apart from anything else, it's even the slight raise. It's the fact is you've got matte and gloss. It just it shines. It just stands out that wee bit extra. So it does.
It really does.
I do like that movie, even though there was bits and pieces. I thought, did they really need the tigers in that one? It would have been fantastic enough without having the tigers in, and because there's so much, so CGI. It's a wee bit. It takes off.
The tiger was. I was told that the tigers were actually real, but they were not at the same time.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The CGI aspect, because they had to fight with the tigers doing the bits and pieces, so they had to CGI it in. That's what was meaning. But the fight itself was just so iconic, and it was so integral and so well done. You're sitting there thinking, did they really need the tigers? It's the same as you look at the fight with they were meant to lose, and he gathers them all together and basically win.
The Battle of Carthage.
And basically they win, and it was a case of, oh dear, that's not how it should have gone.
Well, it comes back to the whole thing. You should never ask a question you do not know the answer to.
Yes. Or never ask a question you're not willing to be told something you don't know.
Also very true. I did pick up a British classic, and I was really surprised to find it in such a good condition.
Blackadder.
Oh, yay!
Oh, yeah, beauty.
Well
Yeah,
done. Yeah,
Blackadder,
that's brilliant.
that makes mine look as if it's falling apart, but mine's is falling apart. Mine's
But
is-
I love the inside of it.
oh, the inside's
Oh, it's lovely.
amazing.
Yeah, I
Yes.
can't remember if we have that one or not.
I've
I think
got that
we
one.
have some.
Trying to remember.
Blackadder.
Where is it?
Very nice. Yeah, that's lovely. Really nice.
See when you can't find the thing.
And it was 90p.
See,
God,
there you go.
wow.
That is exactly what you need. Nice and inexpensive, and actually worth every penny of it. It's not Blackadder stuff. That's terrible. It's right there, and I can't find it.
Baldric in eternity in the company of Beelzebub and all his hellish instruments of death will be a picnic compared to 5 minutes with me and this pencil.
Yes.
But that is such a Rowan Atkinson.
What's Alps with come here, names and Alps? I don't know. Sir. Come here. Don't. Oh.
Baldric, get the door.
Well, something that surprised me about Baldric, I keep forgetting the actor's name, but he's
Tony
doing a
Robinson.
lot of time team. Yeah,
Tony Robinson. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
he's
done
a
time team review.
brilliant, like really highly educated man. But
The reason he's got that is because he's an amateur archaeologist. It was always an interest, and that's why they asked him to present Time Team, because he could be the everyman, but he had an interest in archaeology. So
I wouldn't say interest. It goes above interest.
No, that's how
He's
it's
really geeky about it.
yes, that's what I'm saying. He had an interest in archaeology, so he was an amateur archaeologist. It was all, he had no qualifications, nothing. It was all off his own back, and they basically found out. They asked him to do it, and it just spiraled from there. That's why he could ask intelligent questions.
Yeah,
And
we
it's
used to love
because
watching
he loved the subject matter. I've
Indeed.
did the review on Time Team, so I did just at the beginning of the year. I love Time Team. I've got all 20 seasons.
So
And Time Signs. Time Signs was the precursor to Time Team.
Was it?
It was 4 episodes, and they were just basically, I think there was only Phil and Mick, and they were basically, there wasn't any GPS, nothing like that. They were just field walking. And it was basically they were about to build a dam and flood a valley, so they had to empty everything, and it gave them the opportunity to go in and see the living landscape, so they could actually see a building which had been there for 50 to 100 years and peel it back and see what had been there before, and they could see how rooms had changed over the 200-300 years and how things had been taken down and something else built, and it's always been a farm. And it was all stuff like that. Time Signs, that was good.
yeah, it is always so fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
So I have 3 things left to display, but all of them are kind of like my prize of the week. So I'm struggling deciding, should I let someone else take the time? And
Well, you think
You
about
crack on, Jim, because like I say, I've got a recommendation for the second part of the show, which was sort of talking about things we like and would recommend that not everybody might be aware of, although I'm sure both of you guys will be aware of it. But as far as buying new stuff, we haven't got anything new lately, so you crack on.
yeah,
all
definitely.
right.
You go ahead, Jim. I want to see what-
Well, if you're running away, this is going to be like a bad presentation.
I'm not running away. I says can't wait to see what you've got. I never said I was
Right.
running.
For a whole £1.50,
Yeah.
I got
The IT grade.
Oh my
Yay.
God! For
both
150, that
seasons.
is insane.
Mine's
Oh,
was cheaper.
love the
I
IT
got
crowd.
I got mine's for £1.
Oh my God! You jammy buggers! We love the IT crowd. That's brilliant.
The only thing that disappoints me a little bit is that the price tag circle, the sticky stuff would not come off, and I spent minutes just trying to peel it off, but it was not behaving. Now I have to step out of camera to bring the next one, because I do have a bigger reveal, which I think is the top thing I managed to get this week. So
Oh,
give me a
wow.
few seconds.
That sounds like a super score.
Well, I don't often get the opportunity to play board games or social games with people, but I have managed to attain this, and it arrived this morning.
Die Hard.
Oh my God, I didn't even know they had done
I
a
didn't even
game.
know they'd done that, I must admit.
Very
Wow.
cool. Oh my God, I had no idea they did a board game of that.
Neither did
That is
I.
wicked.
I found it, and I thought, for 30 quid, I'm
And
definitely
the good
buying
thing
it.
is you can guarantee somewhere on YouTube there'll be a video on how to play it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Right. My final purchase, which I think is the price of the week, it's rated R18 because of its content.
Oh.
But it is an individual I'm very certain everyone on this panel knows about. The content of the box is DVD and a book written by the individual. Now, this individual has been around with Superman. Do we have any takers as to whom that could be?
Lobo.
When?
I'm saying not when. I'm trying to think who.
Are you ready for the big reveal?
I can't think. No.
I can't think.
Go
either.
ahead.
I paid a whole astounding £2 for 4 DVDs and 1 book of this.
What is it?
Richard Pryor. Wow.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he was in Superman 3.
Yep.
Yeah, do you know what?
And
It's been so long.
that's
I
his
completely
book
forgot that.
in...
That's brilliant. What a score.
Yep, that is a score and a half. I think I've got one
Yeah.
Richard Pryor DVD somewhere in my collection.
I used to love Richard.
I love his stand-up stuff.
Oh no,
I loved him with Gene Wilder. He was a wonderful double act with Gene Wilder as well.
You see, I didn't grow up in England, so I never remember the English name. By the Swedish Scandinavian name was like "Listen up, you dumb fool."
Was that? Oh no, that was.
One is blind, one is deaf, mute,
no
whatever
evil,
it is.
see no evil.
Yeah.
Hear no evil, see no evil. So it was.
It probably was, but I'd never seen the English name of that. But
Yeah.
do believe me, I am keeping my eye out for it because I will recognize the cover.
That's brilliant. Well, you've got some fantastic stuff there.
Because I picked up Stir Crazy a couple of weeks back.
That's it. That's the name of it. Yeah.
Stir Crazy is one of my favourite of theirs. Silver Streak, I wasn't keen on that, was the third one of theirs, but Hear No Evil, See No Evil, I did like. I just liked the idea that one blind, one dumb, and deaf, and the two of them when they tell each other when they first met. I'll have that. What are you pointing at? I don't know. You take the mic.
It was such great. I mean, it was simple, but it was just of the time, you know, when it was made, and it's just so funny to go back and listen to it again.
Yeah,
Stir Crazy was funny. I still remember when that came out, going to see that.
But again, this one was rated R18.
Well, it's Richard Pryor, no surprise.
Well, it's Richard Pryor.
Well, I'm just looking. It was released in 2005, labeled as 18 and above. Do you think this could be produced today at all?
Definitely not.
Not in the slightest. Not at the
definitely
with
not.
the type of language in it. You look at Chappelle. He had a struggle just to get them to actually to keep him on air, and the only reason to get away with it is because he knew how to actually use the language to do it.
I mean, someone I love on the side of Richard Pryor, it's Eddie Murphy. I mean, you came across him as Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, I've got Beverly Hills Cop 1, 2, and 3 and Raw.
So PG friendly, even though it isn't a PG friendly film, really. But then suddenly you get introduced to his stand-up comedy. It's like, what the hell?
I remember my neighbors had one of his we had they had a vinyl of one of his comedy concerts, and I can remember we used to listen to that, and oh my God, he was so funny, and it was so relatable because a lot of the comedy was just about growing up, and all different things, that the kids used to do to each other and stuff, and ice cream, and oh my God, I can remember listening to that. I think it had to be back in the 80s.
It was that, it's Raw one, because I've got that one.
Raw, that's it, yeah.
Yeah,
Aye, 'cause I've got
Raw
that one.
is the major one for Eddie
I
Murphy.
picked that up about a month ago.
Yeah. Yeah, that was great. I can remember listening to that.
I can't find. I've got Hear No Evil, See No Evil, and I've got Stir Crazy somewhere, and I just can't find them because that's what happens when you tidy up and forget what you tidy. I'm annoyed. Bummer. Anyway, but that is somehow. That is amazing. Somehow, just very early. I was lucky. My stickers didn't stick to it.
Yeah,
that cost me £1. Same idea.
That one we need to add to our collection, definitely.
Yeah. And yours is a hell of a lot better condition than mine.
So yeah.
It's the same one. I can see the dings on it.
We have one. I definitely think we have a set. I think I saw it the other day when I was looking through.
You can even see where the sticker was stuck to it. But yeah, I'm okay with these ones because I know I'm picking them up in the charity shop. As long as they're not completely dog-eared, I'm usually okay with them. But the inside of the package is still perfect condition. So
that's why I picked up mine. Okay, there were a few dings on the outside, like a dent or like a bend in. No dog earring, but the inside is like, wow, this is actually mint condition.
Yep. It just goes to show how certain things, you just look at them and go, this looks a wee bit. Remember I told you about my Dalek, that one there? Mm-hmm. That one there. My bank.
Yeah.
The box was in some state, and I literally looked at it and I was about to walk away, and the girl says, £2. And I says, aye, okay then, because I thought even if it was a wee bit bashed and bent, it £2. I could give it to one of my nephews or something. And I opened it. It was still actually inside the box, still attached to it. So it had never been taken out of the box. So you had to take the wee screw off the bits of plastic to take it from the box.
Wow.
The box was in some state. That was still pristine. And I got it for £2.
That's brilliant.
And that was, I love cab boot sales for things like that because people were walking past it because it looked in some state.
Yeah.
But the contents was absolutely amazing. So that's yours. And your recommendation, Jim, was? Go on.
I'm holding off on the recommendation for the week.
So, okay, right. I'll do mine's. What I picked up this week. I've not been to the charity shops this week. I've been doing a bit of shopping here and there. I ordered a couple in because they were recommended. Well, I ordered one in because it was recommended to me. And because I picked that one up, I saw something else and I picked up. But it only cost me like £2. So it was eBay, £2, including postage. So I wasn't unhappy. And I sort of inherited something back that I had, which I got for my nephew. It's unimportant, but I got it for my nephew, but I'd given it to him and he never used it. So I was giving it back. But start off with the big stuff. New Magic the Gathering stuff.
Oh, wow.
It's the Dungeons and Dragons version. The bundle. I picked that up. And also, while I was in, I picked up the pre-release set. I was hoping for Tiamat. And I managed to pick up 4 of the 5 coloured dragons. So I got the red, the green, the white, and the blue dragon. Never got a black dragon. And I didn't get Tiamat, so I was unhappy. So bummer. So I'll need to keep buying. And if I want to buy Tiamat, that's about £20 on its own. And I also bought a commander deck, but that's not the new set. That's the old Strixhaven set. So I popped that as well. So that's the stuff I bought just because it was just re-released and I wanted a lot of dragons because I do like dragons and I've got a big dragon deck, so I have and I keep adding.
Cool.
So I'm terrible for that. But this was a recommendation, this one. This has got 4 DVDs on it, and it was that one there was the recommendation from Wookiee Fever. The 4 movies on this are Scream Bloody Murder, Ghoulies 4, Teen Vamp, and The Creature from Black Lake.
Oh, I heard
Not
of
Black
Ghoulies.
Lagoon, Black Lake.
No, Creature
Lake,
from
yeah.
Black Lake. And that was the one Wookiee Fever actually recommended to me
Cool.
because we were talking about stuff. And
That sounds familiar. I think I might have seen that.
I'm just actually
Have I
double
seen that?
checking.
I can't remember.
I'm just double checking.
Creature from
Right.
Black Lake. Let's have a look.
I basically, because we were talking about creatures, because I had got the creature feature thing, and he'd asked me if I had seen it, and he says that is along the similar lines. So I picked that up. 4 DVDs for £3 plus something like 60p postage. So less than £1 a DVD. So I couldn't.
Was that on eBay or?
I was on eBay.
Yeah.
So the 4 set, and while I was on, I saw that.
Oh, there we go. Good old classic.
Yes.
It's like a
Such
good old classic.
Love that film.
The thing is, I remember when I first saw that, and I must have been about 8 or 9 when I first saw that. I loved Frankenstein, so I did. I loved Wolfman. I loved Bela Lugosi, Lon Chaney Jr.,
Lon Chaney,
Boris Karloff, The Mummy.
Yeah.
I used to love them. First time I saw
I
that,
grew up with all of them. Yeah, with
Yeah.
my dad got me into all of them.
same here. So the first time I saw that, believe it or not, wasn't the movie. My uncle used to collect the figures and paint them in luminous paint.
Oh,
So anytime we
that's
stayed at my
nice.
granny's, they would all be downstairs having the party, the big family party. We would be all upstairs. Me, my cousins, all sleeping upstairs. 15 of us into one room. And my uncle used to be the, not so much chaperone, the torment artist. So he would put the lights all out, knowing fine well that he had all these monsters painted luminous paint. So we're all sitting there, and there's Frankenstein face just glowing,
Fab.
Dracula fangs just glowing, the Mummy,
The Mummy, yeah.
all completely white painted, and then you would hear a scratch at the door, and we're all sitting there going, "What?" So we would wait for the scratch at the door again, and we would pull the door open, and he would have a shirt hanging from the ledge and things like that. So he would scratch at the door, you would open it, nobody there, open it, nobody there, and then you would try and think you were sneaky, waiting for the scratch, pull the door open, and there's a white shirt hanging right in front of you,
Oh, my
luminous
God.
paint on it.
Oh, God.
So that's the very first time, is because he had the creature from the Black Lagoon, because I had seen all the movies, and I thought, where's that one? He says, oh, that's the same world as all those classic monsters. That one, the first time I saw it, I fell in love with it.
Yeah.
And it's one of the typical ones, you forget about it. And it was only because Wookiee Fever had mentioned Creature from Black Lake. I thought, Black Lagoon, I need to get it. So when I was looking, that popped up next to it for a whole £2, including postage. So
That's
I thought,
amazing.
"Yay!"
That's great.
So I was over the moon with that one. But I gave this to my nephew. I was trying to get him into Magic a couple of years ago. It's still all unopened. So I bought him the starter set, 2 decks, dice, the lot, so him and his brothers could play it, and then next time they're over here, I could give them all my Magic cards. They could go through them, build decks, and play against me and have fun. Never used it. So my sister says, I found this lying there 2 years later, still in the plastic bag that I gave him.
Oh,
So he gave it back. So
never mind. You got it back.
I'm keeping that, and I'm keeping it in the box because I've got that set, and I've got all the cards from that set separately as well. So I have got about 3 sets of these, but I've not got one. It's not open. So
Yeah, that's good.
So that was a surprise return gift for me. But the Creature from the Black Lagoon and the Creature from Black Lake are the two I'm planning to watch tomorrow, with as well as Moon. So
Cool.
That's my buys for this week: Magic the Gathering and 2 classic DVDs. Not as impressive a haul as last week, but because my friend was meant to come down, we hadn't planned to go out, and then when it had to get cancelled, I basically just says, well, I'll go up and see my sister today instead of going into town and shop. So that's what we did. And it was too warm to take the dogs into town for a walk, so we just decided to go to my sister's and then come back. So no charity shops, but I had these that I'd picked up during the week. So that is my haul of the week, as it were. Not a big one, but I was happy with it.
That is still a really good haul. I was surprised I got my haul that I did.
You got somehow. I must admit, the Blackadder and the Crowd big me, but come on, taking those two out of the equation, what else you got? Richard Pryor.
You really.
I was so surprised to see it in the store. It's like it's got the DVD and his book. Like,
that I think is the buy of the week. That one. That is definitely the buy of the week. I'm so jealous. Mind you, I'm also jealous of Disaster Area. Hi, Darren.
Hello. Hi. Good evening.
Yes, I have.
Good evening.
I was just saying, Disaster Area got the Incredible Shrinking Man in Blu-ray. Oh, he just got that. How jealous is that?
I remember that.
So do I remember it. I actually remember that, just having to use a pin as a sword. And at the end, it continued to shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink. And they just talked over, basically saying how, because at the time you always think they're going to find something. He'll end up as, he'll either stop shrinking and that'll be it. But it didn't. It was, you wouldn't even say nihilistic. It was just a case of, sorry, this is how it's going to end because there's nothing we can do now. He's going to shrink that small that he'll nuclear germs will be bigger than him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That small that he couldn't breathe because the air molecules would be too big. And you just thought, oh, what a way to go.
Yeah.
The big spider fight was my favourite, I must admit. With the needle. Oh! It basically reminded me, see when I first saw the what version of the Lord of the Rings was it? The one where Frodo is getting chased by
Two Towers, I think.
Is it Two Towers?
I think so, yeah.
I keep on going to say Shelob, but I don't know how the pronunciation is of it.
I say she.
But the big spider. And he basically, he's on the thing, and then he just punches up with a sword into it. And all that reminded me of the Incredible Shrink Man did that first in the 50s. So that's no new. That's just a copy. Yes, in the book, it was obviously newer in the book. It was basically first in the book. But because I had seen it and it was the Incredible Shrinking Man is what it reminded me of. No other thing. So anytime I see a spider movie and I see somebody stabbing up to it, I don't think Lord of the Rings. I think Incredible Shrink Man.
Yeah, yeah.
Because that was an actual spider, and that size, and look how terrifying they made it.
Yeah. Well, spiders are terrifying, even though I have great respect for them in the natural world. That any size spider is terrifying to me.
Just obviously they're in the natural world, not in my unnatural environment. My wife's the same. There's a spider in the bath. Catch it out the window.
Yeah, Darren always takes.
That's my job.
Right.
Yeah.
I've always got a wee box with a piece. I've always got a wee box with a piece of a card, so I can just go clunk, slide, and out. That's what I do all the time. So I do. And if I put that box over it and it walks, then I'll tell her I ain't touching that.
Yeah.
If it's big enough to move that box, it can do what it wants in this
Yeah,
house.
I'm sleeping in the car if they move the box.
Yeah.
We're moving house. We're moving house.
Yeah, when we have a spider, I deal with it, and the thing I don't like are wasps. So when sorts them out. So we got that covered.
My wife hates
A good
wasps.
trade-off.
My wife hates wasps. She had the fear of them since she was a kid, and you should have seen her wedding video. There was a wasp, and she's going. Trying not to actually show it, but because we're standing there getting married, her father's was the minister marrying us, and he's going like that with the paper trying to fly it away, and she's not very nonchalant, maybe you can see her eyes go.
She must be terrified.
And she was trying not to actually, because normally she'd have went and ran, but because we were standing getting married,
That would have been funny for the place.
It's on the video. It's funny.
They would have thought she was running away from you.
Most of my family actually wondered why she didn't. So when I introduced her to my father and his cousin, two of them have been close since they were kids, turns around and says, my dad says, what's wrong with her? His cousin says, you're punching above your weight. And thank you very much, my family. You meant to say how lucky she is to... No. There had to be something wrong with her. She's going out with me, or she's obviously slumming it. Thank you. I'm glad I brought her to my family. It's terrible when your family actually know you better. But I will not go in a huff about it because I'm lucky I got the best wife in the world. Let's have all this.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah. Without her, I would still be in a wee pokey room and it would be all over the place and it would be scattered here and a bit there and a bit there. Mine's is organised now. So as long as I dust it, I'm okay. But she's not coming in to dust it. No chance. Right. So that was my haul. We've had Jim's haul. You two have not got a haul?
I don't think we've got anything recently.
Well, I've got something I can talk about.
Is this something
Not
like
a
a new
haul, but
purchase?
it's something from the collection. Is that okay?
Yeah, we're going to do something from the collection next anyway. So we could start with something from the collection.
Right.
We'll start with, you can go ahead, Darren.
Okay, right. I'll just activate the camera a minute just to show this. There we go. I don't know if you can see that.
The Nightmare Man.
Yes.
I don't know if I've seen that. I recognise the name, but
I don't think I've seen it either.
I recognise the name.
Well, this was a BBC sci-fi horror serial from 1981, based on a novel called, and I've got to be careful how I pronounce this, The Child of Vodyanoi by David Wiltshire.
Definitely.
And I remember it I was 12 years old when this was first on back in 1981, and I remember it very well. I found it really terrifying then. And you look at it now, and it's quite sort of atmospheric and chilling. And it's very much, well, considering some of the names involved in it, it's very much sort of a Doctor Who, some sort of an adult Doctor Who story, you could call it, because the book was adapted in script form by Robert Holmes, former Doctor Who script editor, and you had Douglas Camfield directing.
Mm-hmm.
And the story, there's these strange killings on this Scottish, remote Scottish island. This strange creature, there's something horrible about, and it goes from there and it builds up. The main characters follow the mystery, and the images of this creature get caught on film, and it's there's some really great point of view shots of the creature and the way it looks and the sound it makes, and
Cool.
it's quite a good one. I definitely recommend this if you can track it down.
Well, I'll dig it out.
Right.
My wee teeny, it looks a lot bigger when you do that, but in effect, it's a wee teeny notepad, and I dug it out just so I can do things like I'll take a note of that.
Yeah.
I will say, because you showed that, there is a charity shop less than 20 seconds from my door. And they have a massive drawer. And I tried to inspect it as much as I could. But the drawers themselves are decorated with comic book pages from Spider-Man.
Oh, wicked.
But I was trying to look at it closer enough, but I didn't have enough time. But it doesn't look like it was just pages taken out and just glued on top of it. It actually looks like it was painted on.
Wow.
But 80 quid for a 3-drawer thingy that doesn't match.
I've seen things like that. They're actually one of the places on Earth that was doing that, and it was shelves. And somebody had done it, but what they'd done is screen printed the shelves in the wood.
Yeah, that could be what they've done here. So,
but it looks amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it did. It really caught my eye. I was like, should I?
Well, I was
£80?
thinking, where could I put it? And would my wife let me spend that type of money?
Well, I cannot answer the first question, but the second question is, I have no wife, I have no girlfriend, so I'm extremely free to do what I want when it comes to that part. Do I really have a place for it in my flat?
That's the big thing. Right behind you, so it's actually in camera, so people can appreciate it.
Yeah, it would never be in that level. It's too low, no matter where I would place the camera.
Well, get a table and put it on the table.
Yeah, there you go.
You basically build it up so it
it could be an idea, but
who says I think about these things consciously? I've done that in the past. I had a small table. I've done that in the past. I had a small table and I thought it looked really good. So what I did was I put it in a stand so it could stand up higher because it had a glass top. And what I did was I took old pages from 2000 AD comics. Basically, I used to go on eBay, buy collections, and some of them were in some state. So I would take the pages out of the ones that were falling apart and put them on top of the desk and put the big glass sheet on top of it. So underneath my glass sheet was all the 2000 AD comics. All right.
Excellent idea.
I used to build. It was too low, but it was almost like a coffee table, and I wanted it as a computer desk, so I basically put it in stands. So that's what I'm saying. I do things like that.
I will say this: you are not alone in those kind of considerations.
Yeah. I don't care how small it looks. I'll make it work.
I'll make it work. Mm-hmm. Or my favorite Scandinavian saying, it'll sort itself out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I've been told it's a phrase ladies hate when you start dating them.
Yeah, I didn't realise my mother was Scandinavian. She used to say that all the time. My dad would come on and say, so-and-so's dad doing this. Don't worry, it'll sort itself out. You realise the two of them around down there fighting? Okay, it's okay, they'll sort themselves out. And then when they come up here and start moaning, I'll sort them out as well.
Yep.
Mothers for you. Yep. But
it's so accurate on that one. They'll sort itself out is... Definitely. It's not exactly someone else will fix it, but it's too close to call.
Yeah.
So, but it's still, I do have I think the French word for it is laissez-faire.
Laissez-faire.
Yeah. And I do have that approach. If I'm going, obviously hasn't happened for 2 years now because obvious reason from an unknown origin, potentially in the lab of unknown origin. But if I go away on a holiday, I do pack what I think I need, but I'm never panicking if there never was enough. You can always buy it on site.
Yeah,
I quite agree with that.
Usually.
I do. Yeah, I am basically. My mum used to say, "I'm so laid back, I'm horizontal at times."
Yeah, my mum, bless her heart, she said something similar, but it is the horizon has things to learn from you.
Oh, that's
I like
interesting.
that one. I like that one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my mum was a very cheeky bastard. Apologies for the language, but let's just say she passed away in 2011, I think it was.
Oh.
Her humor, her wit, her charms, it would not function today whatsoever. Not at all.
Yeah, I understand that completely. My mum was about 2007, and no, half the things she would say, no. She would tell you as it was. and
Half
she
the
would tell you-
things.
Oh, the other thing she wouldn't care. She would still say it, but half the things that she couldn't say, she would say, and she just basically, my sisters would be constantly shouting at her. Even then, but my mother has basically took it as it was. And if you didn't like it, it's not her problem; it's yours. So you don't like people's ideas, then your issue, not mine. That whole attitude. But it's same again. Somebody came back and was cheeky back to her. She would go, fine, no problem. You want to come for a coffee?
Very, very much my mum's attitude as well.
Yeah.
And this is the bizarre thing between my mum and dad, but I do realize they grew up in a different era to me. I grew up just outside of the IT boom. So when I was like a young teenager, there wasn't internet. There were BBS servers, and if you really had money, you had the know-how, you could connect to university library and stuff like that. But my mom and dad, between the two of them, I kid you not, the two of them knew everybody in a city of 180,000 people. Everybody.
Wow.
My first name by sight. And to this date, I don't understand how.
It's the same idea. It's a community thing. It basically, I think it was a case of people got to know their neighbours. Nowadays, neighbours had, hold on, I better shut that door because the light's flashing in and off.
Yeah. It looks like you got the Alexa flashlight thingy.
Yes, I was just worried in case, because when it first did that, I thought, oh, my computer's not got, the light's not going again, full electricity. It's not going click, bang. But no, I think it was a case of the community thing, because you looked after your neighbours, you looked out for your neighbours. Nowadays, what was it somebody was saying? I was talking to my sister, and they were talking about, she was on a bus, and she teaches her grandkids as well. Somebody comes on, somebody that's infirm or elderly or a woman or whatever, get up and give them a seat.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas she says she's been on the bus and there's a load of boys and girls all sitting, glued to their phone, and there's 3 or 4 old women holding on for dear life because the bus is bouncing all over the place.
Yeah.
They're infirm and they're holding on, but there's all these kids just sitting there not caring. And that's what she says. But there's also the aspect is she was sitting there just as the kid, one of our grandsons was about to stand up. The woman says, I'll have that seat. And my sister says, no, you won't. He paid the seat. He paid for his seat. He'll stay where he is. And the wee woman behind her says, he was about to give you a seat until you opened your mouth. You deserve nothing. And it's that attitude. It's at one point you used to look after your neighbours. You were helpful. You were
Yeah.
Now,
this is sort of a story from when I was still bullied in school. We had what was usually referred to as the school bus, which was the normal bus going every half an hour, going around and everything.
Yeah.
But also, it was meant to ship as many students as possible, but it also still needed to serve the community. And this old lady, and we're talking me at 14, 15 years old. I'm just looking at her and going, a stiff breeze and she's going to dissolve. So I step out of my seat to offer her the seat, and the entire bus just start laughing. obviously because they know I'm a bully target. But
Yeah,
for me, it was
sadly.
always the right decision. It's like, you
Yeah.
need a seat a lot more than I do.
Yeah, I'm the exact same.
Being
Even at
raised
my
that
age, even at my age, I've done it. I've had an argument on a bus because there was a man and a woman got on. The woman was a larger woman, right? So there was an Asian couple, right? And I stood up and said to her, "Why didn't you sit down?" And her husband sat down. You
Oh my
had
God.
the fucking seat. He says, "How? You didn't need it." No, it's nothing to do with it. I was giving your wife the seat. I assumed it was his wife. Your wife the seat because you give a lady a seat.
Okay.
No, a guy. So I told him to get to fuck, and he actually, no. I said, so I just picked him up and pushed him. And I said to him, would you like to sit down? She looked at her and says, no, it's okay. So I sat back down. You're getting in my seat. I'm not getting up to give a guy the same age as me a seat who's
No.
just as healthy when his wife is standing there. No, I'll give
Oh,
his wife
yeah.
a seat. I'm not giving him a seat. Don't care what. It's just the courtesy is you give.
Yeah.
Somebody, if he had a limp or whatever, yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm older. I'm still quite fit-ish, considering I'm falling apart. But you know what I mean? But I'm quite happy to do that stand. I'm quite happy to stand for a half an hour on a bus journey if somebody else needs a seat. I don't have issues.
Yeah.
But I dislike the fact is you get up to give somebody a seat and somebody else sits down and thinks, no, I'm sitting here now.
Yeah, I'm getting very old in that sense. So
You didn't like it.
if I'm stepping out of my seat with the intent to give it to an elderly person or someone less able to move around, it could be a 20-year-old that unfortunately has had some challenges.
If a guy gets on and he's got a limp and he's got crutches, I'm going to get up and give him my seat.
Absolutely.
But
I've sat in somebody's
I'm surprised I have not gone to jail, probably because I managed to curb my enthusiasm about what I would do. But since I moved to UK, especially around the London area, you step out to give your seat in the underground to an elderly or someone with a better need for a seat. So give that entire broad scope. It doesn't have to be an elderly person, someone that would benefit from a seat. You step out and there is like a 16-year-old just jumping in, glued to their phone. And I'm just going, if I had Tony Stark's superpowers, there would be a pile of ashes right there.
Yeah.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I know that.
I sat in a guy's knee because he did that. He must have been about 20, and I stood up to give. It was an old guy a seat, and the guy sat down, and I told him to bug off, and he says, "Now what are you going to do about it?" So I sat back down.
Yeah. Did he get up then?
Oh, eventually, did I?
That usually surprises these people.
I says, "I'm sitting back down in my seat." But you got up. I says, "Aye, for him, so it's either my seat or his seat." But it was you weren't sitting here when I sat down. So you basically saw me stand up to give my seat, and you slipped in, and you think I'm going to stand here. So I back down, and he eventually got up because he was getting laughed at.
Yeah, the sense of entitlement is just breathtaking.
And that's what it is. It's the participation cup generation. Everybody's entitled. And I know fine well, even I've fallen into that trap. Man, my kids are sometimes feel a bit entitled because I've always wanted to give them things that I never had. But it wasn't that ever happened
can I throw out a question here? And I know we are from literally all over the planet, but entitlement versus this is how you behave as a nice human being. Mm-hmm. Which one is it?
Manners. Yeah.
Manners. As the Kingsman says, manners.
Manners matter.
Manners
make
it, man.
Consideration for others, respect.
Yeah. Well, that is it. Basically, you might not respect someone, but just because you don't respect them, you can still have good manners towards them. If they choose not to have good manners back, their problem. Or you might respect someone, but they're just a grumpy old bugger. I'm not thinking of anybody in particular.
Well, with my parents, grumpy was literally like the default flatline. But I get what you say there. And for me, I do still I can't say it's enjoyment anymore, but I do kind of take an odd itch of listening to people trying to talk politics. And people I know are talking utter rubbish. Left, right, center, up, down, center squared, wherever it is. It's still, that's what you believe. I am okay that you believe that. I don't believe you believe that, or this is not where I think it should be, but it's okay for you to believe that.
Yeah, I quite agree, because I got very strong political beliefs. My political beliefs have changed gradually over time. Sometimes it's quite sharp, but the way I look at it is, I'll not discuss politics, because guess what? My politics are mine, they're not yours. And I don't care what you're going to try and tell me to justify how I should change my politics. Same as I don't think you should care what I'm going to say to justify how you should change it. Because when it comes down to it, everybody's got their own political opinion.
It's a personal choice, really.
Exactly.
You know,
You
I stay away from it myself.
your circumstances or your understanding of things. I understand that some people get things wrong. No issues with that. But it's because they're understanding. So if you don't look into things, you're going to pick up what the media tells you. You're just going to. But if you look into things, then
sorry to jump in there. You have a very valid point. But if your political opinion is what media tells you, you don't have an opinion.
Oh no,
exactly.
But
you need to be able to.
They're justifying their opinion. So even if it's somebody's giving them that opinion, and then it becomes their opinion as soon as they start spouting it. They've got no opinion of their own, but it's still their political opinion now. So as soon as somebody tells them what they should believe, and they do believe it, then that's why you get people sprouting junk, because they have been given something to say. But as soon as they accept it, they believe it, and it's their opinion now. Right or wrong, it's still their opinion.
Well, a lot of times for them, it's like they don't have to think. Then they can just say, "Oh, well, he said this, so okay, I like him, so I'm gonna go with his views," instead of looking deeper into things and trying to understand the bigger picture.
Well, what you just said,
politics nowadays is the cat from. Oh, what was the episode? It was the one about the psychos with Hitler.
Oh God, yeah.
Take a. But remember, so basically, the cat, there was a psychopath. You're a psychopath. Come over to me. Aye, okay, no problem. Come on, cat. You're one of the boys.
Oh,
Aye,
yeah.
okay, no problem.
It's not Rimmer being the psychopath, is it? Because I don't recall that.
It was the cat is a psychopath. Basically, they go to a place where they were doing research, and they've got Joseph Stalin, Vlad the Impaler, Machinima, and Adolf Hitler, and they're cured. And it's all about how they basically fixed the genes that made psychopaths. But it was the doctor who was a psychopath. The rest of them were all robots. And they did a test, and everybody there in the towns, there was 2 psychopaths. One of them was the cat, because the cat's very, very self-centered. So it's all about him, narcissistic and everything. Even annoyed with the report because it didn't say how good looking he was. You know what I mean? So, but the guy who was a psychopath was trying to get the cat to join him because he wanted to get out and he couldn't start Starbug. So he's saying, "Well, come over to mine because we're both psychopaths." He goes, "No problem. That sounds great." And then Lister turns around and says, "Come on, cat, you're one of the boys for a dwarf." And he goes, "Oh, aye, so it is. I'll come over." And he went backwards and forwards. They kept trying to convince him. And it was a case of, "Come over to us and you'll get a special treat." "Oh, I really like special treats. I'm on their side now." "No, come over here." And that type of thing. So it was the cat just changing his mind based on what people were telling him. And that's what it reminds me of a lot of political, but when it comes down to it, that's why I don't really talk a lot of politics, because I don't care what other people's politics are, because when it comes down to it, their political opinion's not going to change mine. I'm the only person that can change my opinion.
I will say to that
point, a good
point,
argument why things might be wrong, but that doesn't mean if I think something is wrong with the government or whatever, means
That
that
you
my
should go.
politics
No.
would change. Because we can all agree that doesn't matter what, politics corrupts. Because no matter how good your intentions are, you start at the bottom. No matter how good your intentions are, eventually it picks away at you until you get to the top, and you're quite there. You're just there for the money. If somebody's going to pay you to give an opinion, no problem. That's what I'm into politics for: power and money for me. Whereas
It literally boils down to that, and I've seen it in 3 different countries because I've been around, and it comes down to someone campaigning and saying, "I'm gonna do this. I am gonna absolutely do this. This is my whole policy, the whole thing." But when they do get to the seat of power, even if there is not prime minister, there is like the small chamber of the smallest chamber, they realize they're going to have to trade with someone with different opinions, different ideas, different concept of how to put something in place. So if you want to put through something, say like free meals for school kids under 7, which apparently is a thing here in UK. Well, I didn't know that until about 15 years ago when I moved here, and it's like, wait, you don't give a basic fruit or something to kids? They have to pay for it? That was a novel concept to me. But the people trying to say, let's give the younger kids a free meal at school. It will help them focus and get better grades and all that. But apparently, and I may have gotten it wrong, and there will probably be Labour Party members suing me for saying it, but I believe it's the Labour Party that just went, no, we're not going to do it this way. They wanted something else to bake in with that bundle, saying, okay, these kids are going to get it for free, but we're going to hire coal-producing electric plants in Poland. Something to that extreme stupid level. So you get free meals for kids, and we're going to pollute the planet on another country.
Yeah. Well, that's the same again. That's why I laugh when people turn around and say things. Doesn't matter who's in power, right? So we'll talk about the current one. They'll say, aye, the Conservatives, you realise they're doing this? And you're thinking, well, see the last time Labour were in, they were doing it. See the last time so-and-so was in, they were doing it. See the last time so-and-so were in, they were doing it. They're all the same. It's basically the same as you look at the election promises. We're going to do this, we're going to do that. As soon as they don't get in, then if they're opposition, the current government are going to do it. Their object is, well, I'm the opposition, so I can't agree with him, even though I said I wanted it in the first place for my election promises. So they basically, because I'm opposition, I have to oppose that. Because
I will give you this for comedy. And I know there will be no one watching this ever turning into the Prime Minister questions at, was it 1 o'clock every Wednesday? Most Wednesday, they do take holidays and everything. But something I've noticed since the new guy from the opposition went in, 2 weeks before the Prime Minister, okay, we're going to do this. That is what the opposition guy said. You need to do this. 2 weeks later, the Prime Minister is doing exactly that, even though at that particular exchange is going, nope, you're a nonce, you're an idiot, go away. And then 2 weeks later, this is implemented. It's been like that for the last, 16 months without fail. 2 weeks. The opposition says, do this. This is what we think is good. 2 weeks later, it's done.
It's crazy. That's why I laugh when people say, you can't. Why do you vote for, pick a party, say Tory, right? Because they were in. Why would you vote for Tory? Because they do this, and you're sitting there thinking, well, you could see that the last time you could see that the last time when Labour was in, because they did that as well. There's no such thing as a good politician. It might be a case of their goals line up with your goals, but that's the way it goes. That's politics. That's why I think politics, it's the same as politics and religion. They say you shouldn't discuss, because Some people have got very strong opinions on politics. Some people don't. Some people have very strong opinions on religion. Some people don't. And that's
The thing on that whole, it's I don't believe in God, but I'm still open to the opportunity of being persuaded there may be one. I just think the human explanation of what a God is, for me, logically, it just breaks in my mind. You cannot have it. But that does not exclude the existence, but it also applies to politics. It's
you can be a political agnostic.
Yes, you can. And I think, unfortunately, the social media climate is, if you don't accept my extreme, like this, whatever angle, right, left, middle, center, top, right, up, down, whatever it is, what the default insult is, you're a Nazi. And it's like, really? Have you read history?
Yeah, that's the point. They haven't. History. Those who fail to understand history are bound to repeat it. And guess what? See, the ones that are actually turning around and telling everybody, "Oh, by the way, you're an istinophobe." They're usually the istinophobes because they are basing it on someone's race and sexuality.
Yeah.
Sorry. So if you're basing what you think, I think, based on the color of my skin, then that's racist because you're assuming. That's as bad as any other. But that's the way. That's why I'm saying it's like me. I'm an atheist, but I believe in faith. I might not have a faith in God, but I've got faith in other things. I've got faith in people's good nature.
May I throw something to you, which I'm not sure you may have considered?
Remember, I'm no good at catching.
No, well, I'll throw at your left hand then. There is power in faith. Whether or not it's justly founded, there is power in someone believing something, regardless if it's true. There is power.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. It's basically, I'm okay with faith. I believe everybody should have their own faith. Doesn't matter what it is. It's when they use it as a stone to beat someone with. It's the same as politics, religion, politics, anything like that. Anything that's why I try and usually avoid it, because when it comes down to it, minds are minds, and I don't have issues. Like my father-in-law is a minister. We got on really, really well. It's nothing, and he knows. I know his beliefs, but believe it or not, just because we're on the opposite sides doesn't mean that we've not got hundreds of other topics. Because he's a geek like me.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's the thing. It's just a case of one is he's been at a Comic-Con with me dressed in that as classic Star Trek. Made the outfit himself, blue jumper with the pins around it, and I got him the badge, and they got him the tricorder and the phaser.
I wanted a tricorder so bad.
I got my tricorder. It was a 3/4 size, so it wasn't. It wasn't
a full size.
Tricorder, phaser, and communicator. So he has. I bought them for his cosplay.
Cool.
So yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's why I try and avoid those subjects. But it's when people actually try and justify how you are based on something, your political beliefs, then you think every political party is the same. They just disagree at certain points. But if they're in power and they want something done, then their opposition, even if they agree with them, are going to say no, because we're in opposition. They think because they're in opposition, they have to oppose everything. That's not what opposition is. Opposition is to make sure you get the best. So you argue points, you agree points if it's good, but if you argue points if it's bad, and you justify your arguments, not just say because you said it.
Yeah, it's one of the things that sort of just, turns me off the whole thing. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. I got involved with politics on a local level when I was younger, and I soon got disillusioned very fast. I was a lot younger then, all my idealism and let's make everything better. And you just found that people who you assumed were all on the same side were all they were all arguing and trying to outdo each other, and they obviously didn't care about everything they claimed to. It was all about just jockeying their own position.
Comes down to egos. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Sometimes politics will line up. And if people are actually so focused on the political party, they don't care about what the politicians are saying and how, if something is right for them or not, and they're just agreeing based on the fact is, well, historically, I've always voted for them, so I'm going to keep voting for them. Then they don't need to say anything. They just need to stand up and say, vote. And you can sit back down, because people will say, I'll never change. Then why do you actually watch the TV? Why do you look at political debates? Because it means nothing. You're not going to change your mind. It doesn't matter if they say, oh, by the way, and we're going to come in and take all your children, we're going to actually turn them into Soylent Green, and we're going to feed you to them. You basically,
it's an extreme, but I do agree with you, because I had.
Saying, I'll vote for them no matter what. Then it doesn't matter what they say. So why do people who say, I'll not change my vote, I've voted this party all my life and I'm going to continue voting this party, why do they turn the TV on to actually watch political debate? Because it means nothing. It doesn't matter if the guy turns up and says, oh, by the way, I've diddled 15 kids, and they go, aye, but he's still running for my party, so I'll still vote for him.
Yeah.
Really?
I had a falling out with my parents on that, because they were classic voters. The same party. It didn't matter that the party politics changed. The ideas, the concepts, the whole thing. It was the party that meant more than what they actually said, this is what we're going to do. And in the end, it turned out that they voted for the detriment of their own well-being, as in proper damaging the safety, their income, the whole thing. And they just said, no, this is the party to vote for. It was like, have you seen what they want to introduce? And they just went, we don't care.
See, my dad was similar to an extent, because he had very strong political beliefs. But his attitude was, this is the party I always vote for. Well, I don't agree with them this year, so I'm no voting this year. So basically, if he didn't agree with their stance on something, they just didn't get his vote that year.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't vote for the other parties.
It's just a thing I think should be introduced globally for any democratic nation, is if there is a sufficient amount of people not wanting to vote, every single one running for an office or a ballot or whatever it's called should be disqualified. They should not be allowed to run.
Yep.
Full stop.
See, I could understand my dad's one, because it was a case of, well, I don't agree with the other party's politics at all in anything they've ever come up with, so I can't see me voting for them. However, on this one time, I don't agree with the party I normally vote for, so I'm not giving them a vote. So there's one vote less. The other ones aren't getting the vote, so it's not as if they're losing by 2 votes. You're getting one and you're losing one. They're just getting 1 vote less. And that was his. And I understood that, and I thought that was a good way of doing it. So it's the same as anybody. If they say, I'll never vote for that party, say, right, fine. But see, the times your party do things you don't agree with, don't vote for them. That means you're not giving the vote to the other party you hate. Just don't give it to your party. Then people will realise that, well, it's the same as I keep on saying, Scotland deserves everything that's coming to them. I didn't vote for it, but if people keep voting these people in,
you kind of touched on an important point there. It's I hate the opposition, therefore I will vote for something, even though I don't disagree or agree with what they're doing. And I think that's far more damaging, really. But I find myself looking at the the present day, current year discussion. If you're not my party, you're an ist, you're a phobe, you're blah, blah. And they blame the left for being that, but the right is doing the exact same thing.
The
if you're not with us...
the far right are basically at the back
Yeah, the shoehorn politics, or whatever it's called. But it's, hang on, I will vote for someone if they can persuade me that it's worth my time to go out of my flat, don the mask, the whole thing, wash my hands, alcohol rub, the whole complete thing, that it's worthwhile to go, I will drop one ballot for you because you persuaded me these are good things and I would agree with them. I could care less if you're left or right. If you're saying this should work, this is what works for your life, because everybody has a different life.
Mm-hmm. I've voted Labour, I've voted SNP, I've voted Conservative, I've voted Liberal Democrats throughout my whole life. So I've voted across the board based on the fact is at the time I base it on what is being promised.
Yeah.
If
I'm exactly the same.
Then that's all I care about.
I'm exactly the same. I have no allegiance to
certain
the
people I
party.
don't trust, but it doesn't mean just because I don't trust them, I wouldn't vote on for someone else just because. If I didn't vote, I didn't trust someone, but I believed in their politics, and I didn't believe in their opposition's politics, I maybe vote for an independent, or I might decide I'm not voting this year, so nobody's getting my vote. And that's the thing. It's all to do with people who just say, oh, well, did you watch the debate? No, I vote for the same one. If somebody says, I never changed my vote, so I don't watch debates, I don't look at politics, I don't listen to any of it, then at least they're honest. They're just saying, I vote for that, end of story. So it doesn't matter what they say. So I don't listen to what they say because they're always getting my vote. It's the ones that say, I was watching it and they said this and they said that and they said this. Say, I bet if they said this, would you vote for the other one? No, never. And you're saying, well, what are you watching all that politics for? Because you're saying no matter what, you're going to vote for that party. So it doesn't matter what that other party says. It doesn't matter what your party says. It doesn't matter if your party just stands up and goes, right, and then sits back down. You'll vote for them. And that's the ones. So the ones that turn around and say, I'm voting for them. Did you watch politics? No, I don't care. This is the one I vote for. End of story. At least they're honest that they just vote for the sake of that's what they've historically done. They don't care about anything else. So, but that's just basically politics. But as I said, I keep on saying Scotland's going to deserves what it gets, because if people keep voting in, this goes across the globe. England's going to get what they deserve. America's going to get what they deserve. Because if you vote in the politicians that are screwing your country, then if the majority of people vote them in because of why, it doesn't matter. If they vote them in because, and if that's the only argument they give, because of this one policy or because of that one. What about the other 99 policies? Oh, they don't matter. It's only this one that matters. Then, sorry, you deserve everything that's coming around behind that vote. Because if you vote for something based on one part of the policy, the other 99 don't matter, then, sorry, those other 99 can bite you in the arse and you deserve it.
Yeah, this is the horrible part about politics. I wish more people would be my level, maybe your level as well, PJ. But you vote left, right, Labour, SNP, Conservative, Independent. I could care less, because for me, the whole democratic process is about, this is my life. This is what I need. I'm getting older. I'm starting to get worried about how am I going to get taken care of? What's the pension? Those things. But if I'm 20 years old, it's like, screw pension. I don't need that.
That's what they say in America, especially. I suppose over here it's a similar idea. They say a lot of people vote Democrat until they start earning and getting older. Then they start voting Republican. Same over here. People vote Labour until they start earning and saving and going to retire. Then they vote Conservative, because they cater to different demographics. I can understand different demographics, because if people are actually just trying to get in, and yes, Big Timor, that's what we need: street judges. Need people out there smashing heads just for
I
justice,
am the
not for any
law.
other reason.
We
You
need
need
to
judges
go.
out there smashing heads
Yeah.
for justice, not for any political reason because the politicians tell them to. If I get built over the head by a
I will
judge-
reveal when it comes to the political leaning. Every time I take a test, it says I'm very definitely conservative. I have to this date not ever voted for a conservative candidate. Just because I actually listen to what they say they want to deliver, not what they can, but what they want to, which is literally what the whole voting process is about. I would like freedom for everybody.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't trade that because someone needs to buy cheap cows out of China. Sorry to Duncan China if there is any Chinese viewer, but I just gave it as an example. It becomes a horse trading agreement once you get enough votes, so you are in the position to try and make things happen.
Yeah, the system itself is a bit undermines the goal, the ultimate goal.
I can honestly say there's only one party I've never voted for, and that's the Green Party.
I was thinking UKIP here, but I recognise UKIP.
Well, UKIP is not really a big thing up in Scotland. The UKIP party, I don't think there's been any seats up in Scotland around about my area. So they, to me, are an English party. It's the same as like I wouldn't expect somebody in England to say, oh, well, I never voted for SNP because they don't really stand down there. So, but I'm talking about the big parties in your area. So, like there's Labour, Conservative, Liberal Democrats, SNP up here, but you wouldn't have SNP down there. You might have the UKIP down there.
Yeah, it's quite true. But I will say this: what's his name? Blackford something.
Oh, that wee Scottish guy.
Yeah. Well, he's always going up against, and currently it's Johnson, but I've seen him.
Coco the clown, Dumble the clown.
But the thing is, he's just running off a script, and it's so easy to defend when you already know what the opposition is supposed to ask. And I'm just going, why are you even here? I understand you may have a lot of people liking you in your area, but could you please ask a unique question?
That's why I don't watch the political debates unless it's coming up to political voting. That's the only time. See, the 3 years in between, I don't really care. We're already screwed, so I don't want to see how much more screwed they're putting us in because we can't do anything about it until the next election. Yeah, and that's the way I look at it is once the election's over, until the next election, I don't see the point because I don't want to see how much we're getting screwed. So there's nothing we can do about it. They're in, they'll do what they want no matter what we say.
I don't know about the other two of you, but here in UK, they have the parliament, so you have your front benches and you have your back benches. And because I do pay attention to it a little bit, the backbenchers seems to be driving the actual genuine questions. We need this in this region. The water treatment is absolutely horrible. Can you please assign us some more money so we can actually give our people proper water?
Yeah,
but the front are just going, oh, you were in Daily Mail, which is a gossip rag here in UK. For those that do not know. But that's what the front benches, the one that are supposed to like, okay, I'm a hard hitter, you should listen to me. It's like, oh, you ended up in a gossip rag last week. They don't care about the people that voted for them.
And that's the thing, because they only care about their current stance. So hence the reason why we want him to be Prime Minister, so he needs to sit in a safe seat. So we don't want to take the chances he doesn't get in. So he has to sit in a safe seat. So, oh, by the way, see you, you have to go and sit somewhere else because, but this is my area. Doesn't matter. We want him in, and this is a safe seat. So you're out. And that's what it is. It's basically the power. And the people in the back benches are the ones that are getting voted in. The ones at the front benches are, as you said, the heavy hitters, the ones that they want in those places. So they make sure they get, they still go through the same process as everybody else, but they get put in a place where they know they're going to get in. You look at, was it the Liberal Democrats? The leader of her party, she didn't get voted in. She got knocked out. So
Yep.
party, she got knocked out. And you're sitting there thinking, oh God, I would have loved to see that happen to every leader of every party. Everybody turns around and goes, nope, we don't want you lot in and out. And we vote for all the independents on those seats. I would have loved to have seen that right across the board. You imagine Boris Johnson, Nicola Sturgeon, Keir Starmer, whatever, just they go up and no matter what seat they're in, an independent wins, isn't it?
Yeah.
That would just be, oh yes, that would be funny.
But that's what I don't really understand. It's supposed to be like democracy. So say if I voted Conservative, which I to date have not. Well, I say Conservative. I never voted, what is it, blue? It's been red or green because they have had the better arguments, even though I don't agree with all of it. But blue has never had the more convincing one. But even if I threw my vote at blue and saying that's the person I would like, I do never get the guarantee that that is the person that will actually be put in place to actually do something. It's just, oh, you gave your vote to this. We're going to internally choose who it's going to be.
All the parties do that, unfortunately. You look at that, it's across the board. You look at the Labour as well. The unions have a larger proportion of who gets to be the Prime Minister than anybody else. So it's all party voters. So like the Conservative, it's all party voters that vote for the Conservative leader. The Labour, it's all party voters. But you've also got the unions. I suppose in the Conservative, you'll have other businesses that have got a wee bit of sway here and there. Same as Green, you'll have all the environmental ones that will have this sway there. So it's always the in crowd that make the decision on who's going to be the leader. And when you vote for any other person, they take all those numbers and say, right, so 15 people got voted in, so that means we're winning by 1 point because you only got 14 people voted in, and it's gradually that way. So it's always a case. So they already know who they want to be Prime Minister, and they just need to hope everybody else gets a seat so they can have one more than everybody else at the end from the total.
Yeah. I mean, I can understand it from my geeky perspective. So if you consider yourself constructing a Magic the Gathering deck.
Yes.
Boris Johnson has been the flawless hitter here in UK against both Corbyn and Starmer. They have nothing to actually damage him with. Even though there is plenty there, they just don't have the correct number in the red box and the number in the blue box saying this is my attack, this is my defense. Because he's literally just going, nope, dodge, dip, dive, dodge, and dodge.
Where is it?
Indeed.
Because it feels like they're just reading off the same script. And I'm just like...
What's that?
Deck Guard.
That's
Ultimate Guard. Yes, it's a Magic Gathering box.
That's my dinosaur deck, Zamaka.
Ah.
Cool.
I would like to get them voted in. Let's see how many people can survive Parliament in that day.
Yeah.
Something I got an extreme credit for, even though I never ever won with the deck in Magic the Gathering, was my Kavu. Kavu.
Caviar.
Because that was after 8th season. they brought in a lot of Kau, and if they were in combination with other creatures in play, they became extremely powerful. So it literally was a race of time.
Yeah.
But most people, unfortunately, at that stage in the battle, they always knew, kill your opponent as quickly as possible, because if you give them half a heartbeat, they're just going to overrun you. However, my favorite was a tokenized squirrel deck. And within the first 4 rounds, I could have 40 squirrels out that could kill the opponent by twice as much as their life points was.
Yeah, my friend's got the squirrel deck. She's also got a rat deck.
That's fascinating. I don't know much about Magic the Gathering.
Well, Magic the Gathering, it's basically, see if you've got a deck based around a creature or type, that's called a tribal deck. And most of mine, I love tribal decks. And there's my favourite one.
It's still blurry.
Dragon?
Krenko Mod Boss. He's a goblin. That's a token deck. I could start off, so by turn 4, I can get him out. 3 if you've got a soul ring, but I could have him out, right? So, and every time he activates, he doubles the amount of goblins. And I've got other things. So, see, by turn 5, I could have him out and maybe 4 or 5 other goblins, right? And I could have something out that allows him to untap. So I can tap him, and there's 5 goblins. So that 5 suddenly becomes 10. If I can untap him and retap him, that 10 suddenly becomes 20. See, by the next 2 turns, I could have hundreds of goblins, and I tap them, and then I double out the hundreds of goblins. I love my deck. I've had 256 goblins out in the deck at one point. And 40, everybody's got 40 life, and even if they've got 15 or 20 creatures out, makes no difference. I've got just boom.
My greatest win ever in an official tournament with my squirrel deck was minus 226, and you start with 20 life points.
So you're playing we're playing Commander. So Commander, you start with 40. Do you like my deck for my dice?
Fabulous.
R2D2.
R2. Oh, very good. Crossing the streams there.
Super duper.
I did the same thing. I used to have my 6 decks I usually carried the tournaments, and I had it in Battlestar Galactica tube. So the way the ship looked, that was literally my casing. So I lifted it off. There were my 6 decks.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's my one of my best ones. Actually, I'll show you. I've got the big card for it. So I've got the big card for this one.
The Air Dragon.
The Air Dragon. That's my dragon deck, and he's a big beast. And I've got...
It was a costly one, wasn't it? It's like 4 spells.
It costs 4 colourless and 1 of each other, so 9 mana. So 9. Oof. So you couldn't get it out anywhere before turn 9. Or turn 8 if you were really lucky.
Have you tried Birds of Prey? If I remember correctly, they gave 3 of any color.
Yeah. Do you want to see my favourite deck? And I'll show you my deck box.
The boomstick. This is my boomstick.
This is my boomstick. Ash v Evil Dead.
Yeah.
Right. I've got the box, which is also I've got the sleeves. I've got the play mat. So I have, and I'm building an Ash v the Evil Dead deck. And there's not an Ash card, so I have to I find a card that mixes, and then what I do is I take it and I put a Ash picture in it, rename it, but I still have the original. So I have the 2 of them. So I just basically say, right, this is the Ash card. Oh, and here's the real card that I was using it based on. And I create an Ash card based on something else. I'm in the middle of doing that at the moment. So
cool.
Like Ash v the Evil Dead, I'm a big I'm Bruce Campbell fan. I thought I might as well bring it back around to geeky stuff. Oh, right, here's something. I meant to say this the last time. Remember we were talking about James Bond 007?
Aye.
James
Yeah.
Bond.
James Bond 007.
Yeah, there we go. Oh wait.
Not the Roger Moore Bond.
Right, hold on.
Because it's distinctive with the white jacket, because it's only one Bond on that bit.
It's from Goldfinger.
Ah,
James
right.
Bond
Okay.
from Goldfinger.
Ah.
And James Bond from The Spy Who Loved Me. That's the Roger Moore.
God, they've got one.
I will ruin it a little bit, saying it carries no likeness to him.
Jaws.
Oh, Jaws, yes.
Brilliant.
From The
That's
Spy Who
great.
Loved Me. But basically, do you know where I got these? It's a shop. I think it's actually shutting down. And oh God, it's just disappeared from my head. I was about to say Wilco's, but it's no Wilco's. It's one in Glasgow. It used to have it used to do generic household stuff. And
B&M.
it's always no, it's not B&M or Home Bargains or stuff like that. This is a really old shop. It's a really classic old Glasgow shop. It's just shut down recently. But they sell shoes, they sell furnishings, they sell pictures, frames. People used to look at it a couple of years ago and think it's really full of junk. But it was just one of those stores. It was a general store. But it sold picture frames, glass, it sold furniture, it was just a general store, but it was big name in Glasgow. It was always one of those ones that was always in Glasgow. I'm just trying to remember the bloody name of it. But they started selling them and I picked them up and I got them for something like £3 each. They got them because they were they obviously were out and they bought all the surplus. And they were selling them all cheap, and I got the 3 of them for a tenner. There was another one. I think there was a couple other ones, but I wasn't as keen on them because it's got Golden Girl from Goldfinger, and it had Blofeld and Oddjob. That was the 3 others, and I was never a fan. It's the Golden Girl I never got. That was the only other one I had, and I wasn't as keen on it. Yes, it's quite an iconic one, but I didn't see the point. And also I would have had to borrow money if I wanted to do that, and I didn't want to ask my wife to borrow money to spend on another woman.
Yeah,
when you put it that way, it sounds really, really bad. And it's probably the nicest thing you could ever give to your lady.
I don't know why people think the way I say things really sound bad. I just don't understand it. Right. I'm going to actually now pick my pick of the collection for this week. Right? Before we go on, because you picked, was it double checking this, Darren? Nightmare Man.
Yeah, that's it.
Got it written down. I'm going to have a hunt for that one. And before we get you, Jim, for your pick of your collection, I'm going to pick mine. And yes, it's a bit of a weird one.
Gary
Tank
Commander.
It's a Scottish one.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Basically, it's based around a squad, Scottish unit. They're based at they do skits like they're abroad, but in effect, it's not like a skit show. They're just they're meant to be based in all over the world. And they just do the wee skits, and it's filmed in Cumbernauld, not up near Cumbernauld. So it was. And Gary he's quite effeminate, but this guy's funny as hell. And he's just, you need to see it. It's one of these that do a search on YouTube. There'll be some Gary Tank Commander. The skits they do from when they're actually meant to be posted during the Gulf War. They sing all the single ladies, so all the squaddies are all dressed up with netting over them and they're all dancing around. It's absolutely hilarious. Gary Tank Commander even did a show in Glasgow at the exhibition centre, and I missed it. It was a live version of this. 3 seasons. Gary Tank Commander.
I've never seen that.
I love this stuff, but check on YouTube. Gary's
Was
out there.
Was that a BBC Scotland show?
Yes, it is a
Okay.
Scottish one. Definitely.
So not heard of that one. We've had Still Game down here, and
Still games.
and Ramsey Nesbitt, and that's about it.
I see. They're old classics. This. I'm trying to think the year. So you're talking about it's probably about 10-year-old. See, try to actually read without my glasses on. It's terrible. You try to actually, because I can see wee words, but I can't actually see. So I need to dig out the old man. When I was a lad, 1996. Actually, a little older than I thought. I'm sure it was actually maybe it's just a BBC copyright thing. 2011. There it's there. The company unit, the comedy unit. The BBC 1996 was just actually the BBC still ring me. But Gary Tank Commander 2011. I loved it. I think it's just one of those missing classics. And it's just they lose a tank at one point because they park up to go and grab something out of Greg's, the bacon.
Where else?
You know what I mean? And one of their sergeants actually noticed they've parked the truck with a tank in it and no told anybody. So he just drives it in the corner just to wind them up. So they freak out. They freak out, and actually they're phoning around everybody. They're reported to the police that somebody stole a tank, and the police think they're taking the mickey. So it's silly stuff like that. But Gary Tank Commander, that is my pick for my collection for this week.
Right. I'll follow up then.
And you can't class it as toxic masculinity. It's just funny, good fun.
Yeah, that's it.
I'll keep an eye out for that one. My recommendation, unfortunately, I don't have a physical copy, but I stumbled across on something, and I'm actually going to double check. I'm not sure if it was Netflix or Amazon Prime, but you guys know about Kate Beckinsale from the Underworld, the vampire series and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically Porridge's daughter.
That's right.
Yep. She was gorgeous back then, and that's 20 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
She is in a new film, 2021 release, and my jaw dropped to the floor. It's like, that lady is gorgeous. It's called Jolt, Jolt, and she's an extremely homicidal individual. But I will unfortunately give this caveat. I have a feeling that I know exactly how the story is going to play out, because it was my birthday this week. I had to catch up with other people, and let's just say there was alcohol and early bedtime. So I never managed to finish it, but I saw a significant part of it, and it was like, wow, they're not pandering to anything. They're really playing a good storyline. However, I will say what I did see, and once this stream is done, I am going to see it from start to finish to get proper judgment. But I have a feeling it's Atomic Blonde, but instead of Charlize Theron, is going to be Drew Barrymore.
Drew Barrymore has done some good stuff, but she's done some stinkers as well.
It's true, but if you expect Drew Barrymore in a film, you expect more romantic comedy, innocent, charming girl, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
which is the feeling that I got from the first maybe half that I did see of it. But it's called Jolt, and it's on one of the streaming services. I couldn't see if it was on Netflix or Amazon.
There's her father.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, yes.
From Classic Porridge with Phil Mackay. Here's another thing as well.
so
Phil
brilliant.
Mackay, right? Which a lot of people don't remember. And the reason they don't remember is because they did a remake. But Phil Mackay used to be in the Fraggle Rock.
Did he?
Yes, he was
That's right.
he was the original guy before they did the remake. So they did. So they had the same Fraggles, same Digby, but it was a remake. And the original lighthouse keeper was Fulton Mackay. And I'm trying to get hold of the classic one. See, try to get it. It's like hen's teeth. Can't find it anywhere. Every time I see it and I link into it, it's always the new one. The thing is, they look very similar because it was all the same puppeteers, the same puppets and stuff like that. But it was this other guy, not Fulton Mackay. But Fulton Mackay played in Fraggle Rock, so he was the old boy. I loved Fulton Mackay. He was just classic.
He was great.
Aye. Porridge. What was the other one? The follow-up to Porridge he was in.
Going straight.
He was also in the... There was one that started Porridge. It wasn't actually part of Porridge. It was about Fulton Mackay and Ronnie Barker. Basically, he was escorting them to prison, and they were on a train, and that's how it started. And that's
right, the pilot episode.
But that was originally an individual show, and then they decided to make it the pilot.
That's right. Ronnie Barker did a series of pilots, I think, and I think that's one of the ones.
That was just one. It was just a one-off story, and they liked it that much. They decided to make Porridge, and he regretted doing the voiceover as a judge. So he did.
Oh,
yep. I never liked the idea. He says it sounds pompous. He didn't like the idea that he put his voice to it, and he starred as another character in it. He just didn't like it, but it was just something that was done at the time, and he just had to accept it. But
it sounds good.
Well,
but it was my recommendation for the week.
Well,
I enjoyed it, and I will say it was the fact that Kate Beckinsale literally came back and it's like she's smoking hot. I usually don't pay attention because usually they pick the lady lead because she's already smoking hot. But here you have someone that was smoking hot 20 years ago. So, like, if you look at the poster, it's like, is that the same lady? Did she get cloned in a younger version? Or whatever it is. But no, she's looking fantastic. And the acting, which is the more important part for me, it's very solid. I do have, unfortunately, I've seen these stories before. I have a good guess where it's going, but it's been enjoyable for the first half that I've seen.
Well, I've got a list of it. I'm going to actually have a look out for it. See if it's on Amazon Prime when I'm watching Moon tomorrow.
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime. Just double checked. It's included in your Amazon Prime subscription thingy.
Ideal.
That must be where I saw it. Because when I looked it up on IMDb just now, I recognized the poster. I think I've seen the advert for it on Amazon Prime.
Good. I'll basically be looking at that then, because that's another one to my small list tomorrow. So I've got 2 horror and Jolt and the Moon. That's my viewing list for tomorrow.
Depending on how you consider violence,
Judge Dredd is not violent. Don't care what people say.
Okay. She may be slightly violent then.
Sounds good to me.
Judge Dredd is never violent.
Well, if that's your benchmark, I will say she's definitely falling on. She's trying to not be violent. Try to not spoil it, but I do like the precept, the whole idea that this is the core. That's her hero arch.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, I'm a weird one with spoilers. I can watch it. I can walk in, watch the last 10 minutes of a movie, and then go back and watch it from the beginning and enjoy it just as much. That's why I like my
same
DVDs.
here.
That's why I like my DVDs, because I can rewatch the same thing over and over again and still enjoy it as much.
I will give this one, since you say you sometimes see in the end and you still enjoy the journey. I really love the Ben Affleck film. I think it was in between where he was Batman again, but the film is called The Accountant.
I've seen it once.
And here's the thing, within the first 5 minutes, if you've seen films like these, you can exactly guess how the story will end. But the quality of the film is they managed to tell a good story from what you've already guessed to what you guessed. The entire arc, the whole package is really well told. Even though they understand, you will figure out in the first 10 minutes of the film, this is exactly what's going to happen. The arc is still amazing to get to that point.
Yeah.
They don't skimp, they don't cheat, they really do tell the story to what you've already guessed.
See, that's the thing. If you can see, I find it funny sometimes that I watch some of it. I do classic reviews, but I like watching other classic reviews as well. Mm-hmm. And when I watch some classic reviews, they say there may be some spoilers in it, and I'm sitting there thinking, you're talking about a movie that was out 35 years ago. Sorry if somebody's not seen it. Spoilers? You kidding? That's like turning around and saying, you've never seen Jaws, I'll not tell you about it in case I spoil it. Just because somebody might not have seen it, but it doesn't mean they don't actually know what Jaws is all about because it's so memed. It's that type of thing. I just find it funny with classic movies and classic TVs, then people say, I'll try and no spoil it. Because I remember the first couple of videos I did, I would say, I'll try and no spoil it. And I think, it's actually over 40 years old, this programme, what's the point? And I'm not spoiling. I'm trying to get you to watch it, so I'm going to tell you what it's about. So I might spoil it. So big deal. It's over 40-year-old. Get used to the fact that you might have seen it. Or if you've no seen it, it's a bit late. I can understand like if we're talking about Tomorrow's War. I've done that when I was mentioning it. I would say it's a good film if you don't want to actually think about it, but as soon as you think about it, it ruins it. But I don't tell them what it is that I think ruins it, because not everybody bothers about that. But I'm not going to. It also tells you about the end of it, so I can understand modern movies.
Well, if I'm going to be fair to Tomorrow War, if someone completely new that didn't grow up watching Commando, Alien versus Predator, Aliens, all these films that really actually tried to contain a good package, I would say if you hadn't had that exposure, the Tomorrow War is very solid. On that ground, you don't have the previous experience of what you really need to do to tell a good story.
See, the Tomorrow Wars, I think, has got two things with it. One, it's an entertaining action movie.
Yes.
And if you're going in for an entertaining action movie, and you can't fault it. However, it's when they try and actually put a story in, and it's the story that fails. So the action part of it's got a beginning, middle, and end. Mm-hmm. No issues there.
It's following default's Hollywood script.
Yes, but as soon as you look at the story, that's when your brain goes, nope, I'm out. And that's the problem. So I quite agree. It is an entertaining one if you just want to watch an entertaining beginning, middle, end, not thinking about it.
Especially in current climate. It's a weird one. It's not trying to shove anything down your throat. It's just like, this is the story. This is what's happening. We're going to do some time travel. Story-wise, doesn't
As soon
make
as you
sense,
think about
but
it, that's the part. It's if you start thinking about it, then the whole thing falls apart. But as Gary said, it basically says 5-10 years ago, this would have been a B movie at best. It would have been down there. Nobody would have thought about it. But because we've got so much crap nowadays, there's a good movie. So people wouldn't have seen it as a good movie 10 years ago. Today, they see it as a great movie because it's better than...
Well, I'm not sure how to phrase the question, but is it a great movie or film because the younger audience have not been exposed to how to tell a really good story, or is it because they're being drowned in crappy stories? Because you can still tell a really, really good story and maybe missed by a lot of people, and then 15 years from now, people like us will go into a charity shop. Hey, this is 20p. I'll have a look.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Just,
hey, Blue.
Hey,
hi, Blue. Thanks for joining us.
So this is where I'm more curious, and I'm wondering if it's not ruining me a little bit, because I did grow up with the old Doctor Who, TNG, TOS, DS9, the whole package, where they actually really tried to be storytellers rather than tell you a story.
I couldn't tell you. I've never grown up with any of it at all. It's all
no. We all know that your background is photoshopped.
Yes, that's it. I'm not good at computers. I can reach into my Photoshop and take something out and have a picture in my hand, and people think it's real.
I know you're joking, but there are actually applications. You record your face.
I've seen it,
and you put Elon Musk's face on top of it. So whatever you said, Elon Musk, in theory, did say.
See, earlier on, you were talking about a game you got, right? How's this for a card game? Have you seen Flux?
Oh, Flux is amazing. What brand do you have? I've not played that one.
Right.
Firefly. Oh, wow. Yes, there we go.
Nice.
So Flux is a card game. Basically, it's a fun card game. It's no overly complex. But when one of my friends introduced us to it, and I thought, oh, that's quite interesting. I think I'll get one. So I was just going to buy a bog standard one, and I realised there's so many different ones. And I bought classic Star Trek, and I thought, I want the Firefly one. If I had a Babylon 5 one, I would have bought that as well. Even though you only really need one set to play the game. But
that's usually how you end up broke. Yeah. There's something you like, and then you just want the flavor you love.
A wee card game. Just a 5-minute card game. Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeon Mayhem. Basically, it's just a wee card game in that you similar.
It looks very American Dad.
To an extent, yes. There's the tip cards you've got on it. There's the cards.
Hey, it's definitely got the American Dad, whatever it's called.
The vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. It basically is, but it's one you could actually. So, for instance, there's one of the decks. You get a number of decks, and it is literally just the sneak attack. So it's got certain things that happen here, and it's not complex. You can play with kids, and it's easy if you want to introduce them to Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeon Mayhem is a quick way of doing it, and then you can actually introduce them to dice rolling and stuff like that. Because it's got all the fun stuff. You've got your characters counters, and you've got the love hearts which represent your lives and stuff like that. So you've got four decks to play, so you can have a 4-player game. I got it for me, not for anybody else. So bugger that part about getting it for kids. It's for me.
Hang on, I will object to that. You say it's for kids, but you said it's for you, but you're a kid.
Yep. I never grew up. I just grew old.
Very good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I stay in
Yeah,
the
same
same
with us.
level, same age. I just leveled up.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's exactly it. But it's
Yep.
the same again. Basically, my mind is 9. My body thinks it's 27. In reality, it's probably about 97.
I'm going to be brutal to myself here. I just turned the epic number of 42. I know I don't look
done.
that old, but in my mind and the stuff I still do, it's like I'm 23, 24 tops. It's like going to a shop, getting like geeky,
That
nerdy
doesn't
stuff.
change. Yeah.
It's weird, but there's also every now and then I'm sitting at work and going, I have a quarter of a century of experience in this topic, but my brain is going, no, you're still 22. And it's like, I haven't been alive long enough to have the experience that I have for the work that I'm doing.
I can't say anything. I've been watching Doctor Who since I was 4. So 52 years.
Bringing back my mother again. Betamax, and I hope I'm not the only one old enough to understand what the Betamax is.
And my mum used to argue about it.
Yeah, my mum
had the
got
Betamax, and my mum had the VHS.
My mum got the whole trilogy of Star Wars on Betamax recorded as a babysitter for when I was 2-3 years old.
Wow.
She just used to put it on, let it play, and by the time I was about 3.5, I actually understood how to press the disc to make it pop out, take the disc out, put the next one in, put it down, and play.
It's the same as
grew up on the best, that's for sure.
my sister's granddaughter. She was 2, and my nephew would go in and hand an iPad to her. My sister would go, she no break that? He says, no, watch. She picks up the iPad, goes, doot, 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 big, puts it, stands it up, sits back, started watching YouTube. 2-year-old knew how to actually get into YouTube, knew how to actually select the programs and watched it. And my sister was going, I can't even switch mine on. Says, if you get any problems, speak to your granddaughter, 2-year-old.
It's something I loved growing up in the age I really did. I was the tech genius, and I will say it's a privilege. Well, what everybody screams, there's a privilege. But I was 10 years old, and I was getting brought into government buildings to fix their computers because they had no one that understood what you need to do, what is wrong. It was basically, mum, bring a kid to work today. Mum, bring a kid to work every weekday. Because there was always something needed to be fixed, and they could either hire a contractor for £100,000, or an employee could bring the kid in to fix it for nothing. Free coffee, but
I remember my first time in university. Well, college before university, I had to do what was classed as a communications module. An information technology communications module. So I had to use a modem. And I went in, and all the course was you dial up, search, open a browser, open a web page, and that was it, sorted. That was how simple this one was, because using a modem was seen as difficult. If you could do that and open a web browser, you were sorted. Yeah, I was using Cello. I was Cello, which was before Netscape Explorer, which was before...
I was half expecting you to say Lynx.
I know Lynx. I was not as bad as Lynx, but it was Cello was the first browser. Before that, it was all stuff like that. But I was lucky; it was thing. So I went in and I said to them, "I'm in to do my course on IT communications," and they says, "I'm sorry, you have to come back tomorrow. The engineer hasn't been around and hasn't set up the equipment." I says, "No problem, show me it." Took me 10 minutes to set it up. And they says, "Oh, that's great. You obviously know what you're doing." I says, "Right, so do I get the code?" He says, "No, you need to actually show you using it." So I had to set up the whole equipment, but I still had to show them how to actually go button, open a web page. I had to build their equipment and throw it, and then I had to actually still go through it. The people who were testing me didn't know how it worked, and I had to show them how it worked, set it up for them, and then they tested me to see if I knew how it worked. And I thought, this is how ridiculous it is, basically.
That story actually brings me to, because I've never really thought of it that way, but my actual first job, unlawfully, by the way, you cannot have a job until you're 14 in Scandinavia. When I grew up, it's probably changed now, but at age 12, I got hired by the local library because I was the one that understood how to connect computers and make sure they stayed connected to the internet. 12 years old, and they wanted me for 2 hours every weekday from 5 to 7 every evening after school to just be present in case someone had an issue with sending emails or whatever it was.
You were like the original IT department.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. I'm going to show this in a second. Hold on. See if I can get this done. Wendy, done. Like my mug.
Oh, I love it.
It's so too late for Iron Brew.
It's never too late for Iron Brew. It's never too late for Iron Brew. That's my still game mug. I got that at the concert the last time.
Excellent.
2 pints prick. But I do like my mug, and it's just when you'd mentioned still game earlier on, I meant to show you, but I didn't have enough Iron Brew in it, so I had to fill it up using. I don't normally like cans. That's basically where I go from. I don't normally like my cans, so I like a bottle where I can put the lid back on it because I don't drink it too fast.
And you see, this is why I have these things.
It
looks like a wine goblet, but if I'm going to be brutally honest, it's been more coffee than wine ever poured in this bottle or goblet thingy.
I used to do it with the same. I've got the TARDIS mug, got my super mug.
Oh, look at that one!
I've got a couple of doctors ones. I've got 3 of them. I've got Sylvester, Peter, and Colin mugs, and the only one I've drank out of is Sylvester because they take the hat off him, and it's easy to drink out of. The other ones, the TARDIS mug, because it's square. You go like that and it pours out. I decided, no, I'll just keep them in the box. I tried to drink and they're just basically pouring down the side because you go like that because
it's all right. You have a beard like me. Whatever gets spilled into it, that's breakfast tomorrow morning.
I had to be basically because it's a flat edge, you drink it and then you forget. Because you're always drinking it out of a circular one, so the lowest point is where you put it in your mouth. But because it's a flat edge, the corners just go whoop, and it all just pours down.
Like a comedy mug.
That's a comedy mug.
I have to remember that for the future.
It is always fun. Give somebody a square mug, and when they do that and they're no use to it, basically it flows sideways.
Blue says she loves the Hartnell mug, the Pertwee, and the Tom Baker one.
Oh, I couldn't get them. That was the only 3 was available to me, and I've just not seen them around since. I like
look at you, Blue. You got a better collection here than PJ.
Yep, you've got the classic ones. I would love to have seen a Pat one as well, but I've never seen the Pat one. But I like the Sylvester one because it's the only one because it's got a hat. I would like, is the Tom got a hat? That's the thing. Blue.
Yeah, it's probably better not to really at this point, especially the classic ones. Keep those pristine.
Yes, definitely. But I would think the Tom one has got a scarf on it. Sorry, a hat
I
on
bet
it.
it's tempting though.
It can be. They're just so iconic. I've got them up there. So I have just out the way just in case I decide one day I want to drink from it. But yeah, because I've got my Doctor Who mug. I've got my own printed one. Every so often I get one printed of myself. And mine's is in my Judge Dredd outfit with Keisha. What's her surname? She was in Almighty Johnson, but she's been in Star Trek, Star Wars as well.
All right. Oh yeah.
Keisha something or other. That was me with my Judge Dredd outfit. So I got that in a picture. She's really nice because everybody was going up to her to get autographs because she was in Star Wars. And she says,
brilliant.
do you like Star Wars? I said, no. She goes, what? I says, I want your Almighty Johnson. So I picked up the picture for Almighty Johnson. She says, did you watch that? Hi. It's fantastic. She's also, there was one that was almost like a time tunnel one. They redid it. She was in the pilot and they reworked it. It was about, I suppose it was like time tunnel, but they went back in time. And they were in the trenches. The second one was a bit more ridiculous because it was a white guy, coloured guy, and a white woman went back, and it was in America. And the coloured guy says he couldn't drive. So the white guy says to him, "Sit in the back, I'll drive." And he says, "We can't because of the current time in America. White man driving a black man sitting in the back with a white woman would cause too much problem." So they acknowledged it, but see, when they did the reboot of it, they went back to the trenches, and there was in the First World War. So there was a coloured woman, white woman, coloured guy, and a white guy, and the four of them are all dressed as soldiers walking through the trenches. And I'm sitting there thinking, and they're actually trying to tell us that nobody noticed that two women were walking through the trenches. And you're talking about First World War. It's not as if they were dressed as nurses or whatever. They were dressed as soldiers. And they were.
Just to throw a slight spanner or what it was called, like monkey wrench into a whole cogwheel here. Mata Hari, a very famous spy, managed to slip through. Yes. On several occasions, the fact that she was a lady, but managed to still get through where she needed to collect the information.
Yeah. That's. I'm not talking about the fact is that they were walking down the trenches. It's not like trying to sneak through and try to actually just pretend for a small amount of time that you're a guy shooting and going through. I'm talking about they're walking down the whole trench, and they try to think nobody noticed the whole time they were in the past. But so with the reboot, when the pilot was really good because they acknowledged the fact is they went back in time and the culture was different and people had to be wary of it. And it was great because they acknowledged how far they had gone since the 50 or 60 years they'd gone back in time. They acknowledged that the fact is the two guys were talking, well, I can't drive. Well, you sit in the back, I'll drive, no issue. Whereas he says, well, you can't because in this day and age, that would cause him to get lynched and the guy to get beat up and the woman to get beat up because you can't have a white man drive a black man and a white woman in the back because it would not seen. So they acknowledge the fact is culture has moved on, that this is no seen as bad now. It's just normal, which was good. But the thing is, she played the tech in it, that Keisha. She played the tech, and she was really, really good in it because, yeah, she's Australian, so she has got an Aussie accent, but she played a brainy part. So she was brainy. She was, I suppose, up to date. She was one of these smart, educated, hip with it women. But she was a really good character. And they decided to get rid of that character and had this obnoxious guy as the geeky tech, and you're sitting there thinking, really, where's these? All the thing it's missing was his pocket with all these pens sticking up, or his glasses with the elastoplast on it. It's almost like they took the trope of, it has to be a geeky guy talking all these technical things, where they had a woman doing all the techie stuff, and they thought, no, it's probably not the best. But she was great in it. And it was only one episode, and then they rewrote it and changed it, and it was crap after that. But anyway, so that was.
It sounds like they had a good start of a good story.
It was. The idea was, the premise was, it was really good. It was like Time Tunnel. You seen the old classic Time Tunnel?
Yep.
Right. It was basically an updated version of that. They'd built a bridge that could take them into the past, but it wasn't losing them in time. It was just taking them into the past. And that was the premise of it. So she was the one that was in control of that. There's set times they have got to get things, and they need to make sure they're back, or else they do get lost in time. And the first one, that something happened and somebody else goes back in time, and it causes a catastrophe. So when he comes back, their building is outside time because but everything else outside is destroyed, and they don't know what caused it. That was the rebuild of it. So they basically changed the whole story and about the fact that they were going back just to try. It was almost like Quantum Leap. They were trying to go back to fix things, small things. So, like, for instance, a guy set off a bomb, and they went back because they found out that his life had turned because his sister got killed. So they were trying to go back to stop his sister getting killed because his sister was a positive influence, and that's what they were trying to do. So it was trying to change wee things that would change a big thing. But while they were doing that, somebody else went back into the past and did something that when they came back, it was completely ruined. There was massive devastation, as if there was a major world war. And that's where it was going to go. And that was the first movie, or the first episode. But they completely trashed it, and then it started going back. And they were almost ignoring the fact that they were going back, and the women and the men dressed in army outfits, walking down, not even pretending like with their collars up, trying to hide the fact that it's actually women. They were just walking down, quite the thing. And you could tell it was 2 women, 2 men. And they were, everybody accepts it, and nobody. So it became ridiculous, and because of that, it's. But that was just because I brought my mug in. I basically started going off on that tangent, but I apologise. Right. Oh yes, the Tom Baker one does have a hat, so very bit like the Sylvester one. So, and I do love the Sylvester one.
I trust Blue to know everything there is about that stuff.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely.
I do love those ones, and it's the same idea. I could go on eBay or Amazon and buy them. I'm a hunter. I've always liked the hunt. Yeah. I'll buy the occasional one, like if I see something when I'm looking for something else. Like, for instance, I was recommended that Black Creature. So I went on to get that, and I noticed the Creature from the Black Lagoon and sidetracked me, and I go, oh, I'll buy that. But I wouldn't go and just say, well, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. So I'll just buy them all.
I agree with you there on a certain point. I remember a lot of the stuff. So the haul I actually had presented today, they were carefully actually picked because I don't have it. That is a really good looking copy of it. Mm-hmm. And I would like the physical one. And sorry to say, PJ, you're a great inspiration for going to charity shops and everything to just go look for them. But it is one of my oldest friends. We've known each other since 1993. We're still good friends, but he has an extreme collection. And when I say extreme, I kid you not, it is extreme, of PlayStation 2 hard copy games. He has so many copies of the games, original versions, unique, everything. He actually has to have cardboard boxes just tucked away in the corner because he has so many of them. But he has IKEA shelves literally stacking the walls, completely filled with the games in original wrapping.
But that's the thing. I'm a shotgun collector. I fire the gun and it just scatters, and I just go and collect all the bits and pieces. So I don't focus on one, which I think I wish I could focus on one, because I would probably have a better collection of that one thing rather than a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of this, because I get distracted quite easily. I've got a bit of OCD, but I'm
Squirrel.
Exactly.
Squirrel.
Do that. And I'm definitely, because you look at my collections, there's a bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of this. My main collections runs through it, but there's bits and pieces here and there, which is the wee tangent here and there that does drag me to the side, and I constantly go, oh, yeah, I'll get that, and I'll start collecting them, and oh, I'll get that, and I'll start collecting them. I am aware of my foibles, shall we say?
PJ, we're gonna have to bid you good night. I think it's
definitely coming up with a few, but thank you very much for joining us.
Indeed,
Darren,
thanks for inviting us again.
I'll catch you Wednesday for season 13, The Promised Land.
Yes, can't wait for that.
Yep, same here.
I will try to join if my job allows me to.
Lovely.
Definitely.
Lovely.
Right, well, you two, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And
Thanks,
when you get your
PJ.
channel up and running.
Yes, I hope we can do that soon. Yeah. We're looking
I
forward
will
to
be
that.
available for commentation and chat
Excellent.
stuff if you need to.
Excellent. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Okay, guys,
Cool.
thank you again.
All
Good
right.
night, all. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Enjoy your evening.
And
So it's down to the two of us.
Yeah.
How long have we gone for? 2
2
hours?
hours 56.
2 hours 56. Right? We're just shy of our weakest record.
Yeah. Although I did get caught. I'm still getting called a pussy because after 5 hours the last time we started giving up.
That was a long stream considering we had a heat wave.
Yeah. And considering this is midnight here, we're doing not too bad. And at least I'm not working tomorrow, but I've got a pile to do, which I'm looking forward to because, as I said, I've got a couple of 4 movies I want to watch, but I want to build a Magic the Gathering deck. And I've got miscellaneous comic books to read. I'm going to start a couple of them as well because I've got to read them. Plus, I've got the Red Dwarf to do. So this week's busy because I've got too much to do.
So you remember the Beast of Burden stuff that I showed last week?
Yes.
They are literally on the top of my bedroom stand pile. That they are the next to read. I just haven't had the time to get around to read them. And the stuff that I showed today, I still need to slide in all the content and everything so it's properly stacked, ready to put on a shelf for future usage. But I still need to do that. And I'm looking, it's Saturday evening, and I'm looking, this is going to be Wednesday by the time I'm done.
Well, the stuff I got last week, I've not finished watching it all because of the Red Dwarf stuff. See, this week's going to be the last TV show, Red Dwarf. So we're going to go into the books. And the books are easier because I can do things while I'm listening to the books in the background. When I'm driving up to my work, the book's on. If I'm sitting in here doing other stuff, like my magic, I can do that while the book's on. It's going to be a lot easier. Whereas because I have to sit and watch the show and watch it a couple of times and write notes down and stuff like that, it does take a couple of days out. Whereas the book, listen to that and just, if I hear something, take a wee note as I'm doing other things. So it should make it easier for me. And hopefully I can catch up with my viewing because I've always got videos on. But I've been watching Simon Dan for the last couple of days. And I've been watching Ancient Architects for the last couple of days. And I've been watching stuff about Atlantis as well for the last few days as well. So I've been...
I'm going to throw an additional spanner into your works here. He's a British YouTube content creator. And I'm going to put a bit of what does he know that we don't know? because at the moment, and by the way, I know this is fragmented, but he put his butt on thousands of pounds of fireworks as he was firing off, and he was swinging like a bell. So
You heard about that?
Colin Firth is his name, but he's now in the middle of the pandemic building underground bunkers and tunnels on his property here in UK. And it doesn't look like he's like living like he could afford it. It's more like, I have a lot of YouTube people that like to watch what I'm doing, so I'm going to build an underground bunker and tunnel.
See, the thing is, see if I was going to build an underground bunker and tunnel, I wouldn't do it in the UK. I would do it in the side of a mountain in the UK, so it's not under fucking ground, because...
hang on, the UK doesn't really have a mountain, because do we not have a film from here that's called The Man That Walked Out up a Hill and Went Down a Mountain?
That was because of the mountain and hill is basically, the difference between a mountain and hill is, it could be something like a couple of hundred...
It's like 6 feet or something.
Something like that. But it basically... In Scotland, if I would basically want to do an underground something, I would do it in the side of a mountain. That way, I'm not going to bother about it getting flooded. I want it high up underground.
I've been trekking around Edinburgh. So we went to Glasgow, but we went to Edinburgh for most of the time. And the hill that looks over the city, and the extremely ugly government building. It's like, really? Is that what you could do? I'm sorry to say, but it's an eyesore.
Castle on it. Edinburgh Castle.
Oh, I've seen that. That one was actually quite gorgeous. That's where they keep the tattoo event, isn't it?
Yes. Uh-huh. That's up at Edinburgh Castle. That's where the aye. So you're talking about the other building. You're talking about the one further along. That one, it looks like the Colosseum.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it belongs. Sorry to say, I'm saying that as complete outsider.
In Glasgow, you walk along and there's all these classic Rennie Mackintosh, and then there's something that looks like somebody's actually thought, let's put a spaceship looking one in there, and it's basically just all glass and stuff like that. And you're sitting there thinking, that stands out like a sore thumb. It just does not match. But somebody thought, oh, it looks dead modern. No, I think I'll go with classic, thank you.
Yeah. It's less pronounced or like standing out in Glasgow. But if you go to Edinburgh, it's literally like the city split down half. Here you have gorgeous old architecture. This is glass buildings, whatever. And I wouldn't mind if you walked into a city not knowing any history or anything, and you got historical buildings and you got modern buildings with the same theme, you go, okay, that's an idea. But one modern building from the next, they have no theme, they have no connection. True. Which makes it look so garish. It's like, ouch.
I know. It's basically, I think buildings just weird. Some buildings just look so out of place.
Yeah. I saw Wendy posted something. What was it? Oh, it was just good evening.
Aye, it's basically she was just saying goodnight at that one there. Going to have to say goodnight to everyone. It's been a long day here. Night, everyone. Right. Night, Wen. Thanks for joining us. I know you're already away, so I thought I'd say it anyway. But what we'll do is we'll wind up. Is there anything else you're looking forward to for next week? Oh, did you look at the Dune trailer?
Oh, I'm actually having high hopes for it. because it looks gorgeous.
It looks amazing.
Again,
The thing is, I've noticed a lot of modern stuff looks amazing, but that's where a lot of them fall down because it's all cinematic, looking good. I think the story's going to be this is just going to be as bad as the other ones.
But here's where I think they can still, but I am worried because obviously current day politics, they're not going to bother researching backstories or everything. But Frank Herbert is a massive universe. It's like 35,000 years of story of Dune or around.
They reckon Dune is 20,000 years into the future.
Yeah. But this is where I'm fearing that they're going to go, and I hope not. And so far, the trailer has not revealed it. They're not going to go a Star Wars way, where it's we have no material to write from. It's like, really? There's been fan fictions for the last 40 years that's been considered canon.
Yep. See, the thing is, I think it's going to go that route because it starts off as from the point of view from the strong women. It reminds me of Total Recall. It starts off with a dream. He's dreaming about a woman, but the fact is, it seems to be her telling the story, catching up. And I thought, right, okay, so they're basically going to she's going to be the one that guides him towards his destiny. And I thought, right, fair enough, wee bit change. But then you've got Paul, and then you've got the Jason Momoa character. I can't remember his character name. Right?
He's the master at arms.
Yes.
There's an equivalent in the original TV film.
I can't remember. I know, but I can't remember because it's been a while since I've watched it. And Paul says to him, and he goes, "Oh, you're getting muscles." He says, "Oh, really?" He said, "No," and laughs. So he's obviously a mentor to him. Has a laugh and a joke. And then the next a couple of scenes, he says, "No matter what happens, I want you to protect my son." And there's this woman going, "I will protect him with my life." Where's Jason Momoa's character? He's the one that would be saying that. It would be more believable because they're just in the trailer. They've said there's somebody who's he looks up to and his protector because they also show the fight with Jason Momoa trying to protect him. But then suddenly it's this woman who's going to risk her life to save him. And I'm sitting there thinking, no, you've already taken that part there. There's the strong woman who's going to guide him, and there's the strong woman who's going to protect him. So why have you got Jason Momoa there?
Well, it's still the balance, and I do agree that Jason Momoa should have been the one saying "with my life." A mother should never need to say that statement because a mother should always be that protective. Yeah. So it's redundant. Jason Momoa would have a reason to say, "I believe in your family. I believe in your cause. I believe in what you're doing. Therefore, I will protect you with my life." She has no reason to just go, "Oh, okay, I'll protect him with my life," which is unfortunately the way I saw the whole thing. It's like, didn't sound too important for her to protect him with her life.
He was doing that wee speech. It's only because in the trailer they've got the bit there's Jason Momoa. He's obviously his mentor. He's the one that looks after him because of the wee jokes about his muscles, and you can see it's obviously meant to be. He's the mentor.
Yeah,
he's someone he looks up to, and he's someone his father trusts because he's obviously fighting at the side of his father, and his father gets stabbed in the back, and just in the trailer. But the bit when he says, "No matter what, I need you to protect my son," I was expecting the Jason Momoa "with my life, my lord," and it's not. You're sitting there thinking, really? And that's the point I think where they've decided to go with the trope rather than actually what makes sense, and I think that's where it's going. I think that's why Dune is going to go down that route because they've just showed what their priority was. The women talking, telling the story of how it all happened, bringing it in, and there's the woman who's going to be the protector, his mother, and it's really there's the two ones that are highlighted in it are the two women, and I thought
It's true, but still, I'm trying to remember because it's been a while since I watched the even longer since I read it. But there's that women cast,
yeah,
cast, and they have that whatever is the magical power. It's like a disparity. They are stronger because they have this, but they're not stronger in other areas because
they're stronger mentally because of the spice.
Yeah.
Was that the Muad'Dib? Muad'Dib is the Paul Atreides.
Yeah, Muad'Dib is the character of the Jesus salvation thing.
Paul Atreides one. It's been a wee while, but I'm trying to think. In the movie initially, was it Patrick Stewart played the protector? I suppose it's very like the Jason Momoa's character now. They've obviously updated it. Was it not Patrick Stewart that played the protector?
So there are three mentors. I'm pulling this out of my memory from like 10 years ago, but there are three mentors. There is Patrick Stewart and two others that are mentors to Paul Atreides. So there are three of them, and each of them provide different kind of guidance.
Yes.
Which I like in a hero's journey. It is you get sometimes conflicting instruction, which is what they really manage to, even if it's like microscopic, it's still a different guidance from the whoever it is that Patrick Stewart is playing, but his two others with the blades, the fighting, but also the standing back, the knowledge, know to when to fight.
Mm-hmm.
So there are several different channels, and they obviously overlap because he's the single target of the information.
Yeah. It's just that I thought the way they were sort of, they put it there, they sort of made it look as if he was going to protect it, and then it's suddenly, there it is, it's the two women are going to be the main plot points. And that's just the way the trailer came across to me.
I still have hopes that they're not going to go Kevin Smith on us.
Unlikely. I was never a big He-Man fan, so I did watch it, and my nephews had the Castle Grayskull and all the figures and stuff like that, so I'm aware of it. I was never a big fan, and truthfully, as soon as they said they were rebooting it, didn't matter who did it, because I've got a few. I've got Jane Silent Bob, I've got Dogman, stuff like that. So...
But you see, when it comes to Kevin Smith, it's his old works. But I think why I liked it is because he didn't have to care. He wanted to tell a story.
He just wanted
now
he
did what he wanted to do. Now he's got stuck in that whole circle of what does everyone else tell you that they want you to tell them, which I don't agree with. I want, and this is a weird request, but if there is anyone ever watching this stream now, today, tomorrow, in the future, if you're on the wokeist list, tell me a story I have never seen before. I don't care if there are racist Nazis, space moons, whatever it is. By the way, the Iron Sky films are absolutely amazing. Both of them. I didn't think that the reboot was going to be good, but it was still really good. But I don't care if the villain or the bad people have wrong politics. Just tell me an amazing story about why they're bad or why they may have had the reason to think they did. That's an even better story to be told. That it's like, why did they decide to go and kill 65 million people in 1944.
Yeah. See, that's the thing you'll never get, because even things like that, history would be twisted.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. But it's the same again with movies and TV. As you said, I just want a story. I don't care. Well, to an extent, I don't care. So if they want to reboot something, reboot it properly, as in tell as good a story, just do better graphics. So if they want to do Buck Rogers, I think they'll kill it, because it will not be Buck Rogers. But if you want to redo Buck Rogers, tell a similar story in a similar vein, but just update it a bit and make the graphics better. Then nobody will have a problem. But what they won't, it will suddenly not be Buck Rogers. It'll all about Aaron Gray's character, basically Commander Deering's character, which Commander Deering was a freaking great character, but it'll be something different. So Buck Rogers will just be a secondary character in his own TV show that they call it. So if, like the He-Man, why call it Masters of the Universe? Because it isn't He-Man. You deliberately didn't call it He-Man and Masters of the Universe. You called it Masters of the Universe. And said,
which does for a sales point for me, I wasn't a big He-Man fan, but for a sales point for me, if you told me just over the stream now, oh, I just watched a trailer, it's Master of the Universe, I would immediately go He-Man, Orko.
But see,
all
the
the
thing
other.
see, if somebody says to me there's a new movie coming out called Masters of the Universe, do you know what I'd be thinking?
Do tell.
I wonder if it's anything to do with Guardians of the Galaxy. And I think that's why they chose Masters of the Universe rather than He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Because Guardians of the Galaxy, there's that association. It's Guardians of the Galaxy, Masters of the Universe. I think whoever's actually made the decision has actually thought, oh, we could sort of make it sound or make it more like Masters of the Universe, Guardians of the Galaxy, because the way that it flows. And I think that's what it reminded me of. I knew what it was all about, but when I heard that they'd cut out the He-Man and just called it Masters of the Universe, I thought, oh, I wonder if they've gone down the Guardians of the Galaxy type of feel for it, or the advertising of it.
I can't say I can disagree with your argument there, or your flow of logic, because Guardians of the Galaxy, Masters of the Universe, that it ties in, and especially the way they tell stories now, or well, I'm so reluctant to say that they are stories, because they're not telling you a story. They're just like cold shuffling.
They're lecturing you.
Yeah, they did just cold shuffling. Is like this was supposed to be, and I find it so weird, because I'm still so, I can't call it open-minded, but I do like to hear is like, why are you saying this really weird thing? Trying to understand what is it that made you say that really crazy statement. Because listening to just the end statement, cold, as in you've never been exposed to why that would come around. I still have that ability to go, that was your statement. If I had the freedom of my youth back in the 80s, let's just say there would have been a wedgie and a head dunked in the toilet. That's kind of, you're a little bit too stupid, we're going to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, but it's, I don't know. The He-Man, I knew they were going to go down that route as soon as I heard the rumours, and then it was, oh no, that's not going to happen. I think, here we go again. And the fact is, the interview about He-Man with Kevin Smith, and he effectively says we managed to kill him twice in the first episode, and you're sitting there thinking, really? So you've effectively made a program and you've killed off the main the character you said it's all about. Then there's the obviously I've heard the reviews of it where Tila goes up to heaven to speak to Adam and say how selfish he was because he got killed, but how bad it was for her. Really? Oh,
But,
I didn't realise Adam committed suicide just for his own good needs.
Well, this is what struck in my craw on this whole thing. Adam, He-Man, never ever a selfish character. Always working, fighting, protecting, helping others. Never ever in the original series did I see him have a single moment for him at all. And now I was like, I'm gonna kill myself, and suicide. That's the most selfish thing you can ever do.
The reason he basically was is because he was getting defeated, so he decided to split the sword, which killed him. So it was suicide, but it was not a case of he did it as a desperate attempt to make sure Skeletor didn't get the sword. But anyway, see, even the other criticisms I've heard that they're making Adam look dead effeminate. And I thought, actually, that doesn't matter. Because the way he looked in the original cartoons, I would be sitting there thinking, it's the Superman effect. How can people not see the two of them and think that's the same person? Whereas in that one, if you've got this small, weedy guy, and then next time you see somebody, and there's this big bulk.
Well, basically, Adam and He-Man in the cartoons from the 80s is long white sleeves or no sleeves. That's exactly the difference.
They basically look the same, and you're sitting there thinking, how do people don't see that? Whereas in that one, you've got this wee weedy guy with the flowy hair and all that, looks quite effeminate, and then you've got He-Man. What better disguise? Because then people wouldn't have put two and two together, because even they two look similar. Obviously, it can't be the same guy, because look at the size of him, look at the size of him. Obviously, so even if they looked similar facial features, people wouldn't have put two and two together, because there's no way in earth that guy couldn't have just walked into a phone booth, took his jumper off, and suddenly he's He-Man, and he looks exactly the same, only difference is he's not got a jumper on. Whereas in that one, it's a full transformation. So people's criticism of that, I thought, was just that one probably works if they were going to do a He-Man. But the rest of it, yeah, I mean, I remember Tila, Man-at-Arms, Skeletor, Evelyn, and the Sorceress, and Beastman, and stuff. I remember it. I was never a great big fan, but I remember them. And all I'm sitting there thinking is, do I want to watch it? No, if I want to watch He-Man, I'll watch the classics. Just to be I prefer the classics in most things. I very rarely watch new stuff. But B, does it actually entice me to want to watch it? No, because what do I want to watch? Something that's changed it so fundamentally. If I'm watching He-Man, I want to watch He-Man. I don't want to watch He-Man's disappeared. We need to go and find him. Well, that's no He-Man then. That's just Tila on a quest. Maybe if once the quest is finished, we'll do a He-Man movie.
Yeah, but, what I don't get is how Hollywood has so completely missed the amazingly strong female characters already present. You could take Tila. You could take even if you go back to one of my favorite heroes of all time, MacGyver. Terry Hatcher was one of the most well, I can't say no, there's 100%, but Terry Hatcher was recurring quite a few times. She was a damsel in distress, but she was by no means a lady in distress. She was quite capable on her own to kind of, things is going wrong. I just happen to have MacGyver helping me.
Mhm.
So you could have had a small spin-off telling her why she happened to that, and MacGyver would have been the branding, but just the occasional, hey, I'm here to help.
Yeah, which they do every so often. Every so often, there's a TV program that's successful. They try and create. Look at Married with Children. They try to create one with Matt LeBlanc. It was a pre-Friends Joey Tribbiani, but it was a Matt LeBlanc and another one. So they'd not to do with anything. They brought them in to try and do a spin-off season, lasted 6 episodes. To me, if you're going to do an episode, then you take an established character and say to them, do you want to do your own show? You don't actually bring in another character just to launch a new show. I remember NCIS.
You're on the point there. They brought him in to be him that people knew and loved.
Mhm.
But it was like, first 2 episodes, we're going to talk about the others. So it's like, hang on. We're watching this because we love Joey.
Mm-hmm.
We could care less about the others. And you're discarding it after just 2 episodes and hoping that characters we have no connection, know nothing about. We've known Joey Tribbiani for decade, for 10 years. We know him inside out, upside, left, right, center.
Yeah.
And here's 10 new people, and you're throwing out. It's like he was just presenting. No, that would not be Joey.
And yet sometimes it works. Like, for instance, there was a American JAG, it was called.
Yeah, Justice Advocate General.
Advocate General. It's American Armed Forces Legal Corps. Judge Advocate General JAG. So they were all the lawyers. They were the lawyers for the naval. And there was one episode when they went to speak to Criminal Investigation Services, or CIS, before they became Naval Criminal Investigative Services.
NCIS, which have a very good, although odd, intro theme.
Yeah, but the thing is, it started in JAG. So all they did was they introduced Gibbs and Tony. I don't even think, what do you call her?
Catherine Bell?
No, the downstairs, it was the...
Abby
Shuto.
Abby Shuto.
Yeah. But I knew Paula Perrette, but I couldn't remember the character name. So Abby Shuto. I don't even know if Abby Shuto was in it, because all I remember was Gibbs and Tony Donoso. Right, so that's how they introduced it in 2 episodes, just because they needed to get more information about a crime. So they went to the Criminal Investigation Services who were doing the investigating. And they had mentioned them in the past. They'd never really seen them, but they'd mentioned them. So they did that just so they could, and they thought, oh, that actually quite works. Well, let's make a spin-off of it. So they brought them back in later on when their name had been changed as part of the, not rebranding of the thing, but it was actually in the show. They were talking about how the Criminal Investigation Services have all split off. So these are the Naval Criminal Investigation Services rather than the Army. They've got their own, the Coast Guard's got their own, and all that. So basically they did that. And then they had a 2-parter launch of the show. And then next week, there's the new show based on JAG. That worked, whereas other ones like Marriage with Children, where they brought in Matt LeBlanc and his supposed father, I can't remember, Vinny... DeLuco, I think. But so they brought the 2 of them, Vinny and his dad, so the DeLucos, and they brought them in, introduced them, and then launched this program. You're sitting there thinking, why would I care about that? Because these characters are never in. It'd be like if Steve Rhodes, who wanted to leave, his character wanted to leave because he wanted to, the guy who played him wanted to go back to acting on the stage. He wasn't interested in TV. So but you imagine if he says, actually, I just want to go and do something else. They'll say, well, why don't you go and you set up a summer camp, you run away from your wife, so you're pretending to be somebody else, you're under an assumed name, and people keep bumping into you. You're still Steve Rhodes, but you try and pretend you're not, and you're running this. Because remember, he came back, he was a games warden or whatever it was. So why didn't they do a wee side with him as running a camp for kids, and people would bump into him, and it would be all about the comedy of errors around Steve trying to keep his secret. It could have been a comedy of errors around his misunderstanding of the Wild, because he thought he knew all these things. But that would have been a story you can understand, because that's a character you've seen for the first 2 or 3 seasons, and they made a side story.
But it's what I feel even with the reboots today. That they feel like just cheap throwaways. We got the name tag. Now we're gonna just go whatever we want. There is no respect for the stories that are already in place. Whether it's Doctor Who, Star Wars, Star Trek, even Conan the Barbarian versus Conan, there is no connect to why Conan
Do you know
is
the only
Conan.
one I thought worked? And it was the first of 3 movies, Charlie's Angels. Drew Barrymore. Get back to Drew.
Oh,
Drew
well,
Barrymore.
I do have, ever since E.T., an extremely soft spot for the lady.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore, Lucy Liu, and
Lucy Liu doesn't go wrong either.
And Cameron
Although I
Diaz.
will say I skipped, I believe, was it McBeal, the lawyer show thing?
Ally McBeal. I never watched that, no.
Yeah,
But as far as I remember, Charlie's Angels had Lucy Liu, Cameron Diaz, and Drew Barrymore, right? They had, was it Bill Murray played Bosley? Can't remember who played Bosley.
Yeah, I think it was Bill Murray.
I think it was Bill Murray. And guess who played Charlie? Forsyth. John Forsyth. Was it John Forsyth? He played the original Charlie in the TV show. It's the same voice. It's the same actor.
But that's a good carryover. But was he ever shown in face in the original?
Nope, he was never shown.
He was only on the speaker.
He was only on the speaker. Yes. So it was only his voice, but it was the same guy. No problems. And the thing is, they played it, and then the second movie, what did they do? Change Bosley. Bosley's now this big black guy. And it's nothing to do with the colour. It was basically the character changed. He was now this wise talking guy, whereas Bosley was just the Man Friday for Charlie. But suddenly this big cool dude. It didn't work. And that's when I stopped. I thought, well, but the first one was superb because they had one of the original Charlie still didn't show his face. Perfect. They had the 3 new angels, and there were 3 very entertaining, funny, charismatic women.
Oh, I would say that it would have been underwhelming seeing Cameron Diaz not performing even mediocre. Then take Lucy Liu performing mediocre. Then take Drew Barrymore performing mediocre. It would have been so far below what you would expect to get from them.
But the 3 of them were great in it. And it was a great movie. And I still love that one. And now people say, oh, the Charlie Angels. But for a reboot of it, they paid homage to the original by having same Charlie, the same premise, a similar Bosley type character. Obviously, the one that played Father Brown, he played in Happy Days. He played the father, Richie Cunningham, Mr. Cunningham. I can't remember his name.
I see the face. Yes. It's literally right in front of me, but it's like, how do I Google his name?
Yeah, well, the easiest thing to do is Google Happy Days and find Mr. Cunningham. And Do it that way.
The trouble is, if I visit Happy Days, I'm gonna go squirrel.
I know, I'm the same. But I think he was Bosley in it. I think. He's always got the main. He basically is the Bosley character, but he might not have been. I don't know. But it's been a while since I've seen the original one. However, they paid homage to it by having the same Charlie, same premise, and they still had 3 kick-ass women.
Well, I'm sorry to have to call you a liar there, because there have never been a strong woman ever on TV until 2021.
I know. I thought it was 2016 because it was Ghostbusters was the first one.
No. Well, when it comes to that one, I actually read a few articles on those places you should really not visit because it will hurt your brain. But even them appear to start agreeing that this film should not have happened.
I know. I've seen a few of the.
It's really bizarre because he was like, "This is the best ever." Let's forget we said that. It's just like, really. I don't understand how you go more of what is the person on the screen delivering the script than the actual saga, the story. And I will give this as a surprise. I usually loathe Pride and Prejudice, that kind of nonsense, because it's always backstabbing, misunderstanding, it's boring stories for me, but it's entertaining stories for others. But they did a reinvention of the same type of story called Bridgerton something. So Queen Elizabeth, she's pitch black. The interesting guy that's supposed to be Darcy from
Mr. Darcy. Mr. Darcy.
Yeah, Mr. Darcy. He's pitch black. The main lady, she's still white as porcelain. But they did a couple of twists around to make it as like, okay, we say it's London, we say it's England, we say it's Queen Victoria, Elizabeth, whoever it is, but it's not important to the story. So that actually made it more entertaining rather than what they're doing now. It's like, this is Bosley, this is the Angels, this is MacGyver, this is Joey Tribbiani.
Mm-hmm.
Where they're saying it's like, this have to be them. This one seemed to be there's a black Queen of England in the late 1800s. Not important. It just happened to be the character. Which I will say, for a story, in a story universe I rarely care about, that was actually fair play.
See, the thing is, the way I look at it is, see, if they're saying it's historical drama, then sorry, it's historical. You can't change history, even if it's a drama around these characters. If you're saying it's an alternate history, you can do what you want. It's not an issue. But I would want to say to them, I say, right, no problem. See any changes you're made. Go to another country, one of the ones you class as a minority country, take one of the stories and change it the similar idea. So any of their white rulers change them into or any of their black rulers change them into a white one, or change that into from a female to a male. And let's see what they say. And they would say, oh, you can't do that, sexist and racist. You go, you're using the same logic across the board. You can't say it's okay for one but not another. So you're effectively turning around and saying it's nothing to do with the story, then it's all to do with what you put in it. So if somebody turns around and says, like, you look at some of the, like, one of my favourite movies is Zulu, right? The reason it's been my favourite since I was a kid, the first time I saw it, was I'd seen cowboy and Indian movies or movies about the Boer War and else earlier where they're fighting the Hottentots, and it was always showing the savages and all they're all how good they are because they beat back the Indians, they beat back the evil savages, and whereas this one, there's two groups of men fighting, and it
for what they believe in.
It didn't portray either side as the evil one or the bad one. There is two, and they basically both of them showed respect to each other. So because of the movie, I read up in the Zulu Wars and I realised that the movie's no as accurate as I would like to think. Like, for instance, Hitch wasn't a drunk. He was, and his grandkids walked out the movie premiere because they portrayed him as a drunk troublemaker, where he was a teetotaler and he was a model soldier. So why they changed it? Kitchwayo didn't send troops to Rorschach. He specifically told his MP not to cross the river because he wanted to say, listen, they attacked my country, I drove them off, and that was it. But because his reserve didn't get into the battle, they wanted to get a bit of what their brothers had, so they crossed the bridge on their own. And Kitchwayo wasn't happy about it, but he was now a warning sign. If Zul at the Battle of Itzan Luana had worked and there wasn't a follow up at Rock's Drift, King Chetchaway basically would have had the high ground, and it's shown that Chelmsford and Frail are the ones that manipulated it because they wanted power. To me, there's a fantastic story there based on a movie that I watched that's become my favourite because you've got two sets of people who are in a difficult situation, but they don't. It's not the savages. It's not the upper crust, the imperialist destroying. It's just two groups of men fighting, and both of them are showing respect to each other. They weren't shown as barbaric tribesmen. They weren't shown as barbaric colonists and stuff like that. They were just two groups of men, and I love that because it showed that. That was the first time I'd seen a movie where both sides were actually shown. Not so you watch the Second World War movie. There's the Dirty Dozen, whatever. They're killing hundreds of Germans because you don't care, because they just want all these dead bodies flying around. It doesn't matter if the 3 or 4 guys with the machine guns are standing up and they get bang, you're down. But they don't.
I like Band of Brothers for the grittiness.
Yes, but you look at the bit when they're watching the speech where the German officer is giving the speech to his men and the guy's translating it, and in effect, it's a similar speech as they would give to their men, because it showed that it doesn't matter what side you're on, you're not fighting because you're a fascist, you're not fighting to keep these fascist people in, or you're not fighting to get these fascist people out, you're fighting because you've been conscripted and you were fighting for the guy next to you, not the ideals. Yeah. And I thought it was quite good because it actually showed that, yes, you've got fascists out there, but you also had a load of other people who were just conscripted into the army and told this is what they had to do.
Yeah, which is why I think, I know it's unpopular opinion, but the Nazis weren't as big for the impact they made, because most of the people standing in the front line on, say, Normandy on D-Day, trying to fend off the Alliance forces, how many of them really actually had a membership to the Nazi Party?
That's what I'm saying.
I would guess
they weren't even the top class troops. They were just the second class troops.
Yeah.
So they weren't. Most of them were just older guys or young guys that had actually been brought for a rest period. So they were not old enough to be in Russia or whatever.
It's basically, here's a gun. Anyone coming in that direction, point, click. That was the instruction.
Yeah,
and if there's no idea,
it was young 16, 17-year-olds who'd wanted to join up, and it was the old boys, the ones that are maybe in their 40s, had been in the army for years, and they're just basically living out, they're finishing off their service because they need as many, so they weren't getting, and that's the ones that they were basically second-rate soldiers. They weren't fighting things. So the ones at the back, like the Panzer Grenadiers and all that, yes, they might have all been Nazi party members because they were in a lot of the elite companies. So there was Fauxenjever, the Adolf Hitler, and all that. They probably were, but even the Waffen SS, they would have been. But the generic soldiers, yeah, you might have had maybe a percentage, but it's like turning around and saying, "Are you in the Labour Party?" Aye, but it's only because my dad was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you in you a member of the Conservative Party? Aye, it's because I basically grew up and that's the one that has always been. There'd be the same idea as those type of parties. But yes, it's one of my friends' dad. He was on during D-Day. He basically was a driver, basically a pilot for the landing craft.
All right.
So he went in and came out. Second time he went in, the landing craft got blown up. He got blown out into the water. He's obviously survived because my friend's was born after the war. And he was saying he was standing there. He got blown right out of his clothes. He says he's standing there with a blanket, nothing else on, nothing. Standing there, and basically there's a captain, a German captain, not an SS captain, a German captain, and the German captain saying, "Why are you causing us so much trouble? We're just trying to actually bring everything under the European state to make it better for everybody." Because he was a socialist, believe it or not. But he didn't think the Nazis were the be-all. They were just actually the party that was in power at the moment. Eventually, proper socialism would take over. But a lot of the Germans, it was a case of, when I first heard that, I thought it's probably a wee bit of exaggeration. And then I actually was reading about about 2-3 years ago, and it was the German point of view. So they were interviewing soldiers after the war, and they were asking them, and one of the guys actually almost said it word for word. And I thought, Pals old man actually told the truth. Because a lot of the Germans didn't think they were fighting to bring the Nazis into power. They were fighting because the British didn't want the European superstate, which was only there to designed to help Europe compete against Russia and to fend off Russia. So they had to be all brought under the one umbrella. So they had like America or Russia.
This is where I cannot subscribe it to Hitler, Adolf Hitler, but there is a reason that Second World War that people know. They say it's 1939 to 1944. No, it was 1929 when he was starting to make waves.
Yes,
that this is political, this is power, this is what we want to do. But people only go, "Oh, it was those 5 years of war." It wasn't. But you're also correct in the whole thing. It's like, this is what we would like to do. And I'm fortunate enough to have discovered my, shall we say, political compass. And it comes down to just 2 words. 3, but one would be omitted. It's, do you want freedom or equality? You cannot have both. You have to choose one. Because if you have equality, you don't have freedom. But if you have freedom, you can start equally. But what you do 40 years down the line with freedom will
It's the
not
same
make
as-
you equal.
It's the same as equity and equality. You can have equity or you can have equality, but you can't have both. Because
Mhm.
if everybody's equal, then you don't have equity. You have and if there's equity, which means certain people have to have a boost to get ahead, then it's not equality. It's so you can't have both, and it's one of those things. And that's why politics is always going to be there, because everybody's trying to find the perfect world according to them, and that's how things work. And unfortunately, it's not how things work. Christ, we'd all be like to be happy that everybody does what they want and everybody's happy and nobody gets hurt. But
Well, it's why my card always lands on freedom. If I get told you were not allowed to start at the same starting line as me, I would consider that unfair.
Mhm.
But I am 40 plus years into my life. If I'm being told you being forced, because I think you may have a year or two on me,
10.
if I'm being told you were forced to stand still to wait for me to catch up, that's not freedom.
Of course not.
You were being forced to hold yourself back from the things you could have done, which is where I'm always falling on the freedom side. As long as we start on the same spot, what you do is your individual responsibility.
Schools, participation trophies. You're either everybody's equal, everybody gets a trophy, or you've got freedom to fail, freedom to succeed.
Well, I'm in IT. I've been in IT for shit. I'm sounding really old here, but I had the BMX and the Yellow Pages in the 80s, riding around the industrial estates, just going, "Do you need help setting up your BBS?"
See, when you were doing that, I was already in my 20s, and I was already a Terrazza monumental polisher. I used to make headstones before me, so I was already in my 20s when you were doing that. So basically, I'm 10 years ahead of you. But it's crazy. It's the thing is, you think about it. One of my friends, right? See if I've got an issue and I need to speak to somebody. I speak to my friend. He's 16 years younger than me.
Why, he's younger than I am then.
His knowledge far outstrips anything I think even I could understand within IT. But it's all Microsoft knowledge. Whereas if it's a Mac, he's got a bit of knowledge here and there. Whereas I've used Macs in the past. I've got a bit more understanding. I can deal with certain printers because I've got slightly more understanding. But he's the one that actually got all the Microsoft knowledge. And he's got a big wide range of knowledge of other stuff. So he could work all these things out. But for quickness, there's certain things that I would understand a lot more because I use them more. If you don't use something, it doesn't matter how intelligent you are, you're going to have to learn how to use it. But I say to him, yes, he's a hell of a lot younger. I mean, people say, does that not feel weird? You're going to a young guy for help? No, I go to the one with the most knowledge and the better understanding. Believe it or not, I know my limitations. And basically, if I was sitting there thinking, oh, well, I need to find an old guy. Sorry, is anybody actually knowing about computers? No, it's that computer. No.
I will twist it around and say it's an old guy, and unfortunately, I will subscribe myself to that, is to recognize someone else may have the answer. They may be older than you, they may be younger than you, but all you know is you do not have the answer.
See, when I was leaving school, the year after I left school is when the school brought in the BBC micros.
Oh.
After
you say you're older than I. I was the last year cull, as in if you were born this year, even though you were in 3-year batches, so we don't do it like here in UK where like split and then 1 year. It's 3 years, 3 years, 3 years. So you have, if you're the top year, you have 2 years younger. We were the last ones watching the 5th grader, 4th graders sitting at the computer going, tick, 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 I'm writing a report, tick, 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 tick. Our teachers just went around to us, no, pen and paper. You are not allowed to use the computer. And you're just looking to your left and it's like, there's a computer there.
Yeah.
And 10 minutes ago, you just asked me to connect the computer to the printer so they could print what they were typing.
But that was the thing. It was the fact is, even those 2 years previously, they had them in. The year after I left, they were just bringing them in, which means they didn't have any syllabus, nothing. They didn't even know where they were going with them. They didn't know what they could do with them. This was them just introduced to the school.
Yeah, we
So
got a weird crossover. And I believe you will understand this concept of a secretary and a typewriter. How quickly and how many characters per minute could you type? That's what we, even though we were not allowed to use computers, the only training we got was how many words, how many characters a minute can you type? That's all we got from my
test
code.
was 33 per minute. 33 words per minute.
Oh, we were like 97, 96 or 97 characters a minute. That's what you were required. And we had a recruitment company.
They used to call it words per minute. So I don't know how they did the calculation, but I did 33 words per minute.
Well, an average word would be about 4. So 4, 33, 120. Not bad.
But basically, I was young, so I was right into IT. So, but I only did the test once. And
the reason I got out of it is because I could do, even though I'm pants at programming, I'm comfortable at finding like less than, more than, brackets, squirrely bracket, parentheses, single parentheses, exclamation.
You're better with pseudocode than I.
But I knew where they were, so I was faster on those characters than just writing words. So I was faster programming language than just typing up like a memo. But
I could understand and write and read pseudocode. So from there, it was straightforward to do the programming. I used to program in Pascal, COBOL, Turbo Pascal, Asymmetrics Toolbook. Oh, and there was another one I can't even remember what
Basic.
It was. Oh, Basic.
10, go to 20. 20, go to 10.
My dad taught himself Basic when when we first got our first ZX81.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm. But no, I when I was at uni, it was COBOL, Pascal, Turbo Pascal, C++. That's what it was. And Asymmetric Toolbook. It was C++. That's what it was. That was the final one. I basically did the program because I could understand pseudocode, so I could write pseudocode, and from there it's just a wee step to actually write the thing. But I preferred support because I was a people person. So I'm okay talking to people.
That's the wrong kind of person to be in IT support.
I'm a people person because basically people could say
no, it's the wrong person to be in IT support.
Yes, I'm aware. So I'm a people person, so I can understand if somebody gives it it does this press it, and I'm okay with actually going back and going down step by step by step by step. I know some people don't like having to debug what somebody's trying to describe.
Yeah.
Rather than anything else. But I'm okay with that. And it's only for the simple fact is I'm a people person. It's just because my whole family are all just Gabs mouthy, so I'm okay. But
Well, I am joking a little bit about not being a people person. I mean, look here. I'm with you on the stream, talking to the supposed world. Last stream had like, what, 80, 90 views? It's a massive, but it's a lot of people listening in. So if I wasn't a people person, would I actually step onto something a lot of people could hear? No, I wouldn't. And I will say part why I like IT is you help someone. You help someone get past a thing they get stuck on, not necessarily because they're not smart enough to understand. It's just they got stuck in a loop, and I'm guilty of that as well. I say I know IT, but sometimes I'm looking for a more complex problem than what the original question really was.
And sometimes it can bite you in the ass. Yes. I was setting up a program that locked out the registry, and it used the registry to lock it. So basically, certain people could go in, do certain things, but not change anything. So if it was in a lab for staff, for students, they could mess all they want, but they couldn't actually edit anything important. I spent 3 days, and every time I was working on it, we were working, we were learning as we were going along. So we'd do it so far, and then we would put something on and realise it locked the whole bloody thing. So we would reset the machine and start again, get to that point, try the different one. So I spent a week doing this, and I got to the final stage, and every time I tried something different, the documentation says all you need to do is this. I spent 3 days on this one. So every time I clicked it, it locked the whole machine. I had to wipe the whole machine, reinstall it, and then get to that point and try something else, wipe it. And I spent 3 days, and I said to the guy sitting next to me, this machine is going out the window. I can't get this working. He says, what you try to do? And I told him everything I've tried, and this is what I was trying to do. And he went, click, and it worked.
Yeah.
The same thing I had been trying for 3 days. He did it once and it worked. And I'm sitting there thinking, was it just me? Am I going bloody crazy? Was I?
No, it's not just you. I've had the similar thing. And the worst thing is one of them is now my colleagues used to work for the IT help desk. And I started in the late 80s, 90s doing IT help desk. Here's a password reset. Here's setting up your email, your inbox, blah, blah, blah. I know the tricks. I've employed them all. But I will have to admit that just as recent as 3 months ago, me trying to reset my own mailbox because it wasn't responding, I used all the tricks I knew. I walked up then to the IT guy and saying, it's not working. He pressed enter to put up the login screen. He asked me to enter my password to log in, and it was working.
I did that. See this new machine, right? I bought this new machine for myself for 2 reasons. One, I wanted an upgrade because I had a works laptop. The laptop was an i7, so it was a decent laptop, but it was just getting slower because the amount of stuff I had on it and the amount of things I was trying to do on it. So I thought, I want a big machine, i7, lot of memory. So I got it and I paid it. But one of the things that really got me was my email stopped working. Outlook just did not connect no matter what I did. I reinstalled the whole application. I recreated profiles. I changed my password. I put it in. I turned multi-factor authentication on, switched it off, tried this, and I spent 3 full weeks, couldn't get it working. So I was using webmail, and I thought, I think it's definitely my machine. There's something that has to be my machine, and I don't want to wipe it because I would lose all my apps. I thought, bugger it, I'll just buy myself a new computer because I want one, and I've been saving up. So I finally got a computer, and I set it up.
Basically gives you a clean start, doesn't it?
So it gave me a clean start. So I set it up, and it worked, no problem. And then I went back to my laptop because there's a piece of software I needed. And as I did that, I clicked on Outlook and it popped up and asked for the password. I put it in and it accepted it and it started working. And I'm sitting there going, really? 3 full weeks of uninstall, reinstall, updates, uninstall updates, put new updates in, check my antivirus, uninstall it, and I was going bloody crazy. Yet it suddenly started working and I still don't know what the difference was. And I was going, no.
Well, this is where I think us in IT support, or that have worked in IT support, is people do not appreciate that we have been through this, the really, really tricky part, and we had no one to ask for help because we had to figure it out in order to help others.
Yep. That's why my boss, the boss I had before, the one I've got just now, bought me a t-shirt and I've still got it. It says, fuck Google, ask me. Because basically they would do it instead. And because I would say to them, if you don't believe me, Google it. So they would ask me something, I would tell them. They go, really? I say, if you don't believe me, ask Google it. So he bought me a t-shirt. My CEO bought me a t-shirt, fuck Google, ask me. And basically, anytime I would come in, if it was a dress down day, he would ask me where my t-shirt was. I says, well, I'm coming into work. I don't want to wear a shirt. It's got swear words all over it. He says, I bought you it. If anybody in the organisation has an issue with it, tell them to come to me. So, yes, my boss is actually telling me to wear a t-shirt. He says, ask me instead. And he got is it because the amount of help I would say to people and they wouldn't believe me and I would tell them to Google it. But it's just one of those things. It's people don't believe that we've gone through it before. And I think because we've gone through it before that we can turn around and say, aye, and you've tried this, you've tried that. Aye. Tell me about it. That happened to me 2 weeks ago and it still happens to me every so often. You just need to do this and that. And that's the thing. And it's the same again. People say, oh, I've been told not to write down my passwords. I've got 5 passwords. I say, I've got 37 passwords. I write mine down, but I don't write them down the way you're thinking. And I says, why? And he says, well, you write in a wee piece of notepad in your drawer, you write your name and your password. So your login name, your login password. He says, I don't. Like, say, for instance, I was using my personal one. So I would just say personal. And then if I know the type of phrases or words, like, say, for instance, I was putting the computer as my password. I wouldn't write the computer 1, 2, 3. I would put TC 1, 2, 3. So TC could mean anything. But I know what TC means.
Yeah, exactly. I gave the same advice to my dad. He passed away almost 4 years ago now. Very late adopter. He didn't touch a computer until he was 77. But I gave him passphrase rather than password as a concept. So I told him, make up a phrase that you remember, but if the password is going to be for a bank, add the bank's name to your passphrase and add a couple of random numbers. You will remember most of your password, and then you go, okay, it's the bank, and then there is something else on top of it. So fun thing is, he in the 10 years he was active, and he was on some dodgy sites like selling sites, eBay sites, not official eBay sites, but he never got hacked. It was really impressive seeing that someone joining so late into the IT space, having such secure password technology or understanding, was just brilliant. I'm using the same thing myself. I have my unique core password, but because of what I'm using, there is also the additional twist to it. So even if you could figure out what I'm using, you can't figure out
Yeah,
what
it's
it's
the
being
same
used
as
for.
I would say to someone, I would give them an example. Your name is Bob, right?
Hmm.
Use your name as a password. How many variations on 3 letters can you have? And they say, well, you got an uppercase, 2 lowercases, or an uppercase, a lowercase, an uppercase, an upper. I said, no. What about numbers? Why can't a B be an 8 and a O be a 0? So suddenly you've got another 3 numbers in there and variations on that. So you've suddenly gone from having, was it 6 letters, 6 choices for that. So suddenly you've added in the 8. So it could be 8 uppercase O and lowercase b, so Bob, and then so suddenly there you go, and all you need to remember is what's my password, Bob, and I use the 8 at this point, or I use a 0. There you go.
Yes.
And that's what I keep on saying to them. So if you can't think of a password, think of a word you always remember. Think about your name, but change any O's to zeros, or 3s to
To E.
3, or a 1 is an I, or instead of a T, put a 7, or else put an uppercase every so often, so that if you had a double-barreled name, like something like even McDonald, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows McDonald's either MAC or MC.
Yeah,
So
but even there, you get 2 options immediately. You get MC or MAC.
But if so it's a Donald. But if you're McDonald's, so you know most people know it's going to be uppercase M, AC, uppercase D. Well, why does it need to be like that? Why don't you do? Most people put their capitals at the beginning of their password. Why don't you put it halfway in the middle? Why don't you put it in the middle? So lowercase M, AC, uppercase D, O, or 0. There you go. So McDonald's, suddenly you've got a number, an uppercase, and a lowercase in there.
Yeah. I will say that to this
that.
effect, without disclosing, because obviously the more I would describe how my passwords work, the 3 phrases I use is something only I know.
And that's the thing.
Yeah. But Michael McIntyre had a brilliant stand-up not too many months ago.
Is that the one about
password 1 exclamation, password 1 2 3 exclamation?
This is a password that is nobody else is going to use. It's freaking she did it, and it's a password already used.
Yep.
But it's the same as so I use that example, like for instance, a name. So yes, people might know my name, but they'll not know how my password is put in. If I use that as my password, which I don't, but I tell people who think me, but I use phrases or words that are specific to me.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same as I don't use my dog's names. I don't use my registration number. I don't know my street. Because people say, oh, well, but I use that because I remember it. Aye, so does everybody that knows you.
Well, I'll put up the tweet about that. Just before, what was it, a week ago now, when England was in the final against Italy. If England would have won, there would have been so many people have gone password 1966, and they would have gone, okay, it's time to update the password because I'm being forced to. Yes. Password 2021.
Yeah, exactly. And basically, it is funny because yes, how many Celtic supporters have got Celtic whatever year? I don't know about football. I'm not a big football one, but the year that they won the treble or the 9 or the whatever, but that type of thing. And I do find it funny because I tell people to think of something that's specific to them, but I say do not pick an animal or your car or a family member or something like that. Something that's specific to you. Like, for instance, people know me. I don't pick anything to do with Judge Dredd as part of my password because people know I like Judge Dredd or Doctor Who. So, yeah, I've got a wide range of things it could be.
Mm-hmm.
But, in effect, people know my thing. So, mine is, if anybody on my password, they'd be sitting there thinking, where's that come from? It comes from in the recesses of there.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you keep your password safe. And I try to tell people that. I don't know how many bring it on board, but it's essentially because of what I do, say that you try to do something bad against my company, my income, the reason I can pay my rent and everything, I would obviously come after you, and I would go and look at the screenshot like this. It's like Londo, Jakar, Doctor Who, Judge Dredd. I would start guessing these are your password because that is what most people unfortunately do.
Exactly, and that's why I keep on telling people, think of a phrase. It'd be like, right, I'll give you an example, right? Somebody says, right, give me a password just now to use. Okay. I like movies, so there's so many. I could pick something from any movie. So I'll pick, we're going to need a bigger boat.
Jaws.
Exactly. Unless people know, if I talk about stuff, Jaws is not, it's a good movie, but it's not ever in my top 10 or movies because I've got specific movies like sci-fi and stuff like that. Zulu and war movies are always high up in my preferred. But it's a phrase that everybody knows because everybody knows it, but who's going to actually think, that'll be a password? But even at that, I'm going to need a bigger boat. Any one of those letters are uppercase. Any one of those letters are a number. There you go. Doesn't matter. You can have one uppercase, one letter. Let's see how many variations of somebody knowing your password are going to put in before they hit it.
Yep.
And that's what I keep telling people. It's make it simple for them, just hard for somebody. And I keep on telling them it's just, there you go, people out there. Let's talk geeky. We've just told you how to secure your system.
Exactly. Is it what I told my dad?
Jim and PJ.
No, it's what I told my dad. It's like, if someone's going to hack you, they need to know that core phrase that you're using. Then they're going to figure out, okay, if I managed to figure out your core phrase, that's still not your full password. So you have your core phrase. There's something that you have attributed to, say, banking. You may not use the word bank. It might be money. It might be income.
Money grabbing buggers.
Well, he wasn't Scottish, so... But it's literally what I told him. It's have a phrase you remember. Make it minimum 3 words. And I don't know what he used, but it could have been the first cat he owned, combined with the first job he had and the last job he had before he retired.
My son's a genius.
But it's still something you can remember. That's your core. Then add to it. So you have your core, easily remembered, and then split into, because unlike you, I have 3 different banks that I'm dealing with. I have my work emails, I have my personal emails, YouTube, obviously, that I need to log into. I have Discord. All of them have different passwords.
And you have to have, because if you've got the same password across everything, you get hacked one, you get hacked them all.
Yep. Here's a sad report from McAfee. Unfortunately, rest in peace, John McAfee, that didn't kill himself in, I was going to say Russian prison, but I think it was a Spanish prison, with the tattoo on his arm saying, "I did not kill myself." So I'm pressing F for doubt.
See if I decided that I was going to end it all, I would do something like that because it would wind so many people up. Do you think about it? If you want to actually make sure people remember you, you do something that he's actually knew something was going to happen to him. He's tattooed it. I mean, I love, and I'm a big kid. I love conspiracy theories, even though I don't believe half of them. I still love listening to them.
I don't believe half of what I hear.
But I still like listening to them, and it's interesting in how people do gymnastics for some of them. I don't believe, but it's also clever how some people work things in, the ones that I may think are possible, and the way they actually see things and think, oh, I never even saw that. But once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. So that's why I can understand. But I can also understand that they put things in that, yeah, once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. So it makes what they're saying more plausible, even though I don't believe it. But I do love listening to them. It's the same as like rumours. I like listening to them. I don't believe every rumour I hear, but I still enjoy it.
They are enjoyable. They are truly enjoyable. It gives you additional piece to the puzzle, even though you know that there is nothing that you just told me in this conspiracy that fits to the puzzle. It's still an interesting part to hear because it's trying to add flavor or trying to add something to what you're already piecing together.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's the same as, like, I'm going to go back and say something, but I'll come back to this thing. See, like you were saying about passwords and passphrases, it reminds me of when you were using your notebook to take a note of all your phone numbers and everything. You didn't want your PIN out there. So to remember it, you would put bank name, a part of a number. So say, for instance, if you were in Glasgow, I think Glasgow's 0141, you'd put 0141, 3 numbers for the thingy code, and then you would put your 4 digits, or you'd put them backwards. So if somebody get it, they wouldn't guess it. But so you would have a bank's phone number with your 4 digits in that phone number, just so you could remember it, because 4 whole digits used to confuse so many people when the bank cards were introduced. That's what people used to do to remember their bank details.
Yeah, I like that level of story. I will give you this. I've been trained by some heavy duty, it's not people, it's organizations or whatever you want to call it. Let's just say the ones with the budget enough to cause problems for people elsewhere. And one of my final exams was, here's a picture of an orange car. I want you to tell me in the next 15 minutes where the owner of this car is going to be 2 hours from now.
An abstract one.
Yes, but then all the clues were already
of the car. Then you need to get into more detail.
Exactly. I mean, the biggest challenge was who owned the car.
Yeah.
But this is where the English language falls short. Who owned the car? It's past tense.
Aye, who owns the car?
Yes. So there may be someone owning the car today, but when the photo was taken, who owned the car?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a tricky thing already within the question.
Well, that's the thing. See, we were saying about the English language. I was saying that we were going out today and I had the dogs in the car. And my wife says, it's dead hot. I says, don't worry, I'll crack a window. She'll say, what? She says, why do you want to do that? And I says, that's an expression meaning open the window a small amount. She says, I thought you meant crack it just so it can't close properly. So I thought that was going to damage it, because she'd never heard the expression. And because she dropped something and it had cracked the window in our greenhouse, she thought I was taking the mickey out of her.
Interesting explanation, and I can kind of see her point to it.
Yeah, because basically, to me, it's an expression. It's just an old expression, and crack a window, and that just means open the window a small amount. So it's just put like a crack rather than actually a smash window. A crack is just a wee teeny gap. But that's basically the expression, crack a window.
Well, you see, you already used the. I can't say it's the correct terminology, but you said crack a window, smash a window. Two different things, at least in my mind.
Yes, they are. But you wouldn't say if you were in a car, smash a window, to say open the window. You would say put that window down, which technically you're not got it in your hand. But you would say put the window down.
Well, if you told me put the window down, you want me to pull it all the way down.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. It's the English language. So crack a window just means open it a crack. So that's why it's called crack a window. You open it a small amount. And it's the same as if I said put the window down. Whereas my dad would turn around and say, I'm not holding it, I can't. Because that's why I do it. People actually get annoyed sometimes with me because I can be very pedantic. If I really want to wind someone up, I'll listen to what they say and then I respond exactly what they ask for. And it's what they say. And my dad used to go, my mum used to go, spare with me. Stop being pedantic. Do exactly what it was meant, not what was said. Because I would do it with my sisters.
Well, my dad did the same thing to me when I used what's it called, a turn of phrase. He always used to respond literally, which was usually the opposite of the meaning of turning a phrase.
Yeah, but I used to do that. Even when I was a teenager, my nephew was a baby sleeping in the room in his cot, and my sister said to me, go and check the vein. It's a very simple thing. Go and check to see if he's okay, he's still sleeping, he's awake, whatever. Go and check the vein. So I walked in and says, you're a bad boy. And I walked out and I says, there, I checked him. And she went nuts with me.
that is slightly facetious, though.
I was being pedantic because I know it would annoy her. And it's basically, to me, that was funny. To her, it was annoying. But obviously, to go in and say, you're a bad boy and walk out, I've obviously gone in and actually made sure he's sleeping. I know he's sleeping or he's awake, so I'm aware. But I still said to her there, I've checked him. But I made sure she heard me saying, you're a bad boy. So yes, I'm being very pedantic because she said those words, go and check the vein. I took the other meaning. And my mum used to get annoyed with me because I like listening to what people say. And sometimes I do like saying exactly what they mean say exactly what they say rather than what they mean.
I think it's a lost art today, though.
You have fun because people actually are so serious. They take any criticism of what they've said as if you're criticising them. No, you're criticising the language we all use because it is so ambiguous.
Since I'm multilingual and we're on the topic, you know about the whole story about they, them, xer, whatnot. Because I translate it back to my original language, they sound like morons.
They do that in English, so it makes no difference.
Well, they sound even more like morons when I'm translating back.
Yeah, because you're using a group term for an individual. Disney work.
Yeah. So when they say they, okay, you and what army?
Yeah, but it's the same. Talk about language. One of my friends is Taiwanese, right? And when we were at uni together, college, he was doing a communications thing. So he was giving a talk on language, right? And he was talking about the word "lay." He says, so there's lay. So 5 variations of this word, but it's each sounding means something else. And we're all sitting there going, he said the same word 5 times. but to his ear, he said 5 different things.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there thinking, but, and one of the lassies says, but that's stupid. I says, there. And she went, what? I says, so where is it? Am I there? Or is it there? Or is it there? Who owns it? And she's going, but that's different. I says, how? You've got 3 words.
Describing the same,
The
not the
sound
same thing.
exactly
It's the same sound for
And I
3
says,
different things.
the only difference is within that language that we don't understand, he's hearing the nuance of it.
Yeah.
And that's the difference. And it's the there, and there.
I have 4 Chinese friends that I've known throughout my life, and wow, if you think the writing is complex for a Western person to try and comprehend, a lot of what they have sounds exactly the same. So, like you said, they're there. They can actually have the same concept, but the surrounding words around the same word, although that word can have several different meanings, will suddenly change it into like 58 different outcomes.
It's the same right across the board. Have you ever seen Flags of Our Father? Or the Sands of Iwo Jima? I think it was the Sands of Iwo Jima. Flags of Our
Sense of
Father.
Iwo Jima is definitely sounding familiar. Flags of Father,
Flags of
I
Our
think I've
Father
heard
is
of.
about the Battle of Iwo Jima, and it's from the American side. Sands of Iwo Jima is from the Japanese side. They made the 2 movies, and there was only one bit it crossed over, and that was when they were attacking the beach and there was a machine gun nest. But one was from the Japanese side and one was from the American side. The very first version I saw, one of my friends had recorded it and given me a copy, was the original English translation. It was all done in Japanese, but it had subtitles. And the person who put the subtitles out phonetically. So they've obviously listened as each word was said and wrote it down. Instead of saying, we have come here to die, right? Which is, if you're digging a hole, you're digging the trenches, and you know you're basically there and you're not going to survive it, or they just brought us here to die. A simple expression, but translation of the Japanese originally says, this beach which we are digging, we have been brought here to lie down in the hole. It means, because the terminology is just a phrase, we've come here to die. But because the Japanese expressions, it means slightly different. It's the same as, like, remember the movie White Men Can't Jump?
Yeah.
Have you seen the translation? I think it was to French, then back again.
I do not, but I have a feeling I know where it's going.
White men can't get it up.
Okay, I did not expect that.
I think it was French. I'm sure it was one of the European languages. So it wasn't like a language in Africa, or I'm sure it was one of the European. The expression they used for white men can't jump is because they don't have one. White men can't jump. It's just the can't is a contraction, so it's cannot get it up. And it was, or cannot get, and instead of jump, it was up. And then when they translated it back phonetically, it came back as white men can't get it up. But when they did the initial translation and then they translate it back, it just, when you do it phonetically, it just does not work. And it's the same idea. Flags of Our Father, Sands of Iwo Jima was hilarious. A very serious movie, but the subtitles made it hilarious. And it was because somebody did it phonetically. You think about any expression and you translate it to another language. And then
it's Star Trek Next Generation, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra.
Yeah, but not even at that. So, like, for instance, if I turn around and if I'm using that same expression, and I want to say that we'll go down to the chariot shop, I'll say, I will drive to Kilmarnock to do a walk around. unless you know what that means, it means nothing. So as you're saying, it's a damn, but you know what the phrase means. It's just that your anchor, which is to my mind, doesn't work. And that's why there's the translation translated it, but because it didn't have a understanding the expression, slightly different. Whereas because we've all got a very similar worldview, I suppose you could say it, because if somebody says something in French, it can be translated to English. If somebody says something in English, it can be translated to German. Or if somebody says something in German, it can be translated to Japanese. If somebody says something in Japanese, it can be translated to Arabic. Because that. So it's the same as like Gaelic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think in the last 100 years, there's only been a couple of words added to Gaelic, but they're English words.
Yeah.
So you can speak Gaelic all you want, but as soon as you hit facsimile or computer, you're using facsimile in computer because there's not a Gaelic word for it.
Yep. But that holds true across a lot of languages, and there are certain things. So me being born and raised Scandinavian, one of the first thing I picked up on in English, not learning English in school, but actually moving to England, going Wales, Scotland, Ireland, traveling all around, is the word ombudsman. It's not an English word at all.
No, I know.
It's Germanic at its core essence, but they don't use it anymore. They haven't used it for like 600 years. So it's uniquely Scandinavian, but Scandinavians don't use it really for anything. But it's quite prevalent in UK.
Yeah, it's you think about it. The British languages are basically a mash of languages, European, there's French, there's German words and stuff like that. It's just basically one thing. Languages change. It's the same as Firefly. They used English and Chinese.
Well, I loved the fact that when they needed to bypass the PG 13 and everything, the swear words were Chinese, Mandarin, but the rest was English.
Yes.
And that's a genius thing to actually put in and make happen.
Some of the expressions they told them, they contact some of their friends in China and say to them, this is what we want to say. Is there an equivalent to it? And they would say, some of them would say no, but if you want to say something like this, you would say this. Does it mean exactly the same as what you're wanting to say? But it's a close enough.
But this is where inference in languages also come. It's like, oh, I'm gonna kill that whatever it is. You understood. I'm going to kill that. But they said words you don't understand, that you would not be expected to understand. You still understood the concept.
Yep.
So that is actually a very genius thing in Firefly / Serenity.
Yeah. Well, you look at it right across the board. You had Battlestar Galactica, Frack, Red Dwarf, Smeg.
Everybody knows what Frack stands for.
Yeah, Red Dwarf, Smeg, Father Ted, Feck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So basically, they always wanted to actually sound worse, so they made up words.
Well,
can you hear
I
that?
do not understand the whole censorship that was going around. One of my favorite stand-up shows is George Carlin going, the 7 words you cannot say.
Mm-hmm.
But
Jim, can you hear that whining? Listen.
There's a weak sound in the background.
That's my dog snoring. He's just lying there.
I wouldn't have been able to tell you there was a dog or anything. There's something in the background.
It's my dog.
Just
I was wondering what it was. I turned around and he's lying there. It's no-
like clearly your dog isn't given a frack about your live stream.
Any thoughts? Make it.
Yeah.
But that's what I was laughing at. He's just lying there, snoring his head off. But where were we? Right,
We were in the linguistical languages,
Yeah.
but I believe we were talking about other things before.
yeah. Let's try to remember, isn't it? We do sidetracks and go and back. Well, you're talking about-
It's what Purple Valkyrie says. It's squirrels.
yes, it's kind of. Ooh. I'm quite happy with that. Oh, who was it? Somebody had said. I don't know if Alison will see this, but she said to me when she looked at my man cave picture, she says, the Laurel and Hardy's out of place, right? So there's my Laurel and Hardy picture box set there, right?
Yep.
But there's my picture up on the wall. And she says, the Laurel and Hardy's out of place. To that I say, really?
I will give you need a little bit more his what is it? It's like a very clear face expression. Once he goes hat on, he just goes frozen. He doesn't go. There's no emotion. There's no nothing. It's just hat on and
Oliver, they always gave the
yep.
to the camera. He always basically broke the fourth wall. He was one of the first ones that actually broke the fourth wall when he was dealing with Stan. He would just go to the camera. But no, it's just the case Alison actually mentioned. She says it was a wee bit out of place, and I thought, really? Why would people think my man cave is out of place? Because I'm a son of the desert, so I'm.
I will have to admit, I did grow up watching a lot of Laurel and Hardy, or as it's called in Scandinavia, the whole and a half.
Is it whole and a half? Because I know
Because one is
yeah,
and the other is
yeah.
So the whole and a half.
Yeah, it's the same as there's certain places it's Dick and Dork and Poland. But they're basically they're not known as Laurel and Hardy universally.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things. You think about it now, if they were out, it would be Laurel and Hardy. Different matter, different language it is. It's a name. Whereas then it basically they were different countries, different names.
Mm-hmm.
So Dick and Dork was one. In Russia, they were known as something else as well.
I am going to dig up something that is available on YouTube, unless I destroy my keyboard, of course. This is a unique. Well, I wouldn't say unique, but I have not seen it outside of Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Iceland. And I don't even think Iceland use it as much. But it's a stand-up. Well, it's not stand-up. It's a comedy sketch from maybe 1950, maybe 1963.
Is this the one about the drunk at serving dinner?
Dinner for One.
Yes.
I'll posted it
That
in the private chat.
Yeah.
But that is always Christmas TV.
Yes, I have seen it. And I'm aware of what it is because it was a traditional one, even though people actually don't understand why it was, but it was every year. And it's still now, which I love the fact that now it's still, because there was so many things that I grew up watching. It was a Christmas program. They changed, we'll put it on Boxing Day or we'll put it on Christmas Eve now. No, it's Christmas Day, and that's when you watch it.
Yeah, well, for Swedes, Norwegians, and Danish, Christmas Day, as you say, where you start the proper celebration and have the paper crowns and everything, It's actually on the 24th, not the 25th.
Yeah.
But funny fact about this one, although it appears extremely British in terms of aristocracy, of the way the butler speaks, all of that, it was actually shot in East Germany behind the wall at the time it was filmed, which
Yeah.
I always found that is an amazing thing.
I have seen it. I remember it because he gets drunker as he goes.
I'll kill that cat.
Freddie Frinton. Freddie Frinton, yes. Because it's the same idea. It's basically been translated into numerous languages. I'm going to put it into the normal chat. So if anybody wants to watch it, links in the chat. So
But it's a brilliant set of comedy.
Oh, it definitely is. I noted myself when I'd seen it. And considering how old it is, it's just funny. Just the fact is, just staring down the table as he gets drunker and drunker and drunker.
And that bloody rug, it's tiger rug with the head at the end of it.
They've done parodies on that. That's why you look at things like Dick Emery. No, Dick Emery.
Yeah. No.
I'm trying to remember who it was. It was Dick Emery. He basically had a movie called You Are Awful, and one of his characters was the old guy with the glasses. Right? And there's a bit.
Okay,
he's serving the food, but he's having the occasional drink and he's staggering backwards and forwards. And it's a play on that. It's not as long, it's just a wee teeny bit as he's getting drunker, as he's had a wee quick swally, as he's feeding the 4 or 5 people, and he's just doing the silly things. And it's a base on that.
This one, it has certain sadness to it, because if you start looking at the story, there's a reason the butler is getting so drunk, because he's pretending to be all the guests for she's not befuddled, but her memory, her vision is starting to go, so she don't see them. So he's trying to keep her happy by having the guests there for the regular dinner, but all of them obviously passed away. But the funny side comes into the fact that he's suddenly having to consume the alcohol for 4 people, but because he's the butler, he can't sit down and have the food that would counteract getting that drunk. So all he's doing is he's drinking the sherries, he's drinking the wine, he's drinking the champagne, the bubblies, the whatever it is they're having. But he's doing it 4 times faster because he's pretending to be 4 different people at the same time. But it's a fantastic set of comedy where they actually understood to tell more than just, here's a funny thing to watch. There is a lot of depth to it. It's like, why is he doing it?
It's basically, I'm just trying to find something. It's just because this is another one that I find funny. This was part of my New Year stuff. It's Ricky Fulton.
All right.
Reverend I Am Jolly getting drunk while he's doing a TV show. I would definitely give that a go. He basically comes in and he's sitting down, and this is and the guy, it's actually just as they're about to go filming, he's having a wee quick swally, and he sees his boss coming in, so he dumps the whiskey, the vodka, and it empties into the water jar. So he puts his bottle away without realising it's empty. And Jolly comes in, he's having and he's getting drunker as he's speaking. And it's just, that is another one. And it's basically, it's the same idea. It's a similar, the premise is similar. It's just somebody that's just getting drunker and drunker without realising, but he's still got his programme to do rather than the dinner for one, where he's just trying to actually serve up the Christmas meal and stuff like that. I think
I will say, and it may be a spoiler, but I hope there aren't too many being upset about it. But my favorite part about the whole dinner for one is at the very end, where the butler is about to escort the lady upstairs, and he asks, "Same procedure as last year?" And she responds, "Same procedures as always, James." You don't get to see what happens, but I think anyone above the age of 16 understands exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, but it's just one of those things as well. It's just I wouldn't say a play on adult themes. It's just a case of two people. And you don't. The thing is, you don't know if she actually knows, because at the end it sort of implies that she's aware of what's happening and she's just doing it to humour him, whereas he's doing it to, is it humour her or to keep her thinking? But I think it's a case of the two of them are just in that rut where they were doing it to help each other out.
I'm sort of the same mind there, because there is so much depth to what you can see in that humble, what was it? It's 10 minutes. It's barely 10 minutes long, but there is so much depth. There is loss, there's friends, there's friendships, there's interactions, there is companionship, there's the whole thing. And it's told so simply. I mean, look at what we're getting hammered over to the head today. Literally, it was 2 months ago. I can't remember the show for the life of me, what the name was called, but it was a teenage lady superhero. Why was she superhero? Don't know. Why did she have super strength? Don't know. But after 15 minutes into the first episode, I could definitely tell what kind of people... No, it wasn't. I could definitely tell what kind of individual she would prefer to spend the evenings with. Because it was told to me 7 times in the first 15 minutes of introducing a new superhero. And I know it's not Stargirl. They tried some superhero concept. Again, she had superpower, flying, the whole kit. Nothing remarkable.
It's no Miss Marvel then.
No.
I don't recognise any TV shows that I recognise any of the descriptions for it. The only one I've heard about was Stargirl. And I think that was because Az was doing a review of it that long ago.
This one was definitely aimed at, shall we say, an audience that would not yet have discovered the concept of who would you like to spend an evening with. It was a little bit too light-hearted.
Was it animated?
Although, no, live action. She was brunette, I think. White brunette, side shaved thing, supposed to be 15, 16. And I tuned out after 20 minutes because I just couldn't. It's like, I get it. You prefer those kind of people.
But they did that with Doctor Who with Bill Potts. I heard. I hadn't really watched it, but every episode they mentioned that she was interested. She was only interested in one thing. I'm this type of person.
The thing is, I could care less who my superhero wants to spend their evening with. I would like to know, why should I think you're a superhero?
Yep.
So if Superman used his power to just rob banks and whatnot, he would still be Superman, but he would not necessarily be a hero.
Yeah. It's the same idea. I'm trying to think, what was the one that I had? The good and the bad. It was it's one of those things. You clicked my memory just beforehand, and then
good versus evil.
Yes, I see. That's the way I want mines. I want mines to be unambiguous. The boys, right? Boys is known for me. it's too nihilistic and dark. I want my heroes to be heroes. I don't want them to be perverts in the background. Right?
I like the addition.
I like the idea
that you're here, because obviously, just like you, I've been to my fair share of conventions and everything, and they always say never meet your hero.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, though, to the other side of that effect, I know a lot of people are hating William Shatner. I met him. I've had my photos with him. I've spoken to him. He definitely will not remember my sorry little butt, because I was stuttering and everything, because it was like, it's Kirk. But he have the rule that there is no hugging. You can stand next to me and we can have the photograph. There is no banter. There's no handshake like others do. This is what I want to do. But others see that as offensive to them, because they expect that he have to hug you, he have to shake your hand, and it's like, no, this is what he wants.
He's basically already saying it. If you want to get your picture with him, you're doing it under his rules. It's not a case of he changes his mind once you've bought the ticket.
Yeah, which is where at least the two separate interactions I've had with him, it's been, I know people think, oh, he's rude. It's like, I don't think that. I think this is the rules he's setting down for whatever reason, but it's his life. It's his rules. You're a guest when you come to the panels, to the shows. And I still think he's fairly amazing. He's probably done less favorable things, if we put it that way, that you would go, okay, you might have been, but yeah. I have not seen them. I think
it's a case of, if someone tells you before you buy the ticket, these are the rules, you can't complain that these are the rules once you bought the ticket. You can't say, I want to change the rules now. I've bought the ticket, and because I bought the ticket, I want to do this. Sorry, if you got told beforehand, where is the argument? Where is the problem? And that's the problem nowadays. People say, oh, I understand the rules. Right, I've given my ticket. Right, I've got the ticket now. Now you have to change the rules because I don't like them. Tough. My answer is tough. You knew the rules before you bought them. You can't buy it and then complain that you didn't like the rules.
Well, the thing is, when you click buy, you've actually said, I'm paying money for all that thing you told me until now. If you go, well, I didn't read it, that's not an excuse.
Yeah. And even if you did read it and you says, okay, I'll buy it, and then complain about it afterwards and expect the rules to be changed. No. It's the same as if I buy something and I read it and well, that doesn't bother me. I want those pair of shoes, but I prefer them in black. But it says they do not make them in black. So I buy them and then I complain that I can't get them in black. So why aren't you not making them in black? Because I want them in black. Well, we told you we didn't make it. Well, you should, because I've now bought the ticket and I want my pair of black shoes. And it's that attitude, and that's why I turn around and go, nah. You buy it under the understanding, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Simple as that. Don't pay people money. Like for me, I do not buy stuff for the new stuff. I'm not giving them my money. It's just simple as that. So if I want this stuff, I'll buy it second hand. Give somebody else who's bought it and actually realised it's crap and thrown it away. I'll give them
I know it's a difficult concept probably for very few people to understand, but don't pay money for what you don't understand what you're getting.
Yeah. And even if you do understand and you don't like it, don't pay money for it just because. Like, for instance, I could continue collecting Doctor Who DVDs. I stopped Sylvester McCoy. Oh, sorry, actually, Paul McGann. I used to collect them and I decided, well, I never rewatched them, so what was the point? So I gave them all away. So I just do not spend money on the new stuff. And the bits and pieces I've got a couple of new bits and pieces here and there. Most of them were either gifts. So if somebody gives me a gift, I'm not going to get rid of a gift that somebody's given me. So even if it's a new stuff rather than a classic. I'm not going to go.
I don't know if it is the what should we say, the capability of producing secondary items, like merchandise around a product and everything. I've seen a few of the sexually transmitted disease Star Trek, STD. Some of it looks really good. It's like, that is actually a cool figurine. That's a cool model.
And that's the same idea. You look at it visually. Visually, it could look stunning. It's the visualist part is just one aspect of it. And a lot of the stuff nowadays looks stunning. But it's the other parts of it.
Yeah. But the thing is, I was struggling, I will have to admit, already at Enterprise. I did like the Cindy story. I did like the... There was a little bit of like character familiarity between them. They weren't like individuals.
Yeah.
They tried to build like the ship family.
Yeah, I like bits and pieces of it, but there was other bits and pieces. Like that's why I don't like prequels, because they try and dump things in. And the problem with a prequel is they try and make it look nice and flashy, and you're saying, but it looks more modern than the one it's a prequel to.
Yeah, I was not a fan of STD saying, "Oh, we're gonna be 5 years before anything in Star Trek has happened." Oh, by the way, we have 47 technologies never ever discussed in the next 300 years of Star Trek story. It's like,
yeah, even the simple ones like hologram communication, right?
Holo screens, touching stuff in the air like this. No, for the next 40 years, they were literally sitting and going beep, 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 beep.
That's why I don't like prequels, because they try and do it, and very rarely they do it to make it look as if it's actually a prequel, because the technology we've got has moved on, so they don't, and people are expecting flashy and stuff like that, so they don't want them to go and go bing, boo, bing, boo, boom, boop, card in, card out, and toot, toot, and sorry, they don't want to see that. They want to see all the computer desks and tablets and stuff like that we've got now. So
that's such a disrespect to Star Trek as well. The tablets we have today, they're essentially the tricorder. Like, I'm actually going to use a prop. I'm going to use this as a prop. Die Hard box. So it's like, this is the box you were carrying a belt around your shoulder. You put up a device and you went beep, 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 beep. Today, all they do, this is supposed to be 5 years before that. Pen. Beep. Done. You have cancer. You're going to die in 2 days.
I'll give you a better one. Remember Ensign Rand?
Yep.
She would come up to Kirk and go with a notepad, a digital computer. He would take it and go sign and hand it back to her. That's for tablets with a digital pen.
Yeah, this is, by the way, a digital pen for touchscreens. So
that's just a bog standard pen. But it's basically the idea is. So the original Star Trek Rand would come up with effectively a tablet and a pen. Kirk would take it, sign it after reading it, sign it, and give it back. Digital, obviously, would have actually had an email with his own thing, but in effect, that's where we get tablets. That's where we got the flip phone, because somebody tried to make a communicator.
Yeah,
basically Star Trek thing. But you imagine now, what do you want to do? Well, they had holograms. Let's do that. You mean like maybe having smoke or mist coming down and we'll project a picture of it, make it look holographic? Well, that doesn't count. But we could do things like that. That's why we've got it so it looks on the screen. You might not physically have it in front of you, but you can project it in a way that does look real. And that's what you're wanting it to do, look real. You look at what
Well, I
you
will say VR headsets, even though
they're
there
about,
is nothing there. If you reach out with your hands to try and touch seeing, it isn't there. But when you get immersed into it, so things are flying at you and you're supposed to dodge, the environment becomes more real. So we're not there yet in terms of a
we're
holodeck.
getting it. We're never ever going to get holodeck the way they produce it on the TV show, because it's going to be more VR headsets. However, we are not going to get VR like we have in Ready Player One, where you've got a full body suit that.
No, sorry to disappoint you. You have already body attachment and everything you can buy off of Amazon,
That's what I'm talking
where
about.
you
You're
can
not gonna have a
feel
full, you're not going to have
impact
a
and all that.
full body suit, because unless you're getting a full body suit, why do you need a full body suit if you think about it? So I can feel every bump, every bend. So what? Do you see what I mean? It's I can
We're not at the full
suit.
body suit, but unfortunately,
Well, I know
having
the
worked
thing,
in
so
IT for 25 years, I
I'm
know
aware of the
exactly where
gloves and
full
stuff
body
like that.
suit is going.
Aye, exactly. And I know where the full bodysuit is going, unfortunately. And that's why I don't think commercially we're going to have a full bodysuit. You'll have speciality stuff. It's the same as everything. But yes, we've got the gloves already, so you can feel if somebody touches your hand and stuff like that. But that's, to me, is not the full bodysuit, because the full bodysuit aspect of it is the step nearer the
Lawnmower man for me.
Yes, aye. But it's a step nearer the holodeck, because you've got a VR on and a full bodysuit, then effectively you can feel and touch everything. It'd be like having a wee thing with a spray. So if you walk up to a flower and smell it, it would spray it, and you would think you're that type of thing. But you're not going to get that holodeck thing, because no matter what, yes, you can. It'll be more VR, and that's why I think the goggles might get smaller. So yes, they might project onto your eyelid, so it makes it. But
But the thing is, VR is just a great magician's trick, because it is, and I do have the top of the range VR headset and everything. It is immersive like nothing I've ever seen. And if it's starting to add a few bits and bobs to my body, so say something on my wrist, something on my fingertips, like you said, a spray that's like produces scents and everything, so I'm picking up a rose because I have something on my hand, I'm reaching out and I'm pushing it together, and the feedback would give it, because my eyes are already seeing there should be something there. My mind would be that tricked. But this is where I'm worrying. Are we entering into Barkley territory, where he has the VR or holodeck sickness?
Yes. And the thing is, the Bartley, it just goes to show, no matter what, you're always going to get somebody addicted to something. See, when we were talking, see Ready Player One, have you seen it?
Yes.
Have you read the book?
I remember reading start of the book. I cannot tell if I did finish, and unfortunately life changed and partnership, and which meant property disappeared.
Well, I've got the audiobook book, and it became my favourite the day I got it and I started listening to it, because I grew up round about the time. So 90% of the things in the book I recognised, I've watched, I've seen, I've read. Music was the only one I didn't care about, but I understood. I recognised a lot.
Music
of
wasn't wrong for me, but it was more modern than I would expect.
In the movie, yes, but in the book they were talking about stuff from the 70s. So they described a lot of they were talking about the artist and the albums and things like that. So I think in the book, the movie was just thinking, but the book, I recognised the names. I recognised them. I was never into music. I couldn't tell you how they went and stuff like that, but I recognised the names and the artists. But there's things in the book which are far superior, but you couldn't get them in a TV show, a movie.
Well,
Because
the thing is, how do you explain? You have 1 hour 55 minutes for a film. How do you explain a concept as simple for us to understand to an audience that may not understand it? The concept of Super Mario 1.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why I was going to get to is the fact is the book is fantastic. The movie is mediocre. They had the author to help rewrite it to try and make it a bit tidier for a movie. To me, that's when they should realize different mediums don't necessarily translate.
You see, it isn't a struggle because I actually really, really enjoy the film, but there is something within the film from the gaming concept it's trying to explain. Achievements is a very, very new concept in terms of gaming history. There was no achievement to gain when you played Pac-Man or Miss Pac-Man or any of the old games. There was the high score list, but there wasn't an achievement. And the whole concept around the 3 keys is that they are an achievement.
Well, there was Easter eggs, which the class as achievements. There were certain things you could go to achieve. But yes, but see if you get a chance, get the book and read the book. I'm a geek of that time, so I am. I am a geek of that time. I am in the 80s when that was all set. I was basically 15, 16, 15. I was 15 to 25 during that time frame of the 80s.
Well, I was in my double digits before the 90s. I was 11 before 1990. But I was fortunate enough because my mum was, sadly, I have to say was because she's no longer here, but she was the geek. As I told you, she had me watching Betamax recordings of Star Wars as babysitter.
Mm-hmm.
It was like shiny stuff, lightsabers,
yeah,
thingamabobs, and me, 2-3 year olds, like sitting this close to the screen. Just
that was a similar with me, but it was my dad. That's why I like Arthur Askey, Will Hay, George Formby, Charlie Drake, and Marx Brothers, Laurel and Hardy, Harold Lloyd. I grew up with them with my dad because he watched them all the time, and I grew up with them, and then it just spiraled to more sci-fi stuff. But I grew up with the old classic comedies.
Yeah. I was just checking for Ready Player One. As audiobook on Audible.
I've got it.
I'm not certain that I want this one. It's almost 16 hours, yes, but it's narrated by Will Wheaton.
I dislike Will Wheaton, but Will Wheaton in that book sounds like a geek enjoying reading a geeky book.
All right, that's good enough for me. I'm using my credit for it.
The review I gave of it, it just felt as if it was a geek enjoying reading a book about geeky things.
Well, see, I've never really had an issue with him. It is more when he's stepping.
He opens his mouth and talks rubbish.
Well, that's the thing I hated on the last Star Trek cruise, where he was the captain of entertainment. And literally the first thing he went out, and I think this was just after Trump had won the election, the first thing he did, stepping out on the stage in front of about 1,700 Star Trek geek, was like, oh, Hillary Clinton, the true president of the United States. It was like, dude, there is not a single American in the audience. We don't care.
It's the same idea. I think we hold on. MC, thank you for joining us. Yes, it wasn't a planned one because I was meant to be having a break, but we ended up, my plans changed. But thank you for popping in and enjoy the replay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I did the same. I'm a big fan of. I was a big fan of Danny Boy. Danny Boy is a Scottish comedian. He's Scottish, half Indian, but he's Scottish. He's. I think it was his mum's Indian, but I caught him. He's big in Australia, but I've caught him a few times and he was great. Took my wife to see him. She really enjoyed him. Second time I went to see him, I nearly walked out. Because he says, in effect, that the only reason Hillary Clinton didn't win is because she's a woman and all us sexists actually wouldn't let a woman win. And I'm sitting there thinking, you're in Scotland, not in America. What the hell has that got to do with anything? And his humour after that was all tainted. And it was tainted because he put a political bias on it that had nothing to do with the country he was in. And I just thought
that's what's ruined pretty much.
I've never watched him. I've got his old stuff because his old stuff is funny because there's no political stuff in there. But his new stuff won't touch with a barge pole. And it's just unfortunate. And I think Will Wheaton's the same idea. There's been one or two I've listened to afterwards, and it just seemed a bit, maybe it's whiny. But when I was listening to it, I did a review actually on Audible. And I effectively said that I grew up over the time this book is enjoying. It's basically set over the 80s. It's basically about the nostalgia of the 80s. I watched a lot of the things. I read the comics. I remember 90%, 95% of the stuff they're talking about. So I was happy as a geek in a man cave, shall I say. But Will Wheaton actually sounded as if he was enjoying reading a geeky thing. So it didn't seem preachy. He just seemed to be a guy enjoying doing what he was doing.
It sounds good because I already spent my credit on it. So
my credits.
You see, I never had the fortune or misfortune. I can't say either way of actually having been like 1-to-1 with Will Wheaton. And if he had gone 1-to-1 with me as an outsider, not an American, and just gone, you know what, this whole climate, the political nonsense, blah, 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 I would like to talk to it with a stranger that is respectful, I would have completely entertained that notion. But if you're stepping up on stage trying to entertain a crowd that there is no Americans there, that none of them have a stake in whatever it is you believe in.
But even if he did, and he walked into it, it'd be like that. Nish Kumar basically went down in London, and he basically, because he didn't like the way the politics went, he basically called everybody in that room half-wits. And they were booing him, and he was the one that was indignant. And I'm sitting there thinking, doesn't matter if half of them in that room voted the way you did and half of them didn't. You're alienating half your audience. Then you're getting annoyed that half your audience are booing you. Sorry. If you were going in for a political, say for instance, you were going in and they said, listen, this is for a political party. So obviously if you're joking about the other political party, they'll love it. Then no problem. It's a political venue. But if you're going in to entertain people and you start off by alienating some of your audience, and then you wonder why they boo you, sorry, we've got no compassion for you. Because if you bring it in an environment which has got zero to do with it, or you bring it in an environment that has got things to do with it, but it can split your audience, then you're at fault for any issues you have. So that's the thing. So if he did it and it was all Americans, it's the same idea. How many of them are actually agree with him? Could have been half of them that didn't agree with him that voted the other way. But he's effectively calling half of them. And that's why I don't like politics and a lot of stuff. Because you say one thing and half your audience are going, nope, out.
Yeah, we should think entertainment should be entertainment.
Yeah.
I fully agree with the whole concept of, yes, you're an actor, you may have your personal opinion, but don't use your celebrity status and saying X, Y, Z, because you're using your celebrity status which
Mhm.
goes across the spectrum, and
Yeah.
you're calling half of the people that like you idiots.
Yeah.
That's not how.
It's the same as Howard from Big Bang Theory. I like the character Howard,
Yep.
dislike the actor because I've heard these politics and he's just very arrogant, and I just don't care about that. Whereas I don't like the Sheldon character, but I think
Parson.
is it Bill? It was
Mm.
something Parsons anyway. I like him, and I've seen him in other things, and I've even listened to him in. There was a Disney or an animated one, Escape Planet Earth or something like that. He played it, or he played the character in it, and I thought it was quite funny. And I liked some of the stuff he's done afterwards, but I don't like his character. So I can usually separate the characters from that. However, the one that played Howard, I love the Howard character. Don't
Yep.
like the actor. But see if he appeared in anything else, I would just go, I can't be asked.
You see, I still trying to give, depending on the circumstance. Let's say there are certain people I would go, you seem to have too messy of an outside story, because I would like my actors to be that character.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, I know it carries a certain, if you ever meet them in real life, because you still consider them as stuff they played. And my favorite example is getting stuck in an elevator. Well, not stuck. It didn't stop. The lift didn't stop, but I was alone in an elevator with Jason Isaac. And for me, he's Malfoy. He's the really brutal captain in that Mel Gibson film, Freedom, whatever it is. So I had the fear of, he's a bad guy. He's good at playing bad guys, but he's lovely as a human being. But still, I don't like I don't have that scratch to try and find out what is his politics, what is that thing.
The thing is, I don't really care about anybody's politics, truthfully, because their politics means zero to me. So if they actually sprout off, I don't care. And that's the thing. But it's the thing that actually puts me off. So if I, like, for instance, I'll still watch The Big Bang Theory. I like it a lot. I know a lot of people don't like it. I like it for the simple fact is, I remember I was always in the comic books. I like
it hits home so many
I'm
times.
nowhere near as intelligent as those guys, but I understand a lot of the concepts they're talking about. I don't understand rocket science, geology, physics, astrophysics, string theory. I understand the what they're talking about in general. But
Yep.
the comic books and the characters and all that, yeah, no problem. So I liked the character Howard, but because the actor mouthed off, it's just put me off anything now he's in. So it's because I know
it is
well.
where they go beyond the limit. Is like, okay, you're saying this thing outside of the TV show, but when you're insisting on bringing it into the TV show,
And that's what it is.
That's where it goes wrong, because I watch Big Bang Theory to escape. I want the comic books. I want the fact that geeks do get the ladies.
Yeah, and it's the fact is I can still watch it, but even though I know because I've seen the character, it's after the fact that he said that. All I think is anything new he's in, it'll probably have that politics in it, because I don't trust it because of the things he said. So I thought, nah, it's more likely going to be especially current thing. I would think it's a case of you'll only do something that agrees with your politics. So if it's something that actually puts forward another impression, then no, unless it puts you forward. And that's what it is. It's just a modern day thing. So 10, 15 years ago, he might have said things and I thought, what a tosser. But, he's in the zone, so I'll give that a go because his character, his acting is quite good. Whereas now, I think, no, he'll probably just be spouting off the same junk. And
I mean, if I really started digging into people I liked playing the good old roles, so Schwarzenegger, Kurt Russell, James Woods. But you get the era I'm trying to talk about. The guys that did really good, fantastic roles in films and managed to play above and beyond.
Bruce Campbell.
Exactly. I don't want to know your politics. You are amazing actors. You managed to bring real good life into something that really makes me like chuckle. And then 2 hours later, after I watched the film, I have to go back to real life, and there are people just going politics, 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 politics.
Exactly. It's basically, that's the thing. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger, you know his politics because he became a politician. But truthfully, in his movies, it doesn't seem to actually go, oh, I need my movie, I need my politics in my movie. Just that's a separate aspect of his character.
Mm.
And he doesn't actually turn around to people who say they don't agree with him, that you're this and you're that, you call them names. It's just a case of, right, fair enough, you don't agree with me, big deal. By the way, I'm doing a new movie. Do you like my movies? Aye. Oh, well, there's the problem. There's the issue. And it's that aspect I like. But it's just one of these things. It just annoys me. I think I know what I was going to say earlier.
Right.
We were talking about love interests and stuff like that earlier on. It was about how they force feed you certain things that aren't in the stories, the backstories. And the thing that I remembered was Judge Dredd. You had the Sylvester Stallone Judge Dredd.
Yep.
And they tried to make a love story about it with Hershey.
Yeah.
And I'm saying,
Diane Lane.
Why? Why? Because Judge Dredd in the comic books was all about the law. Backstory didn't need it. Yes, you knew about they did bits and pieces going on about how him and Rico are brothers. So they brought in everything they could. Somebody said, "Oh, that's a good story. That's a good story. We'll just put them all in. We'll put the Block War in. We'll put the ABC Warriors in. We'll put Judge Rico in. We'll put the
Badlands, the whole thing." And it's like
exactly.
they were big separate stories.
We'll put this in. We'll put that. And literally, somebody's just went to write that. So basically, any one of those would have worked as a main movie plot, but they decided to put everything in. And it was
I still will have to admit that although it's funnier than the actual comic books, I love the Stallone Judge Dredd because it is a little bit more cheeky. It's a little bit more light-hearted for the darkness that really is Mega City 1. But it is still working in terms of a concept of saying there is a Judge Dredd out there. He's the law. Or like Stallone says, I am the law.
I'm the law.
Exactly. But side characters and everything. And I will say that the attempt at the love story between Hershey and Dredd that they were trying to push, it was more of a nudge. It wasn't like they're trying to force it in. It was more they were trying to give more depth to Hershey character rather than Dredd.
Yeah, which it was crazy to me because there was 3 good things in Judge Dredd I would have liked to have seen more of. Mean Machine Angel. Didn't care about the rest of the Angel gang, but they were sort of there. But Mean Machine was a good look. The ABC Warrior,
he was literally gone in 10 seconds, like electric cable.
Exactly. The ABC Warrior looked great. And Mega City 1 looked amazing.
Yes.
There was a couple of other things that were good. Like, for instance, I would prefer to see the Statue of Justice rather than the Empire State Building. No, the Empire State Building, the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
Because the Statue of Justice stands over the Statue of Liberty.
You have a good point there, because I think the Carl Urban Judge Dredd film is really amazing, but it doesn't give me anything about Mega City 1. All it gives me is one block.
There is issues I've got with Carla Bain's movie. I love Carla Bain's movie. I do. It's the same as I think the Sylvester Stallone one's okay, but I've got issues with it. But there's things that I really, really like in it. Like, for instance, even the Hershey stance. I didn't like the double whammy, but
that felt to me more Fifth Element,
yes,
rather than Judge Dredd.
Yeah, but I liked the Hershey stance where she was standing, but I didn't like Fergie. That was not the Fergie from the comic book. I would have preferred they did the proper Fergie. But
yeah, I can agree on that one.
That's a completely different story. However, the Carol of Bane, the things I didn't like was the city.
Well, that's the thing for me. The urban one, it's just one building. There's nothing. So like it could be gardens and roses outside. Fantastic environment. All you get is this one building, and it looks like a normal
panning shot about it and stuff like that. But it's just the fact I see that even that panning shot, big deal. You got big mega blocks. Nothing like Judge Dredd. I would preferred the ones from the Sylvesters. I would have preferred Carol of Bane in the mega city from Sylvester Stallone's movie.
Yeah.
Because that is a mega city. That is something from the future. And I hated Carol Bain's outfit.
Yeah, it didn't feel. It looked Judge Dredd, but it didn't feel Judge Dredd.
From the helmet down, didn't feel Judge Dredd. Because our uniform is there to say something. The Judge from the comic with the ego, the shoulder pad, the knee pads, the lot, said Judge. You stood out in a crowd. You could look around and see the judge. Doesn't matter who they're standing in amongst. That's a judge. Mm-hmm. Right? Carol Bane drives in and there's a load of bikers. What one's the judge?
Yeah. Now I actually remember what it is you refer to there. You can't tell him apart from just the average. Whereas there is more flair in the Stallone version, where you can tell that
it was the code piece they could have got rid of.
Well, that even just the chain going across the shoulder.
Yeah, they could have done. I thought the fact that they'd put it as a whole pad, then that's fine. It sort of works, but they just made it instead of the two separate. But it's sort of they tried to actually say how would this actually properly work. And to me, it was a case of you could have had a bit more padding, or else had something like, for instance, or the justice of using this term, this thing, what it does is you get an impact, it solidifies, so it basically gives you some, obviously higher calibers could go through it, but it's all to do with the judges. The reason the judge have got those outfit and it's very little armor is because the suit has got the armor. So if somebody's got a pistol and fires, you just see it go doom, 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 basically the armor, his body armor, and it hits that and flies out, but he's got bruises and stuff like that because all it is just basically solidifying and stopping the impact going further, but it still causes damage. They could have done anything sci-fi with that and had them still that, but it was... But considering the things like that, and I dislike the execution of Mama, because that's not the judge. The judge doesn't do, we'll give you drugs and we'll throw you down because that'll show you because you did it. The judge would go, right, fair enough, they want to make sure the reason he threw her off is because she was going to die before he got her down to the bottom, and the 200 levels and whatever.
If she was in range, she was going to blow up everything. Yeah. But
and as he says, he doesn't give in to blackmail, so he wouldn't kill her by throwing her off the bridge. He would take her down in the lift, and once she's he's down there, he would say execution, bang. He wouldn't throw her off a bridge and gear drugs for her way down to torment her more.
He was mercy execution in that sense, which doesn't fit in with the judges at all.
But it wasn't even a mercy execution because remember, when they threw their rivals off, they were about to throw them down, and somebody says, "Give them slow mo; it'll make their terror last forever," because of the way slow mo works. But he gives Mama slow mo before he throws her off the bridge.
Yeah.
In effect, she's fallen forever for as far as you can. So he's tormenting her. It's no Judge Dredd. Judge Dredd would just say,
it
goes up, it's your fault, bang, execution. Or we'll just put you in the ISO cube, so we'll take you down the lift, get the rest of the judges in, put you in an ISO tank, and basically, and if the place blows up, you'll just.
I didn't consider that angle, I will have to admit, but I do agree with you. The judgments are not about revenge, but
Exactly.
even if I look back at the Carl Urban film, he has nothing really to revenge. He's there to judge, jury, sentence.
He's a judge, jury, and executioner. Basically, the law is so, as I said earlier, there's X amount of crimes committed per day. They can only deal with 10, 12% of them. So they're just
I think they say in the beginning of the
2%.
last one it's like 2 or 1% of the crimes are even
if they could only do 12% or 2%, it's still majority of crimes are going, considering the number they're talking about. So even if they can only, so they have to be tough, no issues, but not revengeful. If they're basically going, right, we're going to throw you off, but just to make it a wee bit worse, here's some slow-mo because that's how you tortured your victims. Sorry, that as soon as you do that, you stop being a judge. You're as bad as the rest of the criminals. And that's the one part of them that the city itself didn't like. The rest of it, no issues with it.
There is a little bit of an issue I've always had with the Judge Dredd stories. You know, as soon as you see them, if you're a criminal, you're screwed from today to next Sunday.
Yeah, I hated the corrupt judges. No.
Well, it would happen, but it is, if you see them and you're a criminal, you know what they'll do. There is no go directly to jail, do not pass go. There is no such thing. You committed a crime, bang.
Not necessarily.
Not always, but that's essentially.
If you resisted arrest, if they basically says halt and you went, that's fine. Doesn't matter what your crime is, you would get judged based on how you reacted. And if you've done something that needs execution, they'll execute you. But if you do not resist, but if you turn around and say, no, if you don't go, I'm going to shoot you, you'll bang, dead. So you, that type of thing. So yes, but there's different aspects of it as well.
But that's the thing I like about the comic books that I read in late 80s, early 90s is, even though it was always kind of like the straightforward path of the judge, it's like bad things happen. Who are the people? Judge them.
Yeah.
Literally that straight path, but it's the moral that they were trying to talk about around the stories. Mind you, I was more influenced by, say, Transformers, He-Man, but it was always like, always look left, right, and stuff before you cross the road. The whole, like, the wholehearted good moral stories.
Yeah.
I know that the comic books of Judge Dredd I read back then, they were trying to build a little bit in of that. It's like, why did the judges do it? And
It's
I would say
the numbers. It has to be harsh.
Yeah.
Due to the numbers. So 800 million people in a city. So in one city, 800 million.
Well, it's called a mega city for a reason.
It is technically one city, but yes, it's the whole coast, near enough, most of it. But you look at the corrupt judges. Do you know how I had a problem with the corrupt judges?
Right, do tell.
One, they were corrupt judges, as in multiple. So these judges knew each other were corrupt. You're trying
Oh,
to say
you're talking about it being more a cabal rather than someone
No,
being
no,
influenced by a bad moral decision, say like Rico.
not necessarily. Like, I'll separate that in a minute. But like for instance, there's 4 corrupt judges who just so happen to know each other and they're all corrupt together. Considering judges usually are out on their own unless they've got a specific thing, like for instance taking a rookie out. So how did these 4 know each other were going to be corrupt? But like take that as a separate. Also, the criminals knew who to call. So you're saying all these criminals, none of them have ever been caught and says, oh, by the way, if I tell you about 4 corrupt judges, will you reduce my sentence? So the mama knew how to call to deal with a judge. She called 4 corrupt judges. They went up, no problem, talked about getting paid and all that in front of all these criminals. And they didn't think anything wrong with that. So these judges are meant to be smart, but they're basically letting it known out there that they're corrupt, and all these criminals know they're corrupt, and people know how to contact corrupt judges within the criminal fraternity. So they're trying to think. And then there was nothing about the SGS. The SGS, any rumour, they would jump on. So
Yeah.
it's that type of thing. That's why I didn't like the corrupt judges. Rico and Judge Dredd, the Sylvester Stallone one, he was just a wee bit So
he wasn't exactly corrupt, was he?
He wasn't corrupt.
He was
psychotic, psychopathic. He basically didn't see the difference between right and wrong. His ideas were right, end of story. So everybody should, what he does was right. But it was the fact is, he was on his own because the judges, they didn't. Like, nowadays you can get a buddy cop movie and you could have 2 cops drive up and both of them are corrupt because they've maybe worked with each other and one's done something, he's let it off, and then the other one's done something, and gradually they got to the point where they realised, listen, we'll do anything for money. Or so-and-so's giving us this, we just need to be quiet. Oh, I wouldn't take that type of money. Listen, you need the money, so, and then it's a snowball thing. So 2 guys working together, they could become corrupt over a time, but they know each other. Oh, and they might have bumped it or else, that type of thing. That's fine. But the judges all work alone. So Rico being corrupt and doing things for himself, who else is going to know unless somebody catches him? But there you go. 4 judges all know each other, drive up and stuff like that. As if, oh, where's the issue? That type of thing. That's why I didn't like the corrupt judges. It wasn't a one-off, one judge. It was just basically...
I thought they were a bit wasted, though, because a judge is supposed to be a really difficult thing. If you look at Judge Dredd, it's like, I'm coming after Mama. There's like, I'm an unstoppable force. You may launch nukes, you may launch whatever it is that you have at me. I'm still coming for you. Whereas at least in the urban film where the backup rolls in, they're killed faster than they're killed so easily. So that didn't sit well with me, because if you're sending in someone that is supposed to be your team, capable, and if we take Mega City 1, if you're a judge and you're alive for 2 months, you got skills.
Yeah. And also the fact is, the corrupt judges as well, in the books, they had corrupt judges, right? There was a couple ones. Little Mo was one, but that was just... It was the fact is, the judges are trained from the age of 5. They're constantly tested, stuff like that. So they're saying as soon as these guys have been working at it all their life to pass, and then they're out there, they suddenly become corrupt, and then they somehow magically attach to other corrupt judges. Because what do they go up and say? Here, do you want this bribe? Oh, you're a corrupt judge. Bang. report it. What happened? Well, he offered me a bribe, so I knew he was corrupt, and he went for his guns. I shot him. You're a judge. Nobody's going to question you. SGS might call you in to make sure you weren't corrupt. But
the thing is, you said SGS. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. But a judgment by a judge in Mega City 1, it's sort of final. There is no admin work. It's basically just the morgue taken away and going, okay, you were judged.
That's what I'm saying. The only time it would be is if it was questioned by the SGS, the Special Justice Service. They judge the judges to make sure it's not corrupt.
Yeah.
So basically, they would be the only ones. It's not so much overturn it. They would investigate to make sure a proper decision, and it wasn't a corrupt decision, was made.
Yeah.
And yes, they might torture the judge, but the judge knows what's getting into because they'll give them whatever drugs, they'll do whatever they need to get to the truth. But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you're wanting to believe that 4 judges all know each other. That's
but I'm with you on that because I never got the impression from the comic books that I did read that any of the judges were familiar. Everyone obviously knows Dredd.
Yes.
Because of his reputation, but not know him.
Yeah. There is a couple of judges that are corrupt for one way or the other. You've got the one with Little Mo. Can't remember the judge's name, but Little Mo was his psyche. And Little Mo was the judge was actually recruited because his parents got killed. And they deemed his character was strong because he didn't cry. So because he was an orphan, they brought him in and they went through training and they passed with high thingy. But his psyche was called Mo, and it turned round that's what his mum used to call him, Little Mo. I think it was Judge Morrison. So Little Mo was his wee thing out here that used to talk him and tell him what to do. So he wasn't corrupt. He was just psychotic. His idea was, I'll do anything I need to get a conviction. So if the guy says he's not guilty, he would plant something just because I think he's guilty, so I need to prove it. So there you go, you're judged. Or even if he could execute him, but he wouldn't always execute him. He would fit them up just to make sure that if anybody questioned it, we found this on him. So, and that was the thing. So Little Mo was the voice in his head. And it was because he'd seen his mum and dad get killed and his mum used to call him Little Mo. So it was this thing telling him, do this because he's guilty. He needs to be put away. You need to prove that he's guilty by showing this. So it was him. It was his inner head telling him. So he wasn't corrupt as such, but he was psychotic, which caused him to be corrupt because his inner voice was telling him that these people were bad. You did have the occasional judge that was corrupt because they had been undercover. They were they were undercover. What was the squad? It wasn't the Jimps. The Jimps were judge impersonators. They were ones that were just nuts that people would dress as judge to pretend they were corrupt to take the money out, and because nobody questioned a judge. If a judge rolled up to the bank and said, "We need all the money out of your bank, put it in that truck because we're going to."
I think I remember that one.
That was the judge.
That was in black and white.
Yes, that version. Was the judge impersonators. The Jimps they were called, but there was also the. I'm trying to remember what the plain clothes judges were. They were something squad.
I don't recall plain clothes one.
There was. They were. Oh God, what were the squad called? They basically had a code word. So, for instance, if they were in the middle of a riot, if a judge came up to them to give it the belt and they says, "Don't, I'm a family man," which the code was, "I'm a judge in disguise."
That actually. I've been consuming a lot of sci-fi from independent people recently. But there is a similar thing where they're talking about an old code that is always used, but you just have to figure out which of the old codes is the code for this day.
Yeah.
and I'm trying to remember what it is. It's essentially the Star Wars. They trying to go to the Endor moon to disable the shield for the Death Star. Wow, I really liked the description. The rest of the book was like not too fantastic, but they used that whole thing, a unique code to identify yourself that you are true, but only a handful know what code to use on what day, which was quite brilliant.
I remember what it's called.
All right.
They were called the Wally Squad.
Wally Squad.
Wally Squad. They were basically plainclothes. They were plainclothes. And they were all weird because they had to act like normal citizens. Wally Squad. I'll need to check it because it was only when I was actually searching for it, it just went tick. That's the name of it, the Wally Squad. There's a one about the Wally Squad, and that's basically their plainclothes judges. So they would all dress weird because they had to pretend to be normal citizens.
Biggest collection of oddballs I've ever seen, and they're all judges.
Yeah, that's the one. The Wally Squad. But that's what I'm saying. So you look at all those different types of characters, and the Wally Squad, stuff like that, because they were all psychotic, but they were all still had justice, even about justice. So they would do things. And you had the occasional psychotic one, or the ones, some of them, the point I was getting to, sometimes you get a corrupt judge. It's because he was undercover as part of the Wally Squad and he just enjoyed the life and he wanted more of it. So he would take the occasional bribe, but he wouldn't imply he was a judge. He was just basically take that and he says, oh, I can make sure the judges don't find out about that. So he wasn't actually doing it as a judge because he was still wanting to actually pretend that he wasn't a judge just in case the judges needed caught him and he wanted to give him. So he would be a bit more corrupt. So he would keep things quiet and he would help cover things up for other criminals. But it wasn't because he was a judge. It was because he was in the know and he had a judge in his pocket. So it's that type of thing. And it was because they got used to the good life and he wanted more of it. So you had aspects of criminals like that, and that's the part that I thought they could have gone down. But the 4 judges, it just didn't work for me. Although I loved the Carl Urban movie, I've seen it. I saw it in the cinema.
All right.
8 times, I think it was. It was 7 or 8 times in the cinema.
I wasn't that hardcore, but I do recall going and seeing it 3 times.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a choice of 3 times. It was just 3 different friend groups. And I was like, okay, I'll hang out with you. But I did like the fact that you saw a few more things, especially watching it so close together. Mm-hmm. So it's like some action scenes. They could have done better VFX, but smaller details, as in why is he sending in, what is it, Anderson on her own? But where's the guy that is trying to counteract her psychic capabilities and is quite capable at it, but there is no indication that he should be. So is it a misjudgment from Judge Dredd to send her in because he has no details before that he can fight back?
Yeah.
It looks like it's just like a normal call that you should be able to deal with this because you're the trainee. You're basically here for a test.
Yeah.
So, but now that I'm thinking back about it, especially since we talked about it for the past 60 minutes or so, it's like there are details that are standing out.
50 minutes at the moment, so we'll finish on 6 hours, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, geez, how long have this one been going on for now?
Nearly 6 hours.
Oh, look, we're getting back up to our good old records then.
Yes, I think 540 was the last time this, we already broke it. But see, the thing is with oh God, it's gone again. I hate that. See, when you get about to say something, the judges. I was talking about Judge Dredd, the Judge Dredd movie.
So I took us on a sidetrack going back to the urban one, but we were talking about the comic book
No,
judges are being corrupted.
It was the urban one I was thinking about. You had said something and it triggered.
So for me, it was the judgment calls he was making, sending Anderson forward. So the psychic.
You were talking about who you'd gone because you'd gone 3 times because you had 3 different groups. Do you know who I went with each and every time?
Your missus, I would hope.
Nobody. On my
Okay,
I'm the one
you
sitting there with all my
have the right to wear the T-shirt that you have on your.
I went on my Todd. My daughters wouldn't go with me. Nothing. Nobody. I went on my own.
Are you telling me you're a bad daddy because your daughters don't like Judge Dredd?
No, because one of them is a big anime fan. She does like Red Dwarf. The other one is a big Harry Potter and Buffy fan. The other one's into music, so she's not. She used to be into Warhammer. My kids grew up watching Warhammer. Just never into reading the comic books, Judge Dredd and stuff like that. So
well, you see, I do not knock people that do not understand me and my hobbies, my interests. I do like meeting people that do understand it, but I call someone that spends 12 hours a week at the gym, they're a geek. They just happen to be a sports geek. Or
the sports geek is a good one. It's I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was a comedian or if it was a writer. They were turning around. Do you know what it was? It was a Rhea Perlman movie, a TV show called Peril.
Yep.
Right? It's about Rhea Perlman. Now, Carla from Cheers.
Short, curly-haired one.
Yes, that's the one. So she had a program her own called Peril. It's basically her and her son. And her son, there's a couple, he's at college, and Peril's friend is trying to get him to be more manly. So he's always going out playing sports. Come out and play sports. And he turns around and he says, no, it's okay. I'll just sit in here with all the women and sit around chatting with them. And the guy sort of looks at him as if to say, do I really want sports? When he's talking to all the women and I'm outside trying to impress them, but they're not paying attention. They're chatting to him. And the thing was, part of it was they were talking about geeky. Look at you with your collection of this and doing that. He says, yeah, unlike you with your wall full of pictures, programs of your football team, and you're walking about with your costume on your, I think it was the Bulls or something like that. It was the American team jersey on, and you're walking about and doing this with, you've got when you're out at the weekends, you're out playing with all your padding on, even though you're only playing with your friends in the park. Yeah, I'm the geek because I'm wearing a Star Wars t-shirt. And I've got Star Wars pictures on my wall, unlike your football pictures on the wall. I've got comic books. You've got programs for your favourite team. I'm wearing a Star Wars t-shirt. You're wearing a Bulls jersey. And it was like that. And I'm sitting there thinking, that's ring me, because he's effectively turned around and says, see everything I've got, because it's sci-fi, you've got it for sports. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, I do like the fact that I see the penny drop.
Uh-huh.
But when you talk to a sports geek like the rugbies, the football fans and everything, it's like, okay, you got 17 T-shirts from your favorite players hung on your wall, signed by the players themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I have 17 photographs of favorite actors from films I like hanging on my wall. How are we different?
Yeah. Aye, but it's sport. So you play the sport. Right, okay. If I could act, I would be playing the part. So you're a professional footballer? No, I just play it. So I dress up as my characters. So where's the difference? It is that aspect of it. So I wear t-shirts, you wear your jersey. What difference does it make? I collect and watch all my movies again. What do you do? Oh, well, I collect and I watch all the football games again.
Oh, I was just going to go for that. How many people have not rewatched 1966 football game?
And also the fact is, there you go. Tell me how many goals Sharing scored in the thing. Oh, I can tell you the exact. Okay, right, you tell me how many times that actor has played that part. Oh, well, he's played this part in this movie, that movie. So, in effect, you can do stats for your hobby. But if I do stats for my hobby, I'm a geek. I'm a nerd. I'm a weirdo. It's that aspect of it I just find funny, because anybody that's turning around and giving you junk, it's just, that's it. Because mine's the sports.
I think I have a slight theory of why that is. It is our hobby is considered a little bit newer and a little bit more strange, because if you consider, say, getting into Arthur C. Clarke's universe, understanding that it takes a little bit of effort, but it is not transferable to, say, Heinlein. Heinlein is his own, and if you go to any other author or any other sci-fi artist, it's not exactly the same rule, which makes our geekdom, if you want to call it, a bit more broad scope.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're into football, you may like your local football team, but the rules and the same thing applies to the extreme supranational teams that makes like 7 billion a game or whatever it is that they make.
Yeah,
but
you could be into Star Wars. It's fine. Same as you could be into your team. However, you could also be into rugby. That's, let's say, in Heinlein. So you could be into Star Trek, Star Wars. That's, let's say, I like rugby, I like football, I like tennis. They might have one they specialise in, but it doesn't mean they're just on the one. So that, if going down that route, it could be very similar. They could be football and their one team is their big thing. Like I could say Doctor Who's my big thing, but I've got other bits and pieces, so they might have other bits. Like they've got a rugby ball because, or they've got a tennis racket or whatever because they do play occasional tennis, or they got this tennis ball, they caught it when McEnroe hit it up, and they caught it when I was at Wimbledon. It's that type of thing. So there is a lot of similarities. Some people who are into sports, they might concentrate on one team, but they more likely, they like a number of different sports, same ideas, we like different fandoms. But
yeah, well, if you consider something like a tennis racket or a rugby ball that you caught, it's sort of the same thing as coming up to, say, a favorite artist that you really like and getting them to sign. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And getting them to sign their artwork.
Yeah. Basically.
It wasn't a sports event, but have you actually been in a queue, let's say a Star Trek convention, where it's like 2,000 people ahead of you, and you have to stand in queue for like 3.5 hours just to get to say hi for 5 seconds to...
I doing that just to get into the Edinburgh Star Trek event, and it wasn't even actually signs or anything like that. It was just when Star Trek opened a museum in Edinburgh. My dad took me and my brother to see it, and I was a teenager. They opened it, and we missed the first day, and accordingly, unusual. Some people were dressed up like Klingons in Star Trek outfits. It was really amazing.
Oh, you don't
that nowadays every time, but then it was a big thing. People were dressed up. Actual ordinary people had their own outfits. Wow. It was in the paper and everything.
Yeah. This is, they claim cosplay didn't start until, what was it, like 15 years ago? I've seen tons of artists. I'm just going, hang on. I went to Star Trek cons
No,
in
he actually
late
did.
80s, early
College, he
90s.
didn't, but people dressing up like their favourite franchise, they didn't call it costume play. That's the difference. Costume play is different now because people now do it and do skits, whereas that was just people dressing up. It'd be like me having my big long Tom Baker scarf for the 70s if I had one. Just because I had the scarf and I would wear it, I didn't necessarily class as cosplaying as Tom Baker. I might dress the same because I liked him and that's how I dress. I think what they're saying is the cosplay didn't really start until about 15 years ago, and that's when professionals started doing it as
I agree with the cosplay definition to a certain degree, because the really good cosplayers, they may have one or two outfits that are, exactly who that is, but more often than not, they have the complete own designs. It doesn't exist anywhere, but it looks like it belongs in one of the universes,
Definitely. And it's the same idea as, yes, people did dress up, but they weren't as common now. Whereas you would have people who go to the Star Trek convention with the outfit on, and people go, "Oh, really? Can I get a picture?" Whereas you go to a Comic Con now, you go up to hundreds of people and get pictures because, that looks like the Punisher, that looks like Ash v Evil Dead, that guy looks like Judge Dredd, that guy looks like this woman looks like this, she looks like Evelyn, she looks like things from Power Rangers. I've seen hundreds and I've got pictures of people who our costume is so good that I wanted a picture of it.
That is a guilty pleasure of mine, because I've had a few costumes that have been quite good. I built most of it, but some have literally been like, okay, that's a good jacket. I'll just do a lapel or something on it, and suddenly it becomes more like it should be.
Yeah.
But the guilty pleasure is when you go to cons, just as a guest, and having other guests just walk up to you. Can I please have a picture with you? And I said, I'm not the social person.
My proudest one was John Wagner. I went as Judge Dredd, and he was there signing, and I went up to get a book signed, and he says, "Can I take your picture?" Carlos would love that out. And I went, Basically,
of course you can.
Carlos would love that outfit. Yeah, there's guys out there dressed as Carla Baines, Judge Dredd.
Mm.
And there's me, and he's obviously it was a couple of years before Carlos passed away. It was thingy, but I have no idea if he ever saw it. But the fact is, John was he took a picture and says, "I'm going to send it to Carlos because he would love that." Because I made it out of foam, and I thought it was okay. But considering nowadays I can't do anything, I think it'll look freaking amazing. But I made everything by EVA foam. I had the badge and I had the belt buckle. That was it. The rest of the stuff I made. Boots,
EVA foam is so simple to work with. I'm surprised there aren't more people trying to be a little bit creative, because you don't have to make a costume out of it. You can literally make anything out of it.
Yeah, I'll show you this. See if I can find it. This is EVA foam. It's there. See if I can get a better. This was just something I just fired up. There you go.
It looks circle. It has some add-ons to it. All right. Manacle? Something?
A tower for a Dungeons and Dragons game.
Oh, well, my second... now I can see it. My second guess was actually going to be not Dungeons and Dragons. What's it called? Warhammer 40k.
It's similar idea. It was for Dungeons and Dragons. One of the DMs was actually doing a Tower of the Mad Mage, and that was basically I built that EVA foam.
Yep.
I basically extended on it and added wood to it and stuff like that. But in effect, it was just something to give us just a wee plane surface. So I put and that was EVA foam, and that's all it was just literally drawing a circle, cutting it, putting the foam around it, just scoring it, and then heating it, and it basically.
But I like this the effect of the stone slabs in there because I've worked with it. You probably just took a razor blade, just cut it, heated it with like a heat gun, so it opened up a little bit more, and then just painted. Because that's how simple it is.
Do you know it's simpler? See if you get tin foil. Silver foil, baker foil, whatever you call it, tin foil. Just crunch it all up into a ball, heat it, and then roll it on. There you got all the slabs with the gravel, with the indentations.
Yep.
So basically, that's how simple it is, and that is what I made. And I did do bits and pieces, other stuff. I'm just trying to find. The problem is it's all in here. Like, for instance, I made a shield. That was for
some nice contour details and everything.
Yeah.
I'm not sure the hand holding up a pearl is a proper heraldic signature.
It's not. It's basically a Dungeons and Dragons. It's basically a coin hold with a double face. Can't remember what the thing is, but see the blue and all that. Do you know what that is? That's just bog standard blue foam around it. Do you know how all the nails or the bolts are done?
Probably using it's a pen, so you just press it down and you get the circle.
No, attack, paper tack, and it's basically all the way to make it look like bolts, and then just a wee bit of glue, put a tack in, and it sticks, and it looks like it's basically been bolted in. It's even the helmet was done with wee eyes. See the wee googly eyes?
Yep.
They're done with that's done, and basically this is the one I've got there. But they were done with the helmet that I've got there. It's basically just painted to make it look like nails and bolts. But there's the Judge Dredd there. And that's just with Batman.
Yeah. I think you managed to show a bigger quality of that one.
Aye.
So let's see. I so rarely use my phone for anything other than just like text messages and calls, but I might have older photographs somewhere. If I can find where the gallery album is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Try to see them. I mean, there's the one of the better ones of, and that's just all EVA foam, even the knee pads, the elbow pads. It's just
it's also so simple because that's just like a jumpsuit, isn't it?
And it's a boiler suit. It's basically that's all it is. A boiler suit, a deep blue boiler suit. I could have got a black one. Some of the guys that do it get the leather ones, but I was just a boiler suit, and then that way I just velcroed the pads and stuff like that onto it.
Yeah.
Right, they're coming up to 6 hours 15, so we'll give it another 4 minutes because I'm actually starting to flag because it's 3:15 in the morning for those who are still actually here after 6 hours. I'm
still feeling a bit wonky after my birthday and everything, catching up with my brothers and all that. So
I'm literally, it's roasting here, and I'm literally starting to flag because the heat and the late night ain't helping.
No, it isn't. I'm going to see, can this be shown in any good way? This is what a friend of mine did for the last time we went out for a Comic-Con. It was called Sci-Fi Weekender. It's Darth Vader
as steampunk. Steampunk Vader. That looks cool.
It did, and he actually walked up to the guy that was hired to play proper Vader, and because of the boots and heels, and he's already 6'2" on his own, because he added boots and a spike helmet from like the Nazi stormtroop thing is he's very tall in that costume.
I can
But yeah, I was trying to find myself, but that was probably the year before, where I went as, my name is Jim, I have a beard, I like Lord of the Rings, therefore Gimli. Not Gimli, Gimli.
No, test. I'm trying to find.
I'm trying to see if I have it, but I think it may have been lost in the millions of photographs that I might
That's
have
the
taken.
problem. I've got over, and on my phone is something like 1,600 photos. So I have.
Yeah, I've already scrolled past the last 2,000 I took. So that was that.
Right. It's not the greatest one, but this one is just one I'd taken. Oh.
This is EVA foam. Okay.
Right, that's
Oh
basically
no, that's really good.
Right,
The book is unfortunately a little bit more comical.
Well, it's
if you compare to the rest.
I couldn't cart out a background with me, so the book was, as you can see, is a book is a binder. So I basically had all my pictures and all that in that because I couldn't cart a background with me, and that was the logger I made as well. So you see that bit there? That's just the tube at the lid for a mouthwater for gargling. So
the Colgate one or something.
Yeah,
I can actually see it now.
And it's just the pipe all the way through for the thing, mate, and the rest of that's just EVA foam. The pads on my elbow, EVA foam. You can see the belt buckle and that was I bought, but I even made them just with EVA foam or just wee pads that I bought and I just spray painted.
Yep.
And the gloves, just a pair of old motorbike gloves. But even that, there you go. I basically made that from EVA foam.
Yeah. A super simple trick that I found whilst crafting my stuff is just simple cardboard. You order tons of stuff through Amazon, so you have tons of cardboard boxes. You just cut them up and make them into your waist belt like holders. Super simple, dirt cheap. But before we round off, 6 hour 20 coming up now. This was my last EVA foam project before I painted it.
Oh, is that a speed bike helmet?
Yep. That
looks cool. I'm just putting on a sort of layout. See, that is cool. That is definitely ideal. See, it's that EVA foam?
EVA foam all the way through.
See, that is ideal because I'll show you, see if I can find the original helmet I've got that I started making. There it's there. This is how the helmet started. I'll just share this. This is how the helmet, my Judge Dredd helmet started.
I think you have me on full blast at the moment.
All right, hold on. What's happened there? Something's happened. I had to... For some reason, it actually flipped that one there. That's what it is. And share. Right, that's how the helmet started. Right?
Oh, yep.
And it's just
I did the same thing of splitting it up in fours to get the roundness.
Yeah. Why is it not actually allowing me? Yeah, as you can see, it's just done that with the just added to it, and that was it there.
Yep.
With the pad, and you can see it's just built up from there. And that was just things. See, like for instance, those I made those using yellow. That was just an idea, but I never got round to doing that.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that it is so great with EVA foam is as long as you get the shape correct.
Yeah.
The only problem you have after that is the painting, the layers of painting, the shadowing, the weathering. If you nail that, you're
that is why I made the book.
So here is the. I'm not sure how well it looks, but this is where I've painted it in copper golden.
Right. I'm just actually giving you this big layout. Why?
So the idea, because my friend did steampunk Vader, I was thinking of making steampunk Scout Trooper.
See, that definitely would work. It just looks amazing. So it does. And that's what I'm saying. It's just even wee silly things that, even if just the simple fact is we just enjoy actually doing it.
Oh, I found something really good. I didn't remember, but this is the cutouts before I started putting it together.
Yeah.
So it's all out on the board. All the pieces is literally just what's it called? Contact glue.
Yeah. Contact cement.
Yeah. And then just put it together.
Yeah. It definitely it works so well. I'm just trying to actually see it apart from that one, because I think I've got it somewhere. It's
talking about the way you did your, I would say, cheat sheet. This is a bracer I created. I'm not sure how well the angle's getting really wrong, but
I know
that's an empty what's it called? Super glue bottle. But when I use the heat gun, it's been folding over, so it's for your wrist.
Yeah.
Actually, I still have
bracer,
it.
I know what you're talking about, because I made bracers with. I've got the gloves for my my.
I thought it was lost in the move, but I still have it. I thought it was damaged, but you saw the photo. Now look at the actual item.
Oh, that's cool. That is definitely it. Looks really cool.
And it's meant to be.
Yeah.
It just needs proper painting, giving the slider a little bit. It didn't get perfect when I folded it, so it split up a little bit, so it's more wonky.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I made the ones for my thing, but they were a lot thinner. And it's basically the gloves. I've actually got the gloves. Hold on, I'll show you what I mean.
These curly things, I actually found them on the stair, but it's supposed to be just stuff girls put in the hair to tie the hair back up. I just cut it up and painted it gray, and it looks like it would be something that charges it. Oh, look at that. It almost looks like we used the same paint for the coloring.
Basically, you can just see the yellow because it's actually starting to thing me. But that is just a pair of gloves with, as you said, just a wee teeny bit of a bracer on it. And then those are all cut out individually and just put on to give the impression of armor.
Yep.
And it's
if you don't look too closely, it looks really good.
And that's the thing. And obviously, I made bracers as well to go up over, but the bracers are gone because what I did was I replaced the bracer and just had that. And that way, I didn't have anything on my sleeve. But I did make the bracers. I've got them somewhere, but I never went any further than the initial test.
Something I learned as a trick wearing the costumes is, I'm not sure if it's seen too well, but if you look, this is basically spacers. So when my hand is in there, air can pass freely through.
Well,
so I'm not cooking that much when I'm wearing all of it.
Well, with the Judge Dredd, the elbow pads, basically I did the same, had space underneath them because even it was roasting even with just a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, and that boiler suit. It's called a boiler suit for a reason.
Yeah, you're boiling.
Yeah, exactly. And basically, it's just a pair of coveralls. We call them boiler suits, but they're coveralls. The type of things you see in the old movies where they're all wearing the same outfit. It's just a pair of coveralls. We call them boiler suits. For
the thing you don't recognize is that they were actually designed for a purpose, that you could be inside and outside doing your job. which meant they had the insulation. If it was cold outside, they were still good for that. So if you're wearing them with all paddings and armors and everything, you are roasting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so.
Exactly. But this is one. It's a. Remember, I was saying about seeing people dressed up in cosplay. This is one of the best cosplays I ever saw. And I saw this in Edinburgh a few years ago, and I saw it in Glasgow a year later. So she's done this a couple of years, and to me, it is the best costume I've ever seen. You recognise her?
Really nice.
You recognise what she's from? Classic Power Rangers.
Oh, she's the
Rita.
Oh, it's from the really badly dubbed version, isn't it?
Yes, Rita Repulsa.
That's the name.
She made that costume herself. I was speaking to her, and she says, "Well, I love it. I love it." As soon as I saw you, I wanted a picture. It was just one of the best costumes. She made it herself. She made the designs for her dress and everything. It's basically everything was handmade. And
I will say not all of it, but I do see where it was like a pick and match and like, okay, I'm getting this, but I will add the extra pattern.
In effect, she basically made it. So she had like a dress and she just put a design on it. She's got a bag, it's sort of fitted. She made the armor, she got a pole, she's put that on, and bits and pieces, yes. So it's handmade, but yes, she added in things.
The thing is, I consider it being your make, even if you buy every single piece you have, because you putting all of them together,
yes,
that's your craftiness, that's your craftsmanship.
To make it look the way you want it. It's like my Tom Baker got the hat. I bought the hat. I didn't make the hat. I've got the scarf. My daughter knitted it. I've got a jacket. I got out of the pound shop. I got a waistcoat. I got out of the pound shop. I've got a cravat. I got out of a charity shop. I've got a white shirt with a couple of question marks on it. I bought those on eBay and just put it on an old shirt. It's just basically, I've got an old pair of brown shoes because I've got an old pair of tweed trousers. Everything goes bought at a charity shop except the question marks because I had to buy them on eBay. But that was just so I could hire them onto the charity shop. And everything
but still, you put it together. It's your creation.
Yep, definitely, and I'd love it. It's still one of my favourite ones. But anyhow, I'm absolutely melting here. I can see even on.
I need to go out for a smoke.
Well, my plan is tomorrow when I wake up. That is it, stopped. But I'm going to have one before I go to my bed.
If you manage to survive this stream, I would say go to bed. It will be easy to resist in the morning. I'm on the same path. I want to stop, but
I reckon between me and my wife, I would save £400 a month on cigarettes.
Yeah, it sounds about right. I think.
You think what I could add to my man cave with that type of money?
Oh, I'll be. No, if I'm going to save money, it's supposed to be for saving money, not spending it on something else.
No, I'll save it to spend on something else. That's the way I look at it. If I can stop smoking, thinking of things I could get for my man cave, that's the way for me to work. I might save it up over a year and think, oh, I can buy that because look at all the money I've saved from not smoking, and I can do it without guilt and buy something for my man cave. That's the justification I'm giving myself, and nobody's going to take it off me.
I will not corrupt you then saying that I never feel guilty having a smoke.
Yep. Well, Jim, 6.5 hour stream.
We're rocking it.
We're rocking it.
Let's try to not do 6.5 hours next time.
Considering that you're talking about it's 3:30 in the morning. And this was actually meant to be, we'll just have a quick wee stream because it's filling in. But thank you very much for joining us, and thank you everybody for sticking with us. Remember, like, share, subscribe, comment, say hi, and just anything. Just
Pleasure as always.
It's always fun, Jim. Thank you very much. And I've had fun. And ladies and gents, remember, I'm not old, I'm classic. And even after this one, I'm 6.5 hours older. I'm still saying that. But thank you very much. So, PJ may be out. Jim?
Thanks for watching. Catch you next time.